Chapter 3103. The Wind Thunder Platform was a forbidden place. It was too terrifying. As members of the two-headed clan, they had lived here for a long time and naturally knew about it. But at that moment, all the members of the clan were overwhelmed by hatred. There was only one thought in their mind, and that was to kill Fong Chun. So, they rushed directly to the Wind Thunder Platform. Fortunately, they were stopped by Ku Tuo. Whoosh, whoosh. After hearing Ku Tuo's voice, everyone was enlightened. Their bodies trembled, and they quickly retreated. Seeing the Wind Thunder Platform in front of them, they gasped in their hearts. That was close. Many people exclaimed in their hearts. Soon, they retreated to a safe place and focused their attention on the Wind Thunder Platform. That guy entered the Wind Thunder Platform. He will definitely die. Humph! How can he resist the power of the Wind Thunder Platform? That's right. Only our clan leader has the ability to enter the Wind Thunder Platform. Whispers came from the crowd. Everyone thought that Fong Chun would definitely die in the Wind Thunder Platform. Only Ku Tuo sighed in his heart. He looked at the top of the Wind Thunder Platform. There a storm was raging and lightning was flashing. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Maybe he can survive. This was what Ku Tuo thought, because he had seen Fong Chun with his own eyes with a chaotic sword body. Such a demon might really survive in the Wind Thunder Platform. Humph! So what if he can resist the lightning of the Wind Thunder Platform? Our clan leader has entered the Wind Thunder Platform. If we meet him, he will definitely kill him. Soon, Ku Tuo calmed down. Cold light flashed in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Even if we don't meet him, as long as he dares to appear, we will definitely be able to kill him with the power of all the two-headed clan members." "Elder Ku Tuo, what should we do now?" Someone asked. "Wait." Ku Tuo closed his eyes and slowly sat on the ground. He uttered a word. Seeing this, the others also gathered around Ku Tuo, waiting for the strange changes in the Wind Thunder Platform to end. Inside the Wind Thunder Platform was a space of lightning. It turned out that Fong Chun's guess was correct. The Samsara Sword Emperor had been here before. The Samsara Sword Shuttle used the aura left by the Samsara Sword Emperor and successfully brought Fong Chun to this space. "Is this the inside of the Wind Thunder Platform?" Fong Chun murmured. He raised his head and looked up. Terrifying lightning filled the sky. At the front of the vast land, there was a shocking statue of a lightning dragon. That is, Fong Chun cried out involuntarily when he saw the Thunder Dragon statue. "I didn't expect it to be the Lightning Lord." The immortal scepter sent out ripples of astral power as it spoke telepathically. "Thunder Lord?" Fong Chun asked in surprise. This Wind Thunder Platform was built by the Thunder Lord. The lightning in the boundless holy land came from the Thunder Master. The lightning whirlpool in the sky above the Wind Cloud Platform was also created by the Thunder Master's statue. Fong Chun listened attentively as the immortal scepter quickly introduced the legend of the Thunder Lord. The Lightning Lord was a powerhouse who stood shoulder to shoulder with Old Master. His attainments in the Lightning Tao were unparalleled. It is said that the Lightning Lord is able to control all the lightning in the Chaos Realm, and he is able to inflict lightning punishment on anyone in the world. Hearing this, Fong Chun was shocked. Inflicting lightning punishment on everyone in the world was too terrifying, wasn't it? Could it be that the tribulations experienced by tribulation supremacies were also controlled by the Lightning Lord? Every Tao, when cultivated to the extreme, can erupt with unexpected energy. The Lightning Lord's means are not something you can imagine. The immortal scepter said, "The Lightning Lord only cultivated here, and he created such a terrifying place." "Do you see the Thunder Dragon statue?" the immortal scepter asked. Fong Chun nodded. All the pressure in the lightning space came from the Thunder Dragon statue. The Lightning Lord personally restrained that Thunder Dragon statue. It is said that his partner back then was a Thunder Dragon, who unfortunately fell in a war. From then on, the Lightning Lord would personally restrain the Thunder Dragon statue wherever he cultivated, the immortal scepter said. The Thunder Dragon statue is the origin of all the lightning in the boundless Holy Land. As long as you can control and refine it, you will be able to control all the lightning power in the boundless Holy Land. At that time, your physical body will also reach an incredible level. Feng Chen curled his lips. Was it so easy to refine the Thunder Dragon statue that was personally restrained by the Lightning Lord? The Samsara Sword Emperor has been here before. All hope is on the Samsara Sword Shuttle, the Immortal Scepter said. The Reincarnation Sword Shuttle also let out a series of cries, as if it was responding to Feng Chen. Feng Chen gently stroked the Samsara Sword Shuttle, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. At this moment, Feng Chen was shocked to find that there was actually someone on the Thunder Dragon statue. That is, needless to say, who else could be here except for the two-headed patriarch? Swoosh! At this moment, the two-headed patriarch also noticed Feng Chen. He turned his head and glanced at him indifferently. Then, he turned around and continued to absorb the lightning power. Does he also want to control the Thunder Dragon statue? Feng Chen asked, "What should I do next?" Buzz! A ray of light came out of the Samsara Sword Shuttle and shot into Feng Chen's mind. "You mean, let me enter the Thunder Dragon statue?" Feng Chen was shocked. Once he got close to the Thunder Dragon statue, he would definitely fight with the two-headed patriarch. Let's go all out. After thinking for a while, Feng Chen gritted his teeth and moved forward quickly with the Samsara Sword Shuttle. Human. On the Thunder Dragon statue, the two-headed patriarch stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Feng Chen coldly. "I didn't expect that the two-headed clan didn't kill you. Instead, they let you enter the Wind Thunder Arena." The two-headed patriarch was surprised. However, in his eyes, Feng Chen was no different from a dead man. "You can be proud that you died in the Wind Thunder Arena." Then, the two-headed patriarch's body flashed, and he dashed towards Feng Chen. The rolling lightning power rushed towards him. Feng Chen immediately felt immense pressure. The strength of the two-headed clan leader was much stronger than that of the ancestor of Tian Shan Mountain. Too strong. This was the strongest enemy that Feng Chen had encountered so far. A half-step universe god was comparable to a real sector lord. Evil killing formation. Of course, since Feng Chen came, he was prepared. Before the two-headed patriarch got close, he activated the sealed sky monument and set up the evil killing formation. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying killing intent filled the surroundings and intertwined with a lightning power, forming a powerful evil killing formation. "Trying to trap me with a formation?" The two-headed patriarch sneered and attacked the evil killing formation. However, after attacking for a while, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by seriousness. "What kind of formation is this?" The two-headed patriarch slammed his fist on the evil killing formation, and a terrifying aura spread out. His body retreated step by step. Why is this aura so familiar? The two-headed patriarch stabilized his body and took a deep breath to feel the familiar aura in the evil killing formation. After a while, he exclaimed, "Sealed Sky Emperor, how is this possible?" He shook his head crazily and looked at Feng Chen in disbelief. How could he have the Sealed Sky monument of Sealed Sky Emperor? Thinking of this, the two-headed patriarch's eyes burned with passion as he stared at Feng Chen. He could not imagine that the guy in front of him was the common successor of three supreme experts: the Reincarnation Sword Emperor, the Tianyi Sword Emperor, and the Sealed Sky Emperor. Of these three people, which one of them wasn't a super powerhouse who could take charge of an area on their own? With a stomp of their feet, the Chaos Realm would tremble thrice. However, the inheritance of the three of them was in the hands of one person. How terrifying was that? This damn guy is too lucky. The two-headed patriarch's eyes were burning with killing intent. No, there's a special aura in his power. Suddenly, the two-headed patriarch discovered this scene. Starlight flickered around Feng Chen, and the star power surrounded him. Although it was very faint, the two-headed patriarch still noticed it. The books in the clan have recorded that there were unparalleled experts in ancient times who could use all the star power in the world for their own use. Could this be the legendary star power? The two-headed patriarch's heart was in turmoil. If his guess was correct, wouldn't it mean that the guy in front of him was also the successor of the Immortal Emperor? This time, the two-headed clan master looked at Fang Chun with even more solemn eyes. Who was the immortal emperor? He was the ruler who really stood at the peak of the chaotic realm. Even the reincarnation Sword Emperor, Tiani Sword Emperor, and other unparalleled experts were no match for him. So many powerful inheritances appeared in the same person. What is going on? Chapter 3104. At this moment, the two-headed patriarch's heart was filled with killing intent. He had never wanted to kill someone so badly before, and Fang Chun had succeeded in making him feel such a strong killing intent. He stomped his foot and his figure flickered. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he turned into a stream of light and charged towards Fang Chun. Lightning kill. In the next moment, a furious roar came from the two-headed patriarch's mouth. A thick bolt of lightning suddenly emerged from his body. This bolt of lightning fused with his essence blood, erupting with an unimaginable power. It was too tyrannical, causing people's expressions to change when they talked about it. Go to hell. This was the two-headed patriarch's strongest move. He had once used this move to resist the attack of Sector Lord. Huff, huff, huff. The blood-red lightning contained the powerful bloodline power of the two-headed patriarch. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Fang Chun. So strong. Fang Chun also felt the power of the blood-red lightning. He naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to face it head-on. Time stop. With a thought, he executed the time stop technique. Suddenly, the world fell silent. The blood-red lightning that was right in front of him stopped abruptly and was imprisoned in the void. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fang Chun could clearly see that the blood-red lightning that was imprisoned was constantly struggling. The terrifying power that emerged from within was actually counteracting the time stop. This was an extremely terrifying technique. If he didn't have the evil killing formation, he wouldn't be able to resist it. Let's go. Fang Chun already had a plan in mind. He wasn't a match for the two-headed patriarch for the time being, and it wasn't wise to face him head-on. The previous attack was just a disguise. His real goal was to use the evil killing formation to temporarily trap the two-headed patriarch while he entered the Thunder Dragon statue. Swoosh! For Fang Chun, who was a space-time martial artist, flying within the evil killing formation was extremely fast, and there was almost no obstruction. In just a breath's time, Fang Chun arrived in front of the Thunder Dragon statue. Buzz! At this moment, the Samsara Sword Shuttle also began to move. It emitted circles of sword light ripples, which quickly wrapped Fang Chun and brought him into it. Crack! The instant Fang Chun disappeared, the still space shattered. The blood-red lightning broke through the seal and struck the evil killing formation with a power that made people tremble. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The indestructible evil killing formation shattered under the heavy blow of the blood-red lightning. After escaping, the two-headed patriarch looked around. Finally, his gaze fell on the Thunder Dragon statue. Damned fellow! He clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with rage. He had searched this place for a very long time, but he still couldn't find the entrance. On the other hand, the other party had easily entered. It must be the reincarnation Sword Shuttle. Thinking of this, he became even more furious, but there was nothing he could do. I don't believe that you'll keep hiding in there. With that, the two-headed patriarch began to carefully search the Thunder Dragon statue, looking for flaws. Thump, thump, thump. The deafening sound was transmitted into Fang Chun's mind. In a vast sea, Fang Chun's body fell into it. Boom! Countless thunder dragons swooped down. When they touched the sea, they exploded. Fang Chun lowered his head and looked down at the sea. Suddenly, huge waves surged in his heart. The place where he was at this time was actually a thunder sea. What a terrifying thunder sea! Fang Chun felt that his body was being corroded by the sea. From this, it could be seen how powerful the corrosive power of the Thunder Sea was. The heart of the Thunder Dragon statue is in the depths of the Thunder Sea. If you want to refine it, you need to find the heart. The reincarnation Sword Shuttle sent a message to Fang Chun. The latter was stunned and then said, "The power of thunder in the Thunder Sea is too strong. If I'm careless, my soul will be destroyed. This is just the surface of the Thunder Sea. With my current physical strength, How can I enter the depths of the Thunder Sea? Buzz. The reincarnation sword shuttle suddenly vibrated and left Fong Chen's body. It floated on the surface of the Thunder Sea, emitting a powerful halo of sword chi. Fong Chen was surprised to find that when the reincarnation sword shuttle appeared, the mighty power of thunder on the surface of the Thunder Sea was crazily converging toward the reincarnation sword shuttle. What's this? Fong Chen was stunned. Is it because of the relationship between the Thunder Lord and the reincarnation Sword Emperor? Thinking of this, Fong Chen was relieved. Swish! After the reincarnation sword shuttle sent a thought to Fong Chen, it plunged into the depths of the Thunder Sea. In this regard, Fong Chen shrugged and was a little speechless. The reincarnation sword shuttle allowed him to use the tremendous power of thunder on the surface of the Thunder Sea to refine his body. And it went to the depths of the Thunder Sea first to find the heart and activate the hidden power inside. After being stunned for a moment, Fong Chen looked around and curled his lips. It's worthy of being carved by the Thunder Lord. The space inside is so mysterious. Fong Chen could not help but sigh. The laws inside the Thunder Dragon statue were much more mysterious than the laws of the ancient Saint Chaos. From this point, it could be seen how terrifying the strength of the Thunder Lord was. He controlled all the thunder punishments in the world. This was enough to make countless Tribulation Master experts panic. The power of thunder in the Thunder Sea is very rich. It's just right to refine my body. A smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. Immediately, he closed his eyes and began to refine his body. Using lightning to refine one's body was the simplest and most violent method. Outside the Thunder Dragon statue, half a month had passed, but there was still no news of Fong Chen. The two-headed patriarch was a little speechless. He had searched for so long, but he could not find any flaws. The power of thunder inside the Thunder Dragon statue must be very strong. I can feel that the power of thunder inside the Wind Thunder platform seems to be gathering inside the Thunder Dragon statue. It's too difficult for his body to resist this terrifying power. The two-headed patriarch said eerily, perhaps he has already died in the Thunder Dragon statue. Let's wait for a while. If there is still no breakthrough, we'll leave this place. Finally, the two-headed patriarch made his decision. Outside the Wind Thunder platform, in the vast wilderness, countless two-headed patriarchs were waiting anxiously. Elder Ku Ta, do you think the patriarch will meet that human? Yes. What if the patriarch doesn't meet him and he's lucky enough to escape? He's the successor of the Samsara Sword Emperor and has the Samsara Sword Shuttle. He must die. Many patriarchs looked at Elder Ku Ta expectantly. The latter pondered. The Wind Thunder platform is a forbidden area. We're too weak. We'll be courting death if we go in. As for whether the human is dead or not, I'm not sure. But it's very likely that he has died in the patriarch's hands. The changes in the Wind Thunder platform made many patriarchs think that this was a great opportunity. The patriarch even rushed into the Wind Thunder platform at once to look for the Thunder Treasure. For countless years, they felt that this was the closest they had come to success. I wonder if the patriarch will succeed. Some patriarchs said expectantly. He'll definitely succeed. Our two-headed clan has been dormant here for countless years. It's time for us to rise again. Back then, that old bastard Thunder Lord suppressed our two-headed clan here and almost wiped us out. We have to take revenge for this. Humph! When we get the Thunder Treasure he left behind, the overall strength of our two-headed clan will definitely increase rapidly. By then, the patriarch might be able to condense a third head. Most importantly, our two-headed clan can leave this damned place. As long as we go to the outside world, we'll have abundant cultivation resources. Plus, our two-headed clan has outstanding potential. It won't be long before we can dominate a region. Many patriarchs seem to have begun to imagine the two-headed clan rising again and dominating a region. Let's wait for the patriarch to come out first. Only Ku Tual was relatively calm. After so many years, he had a deeper understanding of the Thunder Lord. The Thunder Lord's strength was too strong. The Thunder Treasure he left behind would not be easily obtained by others. However, deep in his heart, he still hoped that the patriarch could succeed. Humans have already begun to invade this place. If we can't break through the restrictions, the two-headed clan will definitely be wiped out in tens of thousands or even millions of years. Kutuoth thought to himself. This was definitely not what they wanted to see. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, the sky above the wind thunder platform suddenly changed. Vast and mighty thunderbolt energy gathered toward the vortex in a frenzy from all directions. At the same time, within the vortex, a frightening thunderbolt light pillar rapidly condensed and shot down, smashing into the wind thunder platform. Chapter 3105. The wind thunder platform changed, and all the power of thunder in the world gathered in the horrifying vortex. Then, with the speed of lightning, it condensed into a thick pillar of lightning. Boom! The thunderbolt light pillar swooped down and smashed into the wind thunder platform. And it had been going on for a long time. What's going on? This scene caused everyone to tremble in fear. The aura from the lightning pillar made them feel pressured. Some of the weaker, two-headed clan members kept retreating, their faces pale. The others looked at the wind thunder platform, dumbfounded. What was going on with the endless pillars of lightning that rushed into the wind thunder platform? I know. Suddenly, an excited shout came from the crowd. Immediately, countless gazes gathered on him. The clan leader must have obtained the treasure of thunder. That's why this is happening. After hearing his words, everyone's mind suddenly shook as they thought of this. It's possible. The treasure of thunder requires a huge amount of power of thunder to nurture. This scene proves that the clan leader has obtained the treasure of thunder. They didn't believe that a human swordsman could obtain the treasure of thunder before the clan leader. Ha ha, this is great. Our two-headed clan can finally rise. When I get out, I will kill all the human warriors and drink their blood. Ha ha. Countless two-headed clan members were overjoyed. In billions of years, this was the closest they had ever been to their goal. Everyone, let's do it. Even Kutuoth stood up excitedly. The clan leader has obtained the treasure of thunder. He needs a huge amount of power of thunder to nurture it. As two-headed clan members, we can't just stand by and watch. Everyone, follow me. Use the power of the two-headed clan's bloodline to control the power of thunder in the air and send it into the wind thunder platform. Even if it was just a little bit of Weibo, it was a form of support for the clan leader. Okay, let's support the clan leader together. The two-headed clan members were overjoyed. They all activated their bloodline power to control the power of thunder around them. In this way, the power of thunder above the wind thunder platform became more intense. The thick pillar of lightning was even larger, endlessly sending a large amount of lightning-attributed energy into the wind cloud platform. At this moment, they were completely unaware that they were not helping the two-headed patriarch, but the human swordsman whom they hated to the core. Inside the Thunder Dragon statue, in the sea of lightning. After half a month of bitter cultivation, Fang Chen's body had become even stronger. On the surface of his skin, other than the luster of sword qi, one could faintly see the luster of lightning. He could feel that his physical body was only a step away from the half-step martial emperor realm. Wang, lightning flickered, helping him resist the powerful pressure coming from all directions. He successfully dove down 100 meters, and the pressure here was even greater. Boom! Boom! The chaotic sword body was pushed to the maximum. Within the sea of lightning, the sword qi was intertwined with the power of the lightning. Just one more step. Fang Chun checked his body and started preparing to break through to the half-step emperor realm. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and activated the chaos sword body to absorb the lightning energy. At this moment, the Thunder Dragon statue shook and the sea of lightning rippled. While Fang Chun was still in shock, he suddenly realized that a torrent of lightning fell from the sky and rushed into the sea of lightning, drowning him instantly. This is, after being stunned for a short while, Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. This is great. With the help of the torrent of lightning, it was only a matter of time before he stepped into the half-step emperor realm. Absorb it like crazy. At this moment, Fang Chun completely opened up his body. The terrifying power of lightning continuously hit his body. Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. This was a sign that his physical body had become stronger. Soon, in just half an hour, Fang Chun realized that he was very close to the half-step emperor realm. Dong! Just as he finished speaking, his body shook, and the sea of lightning stirred up huge waves. The power of lightning that rushed into his body stopped abruptly. He felt that he had a shocking power that he could not release. Is this the half-step emperor realm? Fang Chun looked at his body and murmured. After cultivating in the sea of lightning for half a month, he finally stepped into the half-step emperor realm with the help of the terrifying power of lightning. After his physical body reached the half-step emperor realm, Fang Chun's power was even more terrifying. Boom! Fang Chun clenched his fist and punched out lightly. Suddenly, the sea of lightning was forcefully separated, and the sea of lightning was constantly rippling. After a long while, the sea of lightning returned to normal. So strong. Fang Chun's eyes shone with golden light. Now, I can kill a tribulation supremacy with just the strength of my physical body. If he were to fight against Tian Shan Mountain's old ancestor and the others, he would be able to fight without the help of the heaven-sealing monument. If I continue to cultivate in the sea of lightning, it's not impossible for my physical body to reach the emperor realm. Fang Chun was full of confidence. Since ancient times, it was harder to cultivate the physical body in the later stages. Under normal circumstances, stepping into the emperor realm was already very monstrous. Even in the entire eastern region, there was only one half-step emperor realm, and that was Realm Lord Wuya. As for the emperor realm, there was no one in the eastern region. This kind of powerhouse had the power to split heaven and earth. With a punch, heaven and earth would collapse, and mountains and rivers would tremble. They only existed in the legendary northern region. Continue. Soon, Fang Chun adjusted his emotions and prepared to continue. His cultivation time was too short, and his cultivation level was too low. If he wanted to make up for the lack of cultivation level, he could only break through to the emperor realm with his physical body. In this way, he would have the strength to fight when he went out. I must succeed. Thinking that he had not found his wife, Star and Moon, and the others, he was even more determined. He had walked step by step from the ancient sword continent's Shang Feng nation to here. What else could he not do? Break through. With a roar, Fang Chun began to break through to the emperor realm. Boom, boom, boom. Above the sea of lightning, the power of lightning gathered again. This time, it was stronger than before. It swooped down and overturned the sea of lightning. At the same time, the power of lightning in the entire boundless sacred ground was constantly thinning. The changes in the wind thunder platform of boundless sacred ground were noticed by the great demons of the sky heart sacred ground. However, they did not have time to care. This was because the human lady was trying to activate the heavenly heart of chaos. Moreover, she seemed to have found the threshold. Therefore, these great demons could not wait any longer and directly attacked her. Outside a dense forest, two great demons stood side by side and floated in the air. Should we attack? Looking at the depths of the forest, the red great demon could not wait any longer. Attack! The blue great demon said in a low voice. After entering, capture her first and let her live. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two half-world deity demons shuttled through the forest at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the depths of the forest. Here, the green-haired lady in green sat cross-legged on a bluestone. She was surrounded by light. In front of her chest, spots of chaotic light flickered. Heavenly heart of chaos. Seeing that, the two great demons' eyes burned with excitement. Hiss! Hiss! At this moment, the green-haired lady in green was rapidly absorbing the power underground. Kacha! The red great demon attacked. With a palm strike, he separated the space. Bang! The activation process of the green-haired lady in green was interrupted. She spat out blood. Her face was pale. After seeing the two great demons, she struggled. Human, The heavenly heart of chaos is not something you can control. Hand it over obediently, the blue great demon said in a hoarse voice. The red great demon approached quickly, step by step. Seeing that he was about to arrive, the green-haired lady in green clenched her teeth. Suddenly, a raging fire appeared around her body. At the same time, the chaotic light in her chest quickly entered the fire. Boom! Suddenly, the fire expanded and turned into a sea of fire. Oh no, she is burning the heavenly heart of chaos, the blue great demon exclaimed. At the same time, he attacked at lightning speed, wanting to stop her. Unfortunately, it was too late. In the fire, the green-haired lady in green gradually faded until she disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind blew and the sea of fire was annihilated. The ground was a mess, but there was no trace of the lady. Damn it, she escaped. The red great demon roared furiously. She burned the heavenly heart of chaos and used an escape technique. Her body can't withstand it. She can't run far. Chapter 3106. Boundless Sacred Ground. Feng Chun, who was in the Sea of Lightning, was madly absorbing the power of lightning to break through to the legendary Emperor Realm physical body. Crack! The bones in his body cracked, and cracks appeared on his bones. The pain quickly spread throughout his body. Feng Chun gritted his teeth and persevered. He knew that this was the most important and the most difficult step to break through to the Emperor Realm physical body. Although it was painful, he had to persevere. Absorb. He roared and his eyes turned red. He activated the chaotic sword body to the extreme. Only by absorbing the power of lightning could he break through to the Emperor Realm physical body. The sea of lightning rumbled, and the vast power of lightning continuously drilled into Feng Chen's body. As time passed, Feng Chen's physical body started to fester as if it was about to collapse. However, his will was firm, and he persevered. As time passed, his physical body grew stronger. At this moment, outside the Wind Thunder platform, many two-headed clan members were staring at the whirlpool in the sky. They used all their strength to control the power of lightning and teleported into the Wind Thunder platform. Bang! Suddenly, one of them fell to the ground. He was foaming at the mouth, and his body twitched. In a moment, he lost his life. This was not the first time such a situation had happened recently. In order to support the clan leader to control the lightning treasure, they had also given their all. That person had died because he had used up too much energy. Continue to persevere. Ku Tuo shouted. I can feel that the power of lightning between heaven and earth is becoming thinner. This is the sign that the clan leader is controlling the lightning treasure. Under his command, everyone unleashed the last bit of power in their bodies. In the sky, the horrifying lightning pillar released an aura that could split a mountain and ruthlessly struck the wind cloud platform. The indestructible Wind Thunder platform also started to shake. Hiss! At this moment, Ku Tuo realized that something was wrong. What's going on? His eyes widened as he cried out involuntarily. At this moment, Ku Tuo was shocked to find that there was no power of lightning in the air. He spread his consciousness and covered the entire boundless sacred ground. This time, he was even more shocked. In just a breath's time, the power of lightning that covered the entire boundless sacred ground had disappeared completely. That is Dong. In the sky, the terrifying vortex exploded with the most dazzling light. Under everyone's gaze, it merged into the lightning pillar and rushed into the Wind Thunder platform. Disappeared? Ku Tuo exclaimed. The moment the whirlpool disappeared, he actually couldn't feel a trace of the power of lightning. This sudden turn of events caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Soon after, joy instantly surged in his heart. Did you succeed? Other than a lightning Dao supreme treasure, what else was there that could instantly suck up all the lightning energy in the boundless sacred ground? Ha ha! The patriarch must have succeeded. It's time for the two-headed race to rise. Countless clansmen roared excitedly. However, they did not know that everything they had done with all their might was just to help Feng Chun. After gathering all the lightning energy in the boundless sacred ground, and combining it with the lightning energy in the lightning sea, Fang Chun began his final charge. Dong dong dong. The terrifying lightning struck his body mercilessly. At this moment, he was in a semi-conscious state. His physical body was infinitely close to the martial monarch realm. The lightning sea set off stormy waves, and the reincarnation sword shuttle at the bottom also underwent a great change. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a terrifying sword chi burst out from the reincarnation sword shuttle. Then a joyful voice sounded. After countless years, I finally regained my strength. As he spoke, the reincarnation sword shuttle completely absorbed the Thunder Heart and completely awakened. After awakening, the reincarnation sword shuttle found the abnormal movement in the lightning sea. Then he saw Fang Chun, who was trying to break through to the martial monarch realm. Oh no, he can't hold on any longer. He needs my help. After regaining its strength, the reincarnation sword shuttle became even more powerful. Moreover, after absorbing the Thunder Heart, the sword shuttle contained extremely powerful lightning energy. Let me help you. Fang Chun, who was in a semi-conscious state, suddenly heard a trembling voice in his mind. Then, he felt the familiar sword chi enveloping him. Is that the reincarnation sword shuttle? The reincarnation sword shuttle came to Fang Chun and burst out the most brilliant power. At the same time, it completely injected the power of the Thunder Heart that it had just absorbed into Fang Chun's body. Thump, thump, thump. With the help of the Thunder Heart and the protection of the reincarnation sword shuttle, Fang Chun's breakthrough process became much easier. Crack! After holding on for a while, his bones became crazily stronger. At the same time, his body seemed to be reorganized. Every corner of his body changed dramatically. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, all the lightning energy was absorbed by Fang Chun. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Even the majestic lightning sea evaporated in an instant. The martial monarch realm. The reincarnation sword shuttle withdrew the sword chi and suspended in the air, saying happily, ordinary people could not break through to the martial monarch realm with their physical strength. And the person in front of him was just a martial artist at the god realm. If the big shots in the northern region knew about it, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. At this time, Fang Chun's body was suspended in the air, and he had fallen into a coma. It could also be said that his physical body was transforming. The day when the transformation of his physical body is completed is the day when he truly steps into the martial monarch realm, the reincarnation sword shuttle said. Now, Fang Chun was no longer in any danger, so the reincarnation sword shuttle was relieved. Spring went and autumn came. Time flew. After being in a coma for 9 months, Fang Chun finally woke up. The first thing he did after waking up was to test his physical strength. Boom! He punched out lightly, and the Thunder Dragon statue was directly smashed. Outside the Thunder Dragon statue, the two-headed patriarch sat cross-legged, waiting for Fang Chun to appear. It had been nearly a year, but he really could not find the flaw of the Thunder Dragon statue to enter it. Unless you die in it, I will definitely wait for you to appear, the two-headed patriarch said coldly. Crack! Just as he finished speaking, the Thunder Dragon statue in front of him suddenly shattered without any warning. A powerful force hit him in the face, and the two-headed patriarch's body flew out directly. His internal organs were shaken, he spat out blood, and his face turned pale. What's going on? The two-headed patriarch cried out in horror. The Thunder Dragon statue actually shattered? What the hell was going on? However, when he saw Fang Chun walk out of it, his anger instantly burned. Human, you finally appeared? The two-headed patriarch stomped his feet and rushed toward Fang Chun. Boom! His all-out attack landed on Fang Chun's body, and a terrifying force exploded. Die! Fang Chun did not dodge. He was secretly happy. This time, Fang Chun would definitely die. However, in the next second, an extremely terrifying force quickly rebounded. Crack! One of his arms was directly broken, and his body flew out again. How is this possible? He looked pale, and his body trembled. He could not believe the fact in front of him. As expected of the martial monarch realm physical body, you can shatter the Thunder Dragon statue with one punch. Feng Chen grinned. The reincarnation sword shuttle said, "The strength of the martial monarch realm physical body is not limited to this. When you completely control it in the future, you will know how terrifying it is." Feng Chen nodded and kept the reincarnation sword shuttle. Then, he slowly looked at the two-headed patriarch. The attack of the two-headed patriarch could threaten ordinary sector lords, but could not break his defense. Two-headed patriarch, Feng Chen said, "You have obtained the Thunder Dao treasure?" The two-headed patriarch asked in shock. "You can think of it that way." Feng Chen waved his sleeve and said with a smile, "How could this be?" The two-headed patriarch shook his head frantically, unwilling to accept the fact in front of him. He had worked hard for countless years for the Thunder Dao treasure, so that the two-headed patriarch could rise completely. But now, the Thunder Dao treasure was obtained by a human sword cultivator. Is this the fate of the two-headed patriarch? The two-headed patriarch was disappointed. My strongest attack could not even break his defense. How can I fight him? In less than a year, Feng Chen was like a different person. And the reason for all this was the terrifying power of thunder left behind by the Lightning Lord. The two-headed patriarch would never have dreamed that Feng Chen's physical body could break through because of the contribution of the tens of thousands of two-headed patriarch. Chapter 3107. He was the only person in the eastern region to break through to the Emperor realm in billions of years. Even Sector Lord Wu Ye had yet to break through to the Emperor realm. It could be said that Feng Chen was the strongest existence in the eastern region in terms of the physical body Dao. The two-headed patriarch's attack was terrifying, but in front of Feng Chen, he couldn't even break through his defense. One could imagine how strong Feng Chen's physical body was. An Emperor realm physical body wasn't something an ordinary person could imagine. Lightning, exterminate. The two-headed patriarch wasn't willing to give up. He roared and used the last bit of energy in his body to unleash his strongest trump card. At the same time, he burned the two-headed patriarch's bloodline power to control the lightning energy in the void. However, what shocked him was that there wasn't a trace of lightning energy in the void. Did it all disappear? Thinking of this, the two-headed patriarch looked at Feng Chen dumbfoundedly. He recalled the scene just now, and his heart was in turmoil. No. He roared to the sky and attacked regardless of the consequences. Rumble. Facing the two-headed patriarch's strongest attack, Feng Chen didn't even move. He just looked at him quietly. Gotcha. When the two-headed patriarch's attack landed on Feng Chen, it was instantly devoured by the Emperor Realm physical body's powerful defense. At the same time, the powerful backlash sent the two-headed patriarch flying. If Feng Chen didn't control his power, the two-headed patriarch would have died. Poochie. The two-headed patriarch spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he fell to the ground, panting. Feng Chen took a step forward and stood in front of him, looking down at him from above. "Do you still want to continue fighting?" Feng Chen asked. The two-headed patriarch looked at Feng Chen with a complicated expression. His heart was in turmoil. After a while, he lowered his head and admitted defeat. His opponent had obtained a lightning supreme treasure. His defense was so strong that even an ordinary sector lord couldn't compare. Even if he continued to fight, he would still die. He might as well admit defeat. "I've lost. You can kill me or torture me as you wish," the two-headed patriarch said in a deep voice. Feng Chen sized up the two-headed patriarch carefully and said, "I'm only here to look for opportunities and temper my body. And now I've got everything I want." Feng Chen didn't have any enmity with the two-headed race. It was only because of the Samsara Sword Emperor. Back then, the reincarnation Sword Emperor had killed the strongest prodigy of the two-headed race, but he had left behind his descendant. There must be a reason for him to do so. Everything in the world was mutually reinforcing and counteracting. Everything had to be left with a chance of survival. Therefore, Feng Chen decided to let the two-headed race go. The two-headed clan leader was a little surprised when he heard this. After all, he was the successor of the Samsara Sword Emperor and had the Samsara sword shuttle. How could he let the two-headed clan go? Between them, there should have been an irreconcilable hatred. However, Fong Chen didn't think so. So what if I kill you? Fong Chen shrugged. Soon, he would leave the boundless sacred ground. By then, the enmity with the two-headed race would just be a small interlude in his life. Moreover, he also felt the potential of the two-headed race. He was even thinking about whether to take the two-headed race as his own force. Are you really going to let us go? The two-headed clan leader's eyes lit up and asked. Fong Chen shook his head and turned to leave. Seeing this, the two-headed clan leader's attitude towards Fong Chen changed 180 degrees. His eyes were filled with incomparable reverence. He got up with difficulty and clasped his fists at Fong Chen. The two-headed race owes you a favor. No matter if it's a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, as long as you say the word, the two-headed race will never back down. The Wind Thunder Platform. The once most terrifying place in the boundless sacred ground had become incomparably calm. This was because the terrifying vortex in the sky had disappeared, and the power of thunder that permeated between heaven and earth had completely disappeared. Rumble. Many members of the two-headed race were excitedly waiting for the return of their clan leader. Suddenly, they discovered that the Wind Thunder Platform was shaking. Immediately after, a figure appeared on the Wind Thunder Platform. That's a human warrior. Ku Tual was the first to discover Fong Chen, and his anger instantly exploded. The human is not dead. This guy still dares to appear here. The two-headed race members were all enraged. They exuded a vast aura and were ready to attack and kill Fong Chen. However, at this moment, a stern voice gradually spread. Shut up. After the voice fell, the two-headed race members were extremely shocked. They looked dumbfounded as a person slowly appeared behind Fong Chen. This person was the current clan leader of the two-headed race and the strongest person in the boundless sacred ground. Clan leader. Ku Tuwa took a step forward and bowed slightly. The two-headed clan leader waved his hand with a somewhat dissatisfied look on his face. He said in a deep voice, "From now on, he is the distinguished guest of the two-headed race. No one is allowed to be rude to him." Everyone was puzzled. He was clearly the enemy of the two-headed race. How did he become a distinguished guest? Wasn't this change too great? Clan leader. Ku Tuwa struggled internally and asked the question in everyone's heart. The two-headed clan leader said in a low voice, if he had attacked, the two-headed race would have been destroyed long ago. Whoosh! This sentence caused tens of thousands of two-headed race members to be shocked. They were dumbfounded and stared at Fong Chen in disbelief. How is this possible? Some people cried out involuntarily, unable to accept the fact in front of them. They clearly remembered that a year ago they had almost killed him here. However, in just a year, even the clan leader had surrendered. Although everyone was suspicious of Fong Chen, they did not dare to say anything more. After all, the person who said this was the two-headed clan leader. He had a strong deterrent force in the clan. No one dared to refute him. May I know my benefactor's name? The two-headed clan leader bowed slightly to Fong Chen apologetically and then asked, Fong Chen, Lord Fong, would you like to visit the ancestral land of the two-headed race? The two-headed clan leader asked. Fong Chen shook his head. Do you know how to enter the Heaven Heart Holy Land? Right now, there was nothing in the boundless Holy Land that attracted him. He wanted to enter the Heaven Heart Holy Land to take a look. After crossing this mountain range, you will be able to enter the Heaven Heart Holy Land. The two-headed clan leader said, however, I heard that there are two great demons in the Heaven Heart Holy Land. They are extremely strong and have the power of the Heaven Heart Holy Land. If Lord Fong wants to go, you must be careful. Two great demons? Fong Chen was surprised. Originally, there were countless great demons in the Heaven Heart Holy Land. However, tens of thousands of years ago, these two great demons appeared out of nowhere. They were extremely cruel and killed their own race. In just half a year, the other great demons in the Heaven Heart Holy Land all died in their hands. The two-headed clan leaders said, and they absorbed the Heaven Heart Holy Land of these great demons. Their strength is unfathomable. They are extremely ambitious and seem to want to take over the entire legendary place. A few thousand years ago, they crossed over to the boundless Holy Land. However, in the end, the two-headed clan joined forces and defeated them with the power of the Wind Thunder platform. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Devouring their own race, these two great demons were too cruel. In order to achieve their goal, they would do anything. Devouring the Heaven Heart, Fang Chen was even more curious. As the two of them were talking, a terrifying aura came from the mountain range. The green-haired woman in green burned her heart of chaos and used her strongest escape technique to escape at high speed. Not far behind her, the two great demons whizzed over. You can't escape. In the blink of an eye, the two great demons were about to catch up with the green-haired lady. Burn! At this moment, the green-haired woman in green made a crazy decision. She burned the heart of chaos completely. Her speed suddenly increased by 30%. Hoo-hoo-hoo! In the blink of an eye, the green-haired lady crossed the mountain range and arrived at the boundless Holy Land. At this moment, her body was covered in blood. Her aura was weak, and she was on the verge of collapse. Rumble! The powerful aura that came from the mountain range naturally alarmed Fang Chun and the two-headed clan leader. What's going on? Fang Chun frowned and stared into the distance. Not good. The two great demons of the Heaven Heart Holy Land are here. The two-headed clan leader said in a low voice. When Fang Chen's gaze shifted to the distant mountain range, he suddenly discovered a figure fleeing miserably. That is, at this moment, Fang Chen's primordial spirit trembled and the anger in his heart burned. How could it be her? Fang Chen shook his head. He could not imagine how much pain she had suffered. Hoo-hoo-hoo! Immediately after, he realized that behind the green-haired lady, there were two great demons whizzing over. Chapter 3108. Heavenly Heart of the Black Dragon, Condense. The Crimson Great Demon looked at the green-haired lady in green and took the initiative to activate his Heavenly Heart power. As he slammed his palm forward, a boundless black energy surged in the air. The moment the black energy appeared, it quickly condensed into a terrifying black dragon. Swoosh! The black dragon was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the green-haired lady and circled her. In the next moment, the void was imprisoned and the green-haired lady's body stopped abruptly. Although her hair was blocked, one could still see the helplessness and bitterness on her face. Let's see where you can escape to this time. As he spoke, the blue and crimson great demon had already arrived in front of the green-haired lady. Both of them had sinister smiles on their faces. Rumble. However, at this moment, both of them sensed something and raised their heads. They suddenly realized that a dazzling sword light had appeared out of nowhere in the void. This sword light carried with it an endless amount of power as it swooped down. Get lost! The blue and crimson great demon took action together and blocked the attack of the sword light. Crack! However, a crisp sound was heard. Fang Chun appeared out of nowhere and punched out. The imprisoned void was instantly shattered into pieces. The green-haired lady hesitated for a moment as she had used up too much energy. Her body went limp and she fell to the ground. Fang Chun leaped up and hugged the green-haired woman's body. When the latter felt a pair of big hands hugging her, she wanted to struggle. However, when she turned her head, she was instantly stunned. She had never thought that the person she had been thinking about day and night would appear at the most critical moment. Is that you? The green-haired lady shook her head hard to prove that this was not an illusion. Ching Ching, it's me. When he saw the tears in the green-haired lady's eyes and the scars on her pale face, Fang Chun felt an incomparable pain in his heart. At this moment, he could only hug by Ching Ching tightly in his arms to make up for the guilt in his heart. I've let you down. I'm very happy to see you here. Bai Ching Ching cried tears of joy. All these years, she had been missing this man all the time. She had thought that she would definitely die today and would never see him again. Who would have thought that the heavens would arrange for them to meet here? But soon, Bai Ching Ching realized that something was wrong. Hurry up and leave. Don't bother about me. She struggled to use her hands to push Fang Chun away and let him escape. This time, I won't let go no matter what. Fang Chun said in a heavy voice. Boom! The two great demons worked together to shatter the invincible sword art. When they saw who it was, their faces were filled with anger. Human, you dare interfere in our affairs, the Red Great Yao said icily. A human sword cultivator can actually survive in the boundless sacred ground. How interesting. The big blue demon laughed sinisterly. I didn't plan to deal with you, but you came knocking on my door. Since the two of you know each other, that's even better. I can be merciful and let the two of you be a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. You can still be together in the earth domain. The auras of the two great demons were strong and constantly suppressed Fang Chun. Knowing the strength of the two great demons, Bai Qingqing was very anxious. She was afraid that Fang Chun would die. They are too strong. Hurry up and leave, Bai Qingqing said while crying. Fang Chun shook his head and still hugged her tightly. You want me to watch them kill you? I can't do that. But if you don't leave, we will all die, Bai Qingqing said. If you leave, you can still avenge me in the future. Fang Chun raised his hand and gently pushed Bai Qingqing's green hair away. He looked at her face seriously. Qingqing, you are so beautiful. Bai Qingqing was very anxious, but Fang Chun was extremely calm. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Leave the rest to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chun sent Bai Qingqing into a mortal abode mountain with a thought. Human, you are courting death. Seeing Bai Qingqing disappear into thin air, the two great demons were instantly enraged. The prey in their hands flew away just like that. The two great demons attacked and forced Fang Chun to hand over Bai Qingqing. Stop! In the distant sky, an angry voice was heard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two-headed clan leader came with tens of thousands of clansmen. This is the territory of the two-headed clan. Do you want to give the two-headed clan an explanation for attacking here? The two-headed clan leader looked at the two of them coldly. Two-headed clan leader, you want to attack us for this human sword cultivator? The red great demon stopped and asked in a deep voice. It seems that you have already forgotten the history of the two-headed clan and betrayed your conscience. The blue great demon said coldly. Lord Fang is the distinguished guest of the two-headed clan. If you dare to attack him, the two-headed clan will definitely stop you. The two-headed clan leader expressed his attitude. Although Fang Chun was the successor of the reincarnation Sword Emperor, the two-headed clan was indebted to him. In that case, let me experience the skills of the two-headed clan leader. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue great demon attacked and fought fiercely with the two-headed clan leader. Seeing this, many clansmen of the two-headed clan glared at the red great demon and wanted to encircle him. Just as they were about to act, Fang Chun waved his hand to stop them. Leave it to me. Ku Tuo opened his mouth and stopped talking. Boy, you are courting death. The red great demon clenched his fist and punched out. The sky collapsed and the earth shook. Too weak. Fang Chun shook his head gently, his face full of sarcasm. Dong! He allowed the red great demon's fist to hit him, but did not cause any waves. Crack! The red great demon felt a piercing pain on his fist, and his body retreated step by step. How is this possible? When the red great demon looked at Fang Chun, he was shocked. He can actually withstand it? Swoosh! Sword Chi soared into the sky, and rays of light shot out. Fang Chun held the hidden star sword and approached the red great demon step by step. The moment you attacked her, the outcome was already decided. Fang Chun said calmly, his anger spreading through the void. Two great demons that were comparable to sector lords attacked a weak girl. How could Fang Chun not be angry? Moreover, this girl was his confidant Bai Qingqing. Who doesn't know how to talk big? Do you think you can challenge me with your strong physical defense? The red great demon sneered. You should be proud to die under my heart of heaven's power. After speaking, the red great demon activated his heart of heaven's power. Layers upon layers of purple light emerged from his body. Then, they turned into a purple halo that revolved around his body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Under his control, the purple halo instantly condensed into a purple spear. My purple gold heart of heaven can break all weapons in the world. I want to see how you can withstand it." The red great demon roared and jumped in front of Fang Chun. He raised the purple spear in his hand and stabbed fiercely. The purple spear drew a perfect arc in the void and quickly approached Fang Chun. Space-time, sword explosion. The seventh move of the invincible sword art was used. The hidden star sword emitted the most dazzling sword light and fiercely clashed with the purple spear. Gotcha! With the help of the Emperor Realm physical body, the hidden star sword suppressed the purple spear as soon as the two weapons collided. "It seems that your purple spear is only SOSO. Fang Chun sneered and clenched his other hand into a fist and quickly punched out. Dong! The power of the Emperor Realm physical body was not something that ordinary people could imagine. At this moment, the red great demon was focused on resisting the invincible sword art and had no time to care about anything else. However, right at that moment, Fang Chen's most powerful fist ray was hurled toward him. My purple gold defense is not weaker than your defense." The red great demon did not care about Fang Chen's fist at all. He thought that by breaking Fang Chen's long sword, he could kill him. Unfortunately, he was wrong, very wrong. When Fang Chen's fist hit his body, the power of the Emperor Realm completely erupted. Gotcha! Unable to put up any resistance, the crimson great demon's body crumbled into pieces. A purple gold heart floated in the middle of the shattered body. However, Fang Chen's fist swept through everything and shattered it with brute force. Dong! The earth trembled and the purple spear was shattered. When Fang Chun withdrew his fist and the hidden star sword, the red great demon had already fallen. The blue great demon, who was fighting fiercely with the two-headed patriarch, felt a strong vibration force. He turned his head to look. His eyes were scarlet red, and his rage soared to the heavens. "Second brother," an angry roar came out of his mouth. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 3109. The blue great demon roared angrily, a flame of hatred burning in his eyes. He had never been so furious in the past tens of thousands of years. When he saw his second brother's purple gold heaven's heart completely shattered, he went into a state of madness. As a mind cultivator, the most important thing was the heaven's heart. The heaven's heart was the source of power and also the foundation of a mind cultivator. When the heaven's heart shattered, it meant that one's body and soul would be destroyed, and he would not be able to reincarnate. "Damn human, I'm going to kill you." The blue demon roared to the sky. His figure flashed and rushed toward Fang Chun. "Your opponent is me." The two-headed patriarch bellowed and stopped the big blue demon. "Whoever stops me will die." The blue demon did not care so much. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to avenge his brother. Therefore, Fang Chun would definitely die. Now that the two-headed patriarch was stopping him, he would kill him first. "Two-headed patriarch, you will regret your foolish actions." The blue demon said coldly, "When I kill you, your two-headed clan will be completely destroyed in this world." Boom! As soon as the blue demon finished speaking, a mighty blue power appeared in front of his chest. This was his heaven's heart's power, Bluestone Spear. The blue demon waved his palm. Suddenly, the heaven's heart's power in the sky quickly condensed into a blue spear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Bluestone Spear carried endless power. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the two-headed patriarch. "Get lost." The two-headed patriarch clenched his fists. He activated his bloodline power and threw out his strongest punch. However, because he was injured in the battle with Fang Chun, he had not recovered yet. Therefore, after colliding with the Bluestone Spear, he suffered a heavy blow and his body was sent flying. Roar! The two-headed patriarch climbed up from the ground. His shoulders wriggled, and in the next moment, two heads appeared. He transformed into his original form, wanting to block the attack of the Bluestone Spear. Die! The power of the Bluestone Spear did not weaken at all and continued to attack. Crack! When the bluish-gold spear struck the two-headed patriarch's body once again, the latter took his last breath, and his body felt as if it had been struck by lightning. "What are you going to use to block my heart of heaven's power?" The blue great demon looked down at the two-headed patriarch and sneered. The eyes of the two-headed race clansmen in the distance were bloodshot. They rubbed their fists and wanted to save their patriarch, but they were stopped by Fong Chun. "Leave it to me." Fong Chun's expression was extremely calm. He clasped his hands behind his back and slowly took a step forward. However, his body appeared in front of the two-headed patriarch like a ghost. Whoosh! He gently raised his palm and lifted the two-headed patriarch up. Vast amounts of energy poured into the latter's body. The latter's ferocious expression gradually calmed down. The two-headed patriarch wanted to speak, but Fong Chun shook his head and stopped him. "You've done enough. Go rest at the side." With that, Fong Chun waved his hand and sent the two-headed patriarch safely to Elder Ku Tuo's side. At this time, he raised his head and looked at the blue great demon. "Human, you killed my brother. Even if I cut you into pieces, it won't be enough to appease my hatred," the blue great demon said coldly. "Unfortunately, you won't have that chance." A cold light flashed in Fong Chen's eyes as he said coldly, "The moment the two of you attacked Ching Ching, you were already destined to die in my hands. Now, your brother is dead. It's your turn next." Fong Chun did not hide his killing intent towards the blue great demon. "Humph! My strength is not something you can imagine." The blue great demon glared at Fong Chun. All along, his brother's purple gold heart of heaven was weaker than his blue gold heart of heaven. A mere saint realm human dares to speak such arrogant words. "What a joke." The blue great demon said, "Do you think you're a sector lord?" Fong Chun shrugged. "I'm not a sector lord, but my strength is comparable to a sector lord." "What about you? You're not a sector lord, so the outcome is already decided. You're courting death." The blue great demon finally could not help but attack Fong Chun. Blue gold spear. He still fully activated his Heart of Heaven's power. A terrifying blue gold aura quickly spread out and shrouded the entire void. Fong Chun and the blue great demon were inside. The people outside could not see the situation at all. "Patriarch, will Lord Fong be all right?" Elder Ku Tuo asked. After the previous battle, the attitude of the tens of thousands of two-headed clan members towards Fong Chun had greatly changed. In addition, Fong Chun had sacrificed himself to save their patriarch, which made them feel ashamed. Therefore, when they saw the blue great demon using his full strength, they were slightly worried. "Don't worry, Lord Fong's strength is not something he can imagine," the two-headed patriarch said calmly. Others might not know, but he knew how terrifying an Emperor Realm physical body was. In the vast blue gold aura, Fong Chun and the blue great demon faced each other. "Kacha!" Suddenly, a blue gold spear appeared in front of Fong Chun. The blue gold spear was much stronger than the purple gold spear from before. However, it was still unable to break through Fong Chen's physical body defense. Wong. Sword chi surrounded his body, and the chaotic sword body was quickly activated. A terrifying Emperor Realm defense spread out. Kacha! Upon coming into contact with Fong Chun, the extremely powerful bluish-golden spear actually stopped moving forward. No matter how the blue great demon tried to activate it, it could not advance any further. His defense? At this time, the blue great demon also discovered Fong Chen's terrifying defense. "I don't believe that your defense can surpass a sector lord's." After saying that, the blue great demon spat out a mouthful of blood and sprinkled it on the blue gold spear. Rumble. A deafening sound was heard. After the blue gold spear absorbed the blood, its power suddenly doubled. Dong dong dong. Fong Chun could clearly feel that the blue gold spear was slowly moving forward and had already pierced his skin. However, it was not enough. Time stop. Fong Chun naturally would not stand there stupidly and let the blue great demon attack. When he spat out these words, everything, including the bluish gold spear, instantly became still. The blue great demon opened his mouth wide and was extremely shocked. Space-time sword explosion. The hidden star sword suddenly appeared, and a dazzling sword light whizzed out. With lightning speed, it pierced towards the blue great demon. At the same time, Fang Chun raised his hand and gently held the blue gold spear. "You've finished your attack. Now, it's my turn to counterattack." He grinned and used his strength to hold the blue gold spear in his hand. In the next moment, the blue great demon was shocked to find that the blue gold spear that he was so proud of was actually crushed by Fang Chun. What kind of terrifying power can do this? The blue great demon's heart was in a perilous situation. Could he be a sector lord in disguise? The blue great demon was suspicious. Otherwise, why would the two-headed race submit to him? Thinking of this, the blue great demon's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. "No, I can't die here." The blue great demon's heart had a trace of retreating. Kacha! The bluish gold spear was completely unable to withstand Fang Chun's terrifying strength and was forcefully crushed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blue gold power whizzed out and filled the void. Fang Chun took a step forward and came in front of the blue great demon. Kacha! The big blue fey burned his essence blood, and the powerful impact finally weakened the effect of time stop-a-lot. His body could move with great difficulty now. "Go!" The blue great demon did not even think about it and fled. However, what welcomed him was an unparalleled and terrifying fist. Dong! As if the end of the world had arrived, the entire ground was trembling. The blue great demon's body was directly crushed by Fang Chun. Only the blue gold heavenly heart was suspended in midair. Fang Chun waved his sleeve and kept it in Dark Cave Mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the wind blew, the blue gold aura gradually dissipated. The two-headed race saw Fang Chun in the void and the blue great demon whose body was crushed. Too strong. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in a state of shock. The two great demons of the heaven heart holy ground had fallen just like that. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 3110. A mighty wind blew past, and a tall figure stood in the wind. Countless people looked at him with respect and awe. A holy venerate was able to kill two great demons of the sky, heart, holy ground. What kind of strength was that? He was too powerful, too terrifying. The hearts of the two-headed race members were filled with shock. They could not imagine how terrible the consequences would be if they did not listen to the orders of their clan leader and forcibly encircled Fang Chun. If that was the case, the two-headed race would definitely be destroyed. Dead, they are finally dead. Ha! The two great demons of the sky, heart, holy ground, are finally dead. From now on, our two-headed race will dominate this legendary place. With this as our foundation, our two-headed race will definitely be able to regain the strength of the immemorial era. After a short silence, the tens of thousands of two-headed race members exclaimed, their faces filled with joy. Lord Fang. The two-headed race leader walked slowly to Fang Chun, a smile appearing on his pale face. He was very glad that he had chosen to submit back then. Otherwise, he would be the one dead now. Thank you, Lord Fang, for killing the two great demons and solving the problem of our two-headed race for countless years. Fang Chun waved his hand. There is no need for that. I killed them because they touched someone they should not have. Although Fang Chun said it casually, the two-headed race leader was very curious. What kind of woman could make Fang Chun so angry? However, it was not convenient for him to ask about this matter. In Dark Cave Mountain, at this moment, Bai Qingqing's face was no longer pale after a short recovery. The power of the chaotic heavenly heart was also gradually recovering. Although her injuries were still serious, her life was not in danger. Crash! Fang Chun came to Dark Cave Mountain and looked over. Bai Qingqing was closing her eyes to heal her injuries. Beside her, the immortal scepter and hidden star sword were revolving around her as if they were protecting her. Qingqing. Fang Chun looked at that familiar face, and his heart was in turmoil. He could not help but call out her name. Are you okay? The first thing Bai Qingqing did when she opened her eyes was to size up Fang Chun. She knew better than anyone how terrifying the two great demons were. They were not sector lords, but they were stronger than sector lords. They didn't do anything to you, right? Seeing Bai Qingqing's anxious look, Fang Chun grinned and walked to her side. I'm fine. I've already killed the two great demons. From now on, no one will be able to hurt you. Bai Qingqing nodded. Just as she was about to speak, her mouth suddenly opened wide, and her eyes were filled with a strange expression. What did you just say? You're saying that you killed two great demons? Bai Qingqing asked again in disbelief. Fang Chen nodded. Since they dared to attack you, they should be prepared to die. This, Bai Qingqing's heart trembled. How many years had it been since they last met? This fellow in front of her had already grown to such an extent, but soon Bai Qingqing felt relieved. Ever since she met Fang Chun, he had never disappointed her. Every time, he would create a miracle. Perhaps others wouldn't be able to do this in such a short period of time. However, he was Fang Chun, the omnipotent Fang Chun. I think you should know that the legendary place is split into two parts. Fang Chun said. Bai Qingqing nodded. Before she came in, Sky Heart World lore had told her. In boundless sacred ground, there's a lightning treasure left behind by the Lightning Lord. I refined it and absorbed its lightning energy. My primal chaos sword body broke through, and my physical body broke through to the Emperor Realm. Fang Chun didn't hide anything from Bai Qingqing and directly told her about his Emperor Realm physical body. Emperor Realm? Bai Qingqing exclaimed. After being in Sky Heart World for so many years, she was very familiar with the 9 worlds in the eastern region. Legend had it that Boundless World mainly cultivated the physical body. Boundless World Lord's physical body had reached the terrifying half-step Emperor Realm. Although he hadn't stepped into the Emperor Realm, he was already the first person in the eastern region to cultivate the physical body. On the other hand, Fang Chun had reached the martial monarch realm. Why? You don't believe me? Fang Chun shrugged and chuckled. Bai Qingqing shook her head. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Fang Chun seriously. Of course I believe you. I'm just a little shocked. Indeed, anyone who heard such a thing would be shaken to the core. All right, back then, when the 3 of you disappeared from Heavenly Sovereign Sea, where did you go? After chatting with Bai Qingqing for a while, Fang Chun asked anxiously. Although he had found Bai Qingqing, he hadn't found Princess Xian and his wife, Star and Moon. This made him very anxious. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing seemed to be immersed in painful memories. Her face was a little distorted, as if she had suffered a great deal of pain. She took a deep breath and said slowly, Back then, the 3 of us were cultivating crazily in Heavenly Sovereign Sea. Who knew that, in an accident, we would discover a strange place and explore it together? Who knew that there would be a world wall and there would be a loophole that would suck the 3 of us in? When we woke up, we found ourselves in the dark void. There were countless dangers there, and we were about to give up. Suddenly, an expert from immemorial chaotic world appeared. Seeing that the 3 of us had unparalleled potential, he brought us here. Fang Chun listened quietly. However, the good times didn't last long. Just as we arrived in immemorial chaotic world, a mysterious expert appeared and forcefully took away Star and Moon. That person was too strong, and we couldn't stop him. Even the experts from Sky Heart Realm couldn't stop him and could only let him take them away. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Who was it? Who took away Star and Moon? Even the experts from Sky Heart Realm didn't know who that person was. Fang Chun asked anxiously. Bai Qingqing recalled and said, We could see that that person didn't seem to have any enmity towards Star and Moon. He said that he had waited for countless years for this moment. Anyway, his words were very strange, and we couldn't understand. But later, when we returned to Sky Heart Realm, I accidentally heard the Sky Heart Realm Lord mention this matter. He suspected that Star and Moon was the reincarnation of some expert, and that mysterious expert was someone she knew in her previous life who came to receive her. Reincarnation of an expert? Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then you shouldn't be in danger. Of course, this was only their guess. No one knew the real situation. What we can be sure of now is that you must have been brought to the northern region by that mysterious expert. Fang Chun muttered, We should quickly increase our strength and enter the northern region. At that time, we can ask Big Brother Lu Xingxing to help us find out. After understanding Star and Moon's situation, Fang Chun finally felt relieved. All right, Where's Princess Exine? Fong Chen asked. Speaking of Princess Exine, Bai Qingqing's face turned even uglier. What happened? Could it be that Princess Exine encountered some problems? Fong Chen asked anxiously. Princess Exine and I originally joined Sky Heart Realm together. The Realm Lord thought highly of us and even made us saintesses of Sky Heart Realm. However, everything changed when an expert from the northern region came. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart tightened. That expert from the northern region is also a heart cultivator. His status is very high, and even Sky Heart Realm Lord is incomparably respectful towards him. When that expert just arrived, he took a fancy to Princess Exine. When Sky Heart Realm Lord saw this, he directly offered Princess Exine to that expert. Bai Qingqing continued, I wanted to stop it, but there was nothing I could do. Fong Chen clenched his fists. Sky Heart Realm Lord actually offered Princess Exine to an expert from the northern region. Damn it. If anything happens to Princess Exine, I will definitely destroy Sky Heart Realm. Fong Chen said coldly. His body was brimming with killing intent. After that, I didn't have any news of her. I don't know how she is now. Bai Qingqing said worriedly. Fong Chen sank into silence. Whether it was Star and Moon, Bai Qingqing, or Princess Exine, they were all very important to him. He wasn't willing to see any of them get hurt. At this moment, he fully understood that he wasn't strong enough. It's laughable that I was so complacent because my fleshly body broke through to the Emperor realm. Fong Chen shook his head and mocked himself. This matter isn't your fault. You have done enough. Bai Qingqing hugged Fong Chen's arm and said gently. Fong Chen sighed and shook his head. I will definitely go to the northern region to find them. Even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, I won't hesitate. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 3111. In the Legendary Land. Recently, the place had become completely quiet. After the two great beasts of the Sky Heart Sanctuary were killed by Fong Chen, the two-headed tribe had become the overlord of the Legendary Land. In just half a month's time, they had completely occupied the Legendary Land. In fact, they even found countless cultivation resources in the Heaven Heart Holy Land. To the two-headed tribe that had declined to such an extent, it was simply a treasure that was hard to come by. They were overjoyed, and they were even more grateful to Fong Chen. During this period, Fong Chen had not been idle. He had been protecting Bai Qingqing in the Dark Cave Mountain while she was refining the blue gold heaven's heart. It's a pity that the purple gold heaven's heart has shattered. Fong Chen sighed as he looked at Bai Qingqing, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him and refining the blue gold heaven's heart. After knowing that Bai Qingqing had the chaotic heaven's heart, Fong Chen was shocked. I wonder if refining the blue gold heaven's heart can completely awaken the chaotic heaven's heart. Fong Chen muttered to himself. Rumble. At this moment, the blue gold heaven's heart around Bai Qingqing turned into countless blue auras and revolved around her delicate body. Under Fong Chen's gaze, the blue auras merged into Bai Qingqing's body completely. In the end, Fong Chen could even vaguely feel the terrifying power of the heaven's heart. Is this the power of the chaotic heaven's heart? At this moment, there was an even more terrifying aura vaguely appearing on the surface of Bai Qingqing's skin. Even Fong Chen felt his scalp go numb from the aura. Hiss, hiss, hiss. However, the aura stayed on the surface of Bai Qingqing's skin for a while before dissipating. Swoosh! Bai Qingqing slowly opened her eyes, and the aura on her body rose rapidly. Have you broken through? Fong Chen asked with a smile. Bai Qingqing nodded, and her face was full of smiles. The power of the blue gold heaven's heart is very strong. I have absorbed it, and my strength has increased significantly. It's a pity that it's too difficult to awaken the heavenly heart of chaos. Just relying on the blue gold heavenly heart isn't enough. Bai Qingqing's red lips parted slightly. Between her frown and smile, there was a hint of charm. In the Heavenly Heart Holy Land, there's definitely a powerful Heavenly Heart energy. I'll accompany you to search for it. Fong Chen smiled. Lord Fong, where are you going? The current two-headed patriarch's attitude towards Fong Chen was much better than before. I will make a trip to the Heaven Heart Holy Land. finished speaking, Feng Chun brought by Qingqing and left the boundless Holy Land. Heaven Heart Holy Land, deep within the dense forest. In front of the mountain stream, the waterfall flowed straight down, making rumbling noises. And here, there was a bluestone. There's a powerful heavens, well, energy underground. Bai Qingqing pointed to the front and said in a low voice, "Guard me. Don't let anything disturb me. Don't worry, just absorb it." Whoosh! Bai Qingqing came to the green rock and started to absorb the heart of heaven energy underground. With the experience from the first time, Zhang Xian was able to absorb the energy with greater ease this time. Buzz! The chaotic heavenly heart kept beating, as if it could awaken at any time. Time passed, day after day. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During this period, Feng Chun had been guarding Bai Qingqing. The heart of heaven energy in her body was getting stronger and stronger. Seeing this, Feng Chun felt extremely gratified. However, one day, Feng Chun discovered something. Feng Chun frowned and stared at the bluestone. He could vaguely sense a familiar aura looming in the air. Immortal star energy? All of a sudden, Feng Chun cried out. He did not expect that there would be immortal star energy underground. Why didn't I feel it before? Feng Chun was puzzled. He had an immortal star core in his body. If there was immortal star energy, he would have felt it immediately. Did you feel it? Feng Chun asked the immortal scepter. The latter pondered for a moment and then said slowly, "There is indeed immortal star energy underground, but I didn't feel it before. The heart of heaven energy is very strong and blocked the aura of immortal star energy." What kind of heart of heaven energy can block the aura of immortal star energy? Feng Chun was puzzled. Go in and see. As soon as the immortal scepter finished speaking, it suddenly turned into a long rainbow and came in front of the bluestone. The immortal star force manifested from its body and resonated with the immortal star force beneath the ground. In the blink of an eye, the soil in front of the bluestone loosened and a crack appeared. Go in. Following the immortal scepter, Feng Chun went in. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Feng Chun entered the ground, he felt the vast immortal star energy rushing towards him. At the same time, there was also a strong heart of heaven energy pressing towards his body. Is this the heart of heaven energy underground? Feng Chun looked at the special power in front of him and reached out to touch it. The heart of heaven energy was pressing on his body. Fortunately, his physical body had broken through to the Emperor realm, so there was no pressure. A powerful mind cultivator once came here. This heart of heaven energy was left by him. The immortal scepter said in a deep voice, "If your physical body had not broken through to the Emperor realm, this heart of heaven energy would have been enough to crush you." Feng Chun and the immortal scepter began to search for the immortal star energy. In the blink of an eye, they stopped in front of a wall. Feng Chun opened his eyes wide and his face was full of excitement. The heart of heaven energy formed a strong barrier that isolated the immortal star energy. If you want to absorb it, you have to break it. The immortal scepter said, "Okay." Feng Chun nodded and began to accumulate power to attack the barrier. It had already been close to 2 years since Feng Chun entered the legendary land. 2 years was not a long time for the warriors in the outside world, but it was not short either. The experts of the 9 great domains in the eastern region vaguely remembered that 2 years ago, in front of the Starlight's sacred ground in the true Martial Mountain Range, a fledgling warrior from the Boundless Domain had killed the Heavenly Sun Lord of the Scarlet Sun Domain and Shun Hao of the Black Turtle Domain. This battle shocked the world and made the world know his name. Although 2 years had passed since then, when the name Feng Chun was mentioned, everyone's expression changed. Of course, there were also some who hated him to the core and wanted to tear him to pieces. Among them, the Scarlet Sun Domain Lord and the Black Turtle Domain Lord bore the brunt. In the past 2 years, the 9 great domains had undergone earth-shaking changes. The experts who had entered the Starlight's sacred ground had all broken through. Especially the top geniuses of the various domains led by Shan Jianshan. Their strength had leaped to a new level. The Scarlet Sun Domain. At a glance, The entire city was bathed in a powerful sea of fire. This sea of fire was called the Scarlet Sun Sea of Fire. In the hearts of the people of the Scarlet Sun domain, the Scarlet Sun Sea of Fire was the divine fire and also their foundation. In the depths of the Sea of Fire, the Scarlet Sun domain lord stood with his hands behind his back. There seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of him that could isolate the power of the Sea of Fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the Sea of Fire surged, and a terrifying aura spread out. A fiery figure slowly walked out from the depths of the Sea of Fire. Every step he took caused the Sea of Fire to tremble. This scene made the hearts of many warriors in the city tremble. What had happened? Why was the Sea of Fire trembling? Did you succeed? The Scarlet Sun domain lord asked. Yes. Li Qihua's face was ferocious. His entire body was covered in flames, and his pupils were shooting out flames. His entire body seemed to be condensed from flames, and the aura he exuded was extremely terrifying. Since the fall of the Heavenly Sun Domain Lord, Li Qihua had become the most outstanding genius in the Scarlet Sun Domain and received the recognition of the Scarlet Sun Domain Lord. He had gathered all the resources of the Scarlet Sun Domain to cultivate him. Of course, he also understood that the Scarlet Sun Domain Lord wanted to use him for revenge. In the past 2 years, he had been in the depths of the Sea of Fire, using the demonic dragon Divine Fire to temper himself. After experiencing 81 difficulties, he finally succeeded. No one knew how much pain he had suffered during this period. Good, very good. You have not let down my expectations for the past 2 years. The Scarlet Sun Domain Lord praised. The tempering of the demonic dragon Divine Fire has allowed you to perfectly merge with the flames. You are now the King of Flames. Once the flames come out, the world will be burned down. Li Qihua opened his palm and enjoyed the joy brought by the Sea of Fire. I have been in seclusion for 2 years, immersing myself in cultivation and enduring the greatest pain in the world, all for today. Li Qihua said in a deep voice, from today onwards, I, Li Qihua, will be the strongest genius in the 9 great domains of the Eastern region. He wanted to use an unparalleled battle to announce to the 9 great domains that he was the true king of the geniuses. Chapter 31:12. Under the ground, there was an extremely strong power. At this moment, Feng Chun was standing in front of the wall, and the vast immortal star energy kept surging. Feng Chun could feel that the immortal star energy seemed to have sensed the immortal star core in his body and wanted to break out of the cage. However, there was an invisible barrier formed by the heart of the heavens energy that stopped them. Do you want to come out? Feng Chun said softly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As if they could hear Feng Chun's words, the immortal star energy became more agitated and kept attacking the invisible barrier. Let me help you. Feng Chun clenched his fists and unleashed his Emperor Realm strength. He punched the invisible barrier again and again. Crack! With the impact of his power, the invisible barrier seemed to loosen a little and cracks appeared. It works. Seeing this, Feng Chun was overjoyed and continued to attack. After a while, the invisible barrier was almost destroyed by Feng Chun. Only the last bit of power was still holding on. At this moment, Feng Chun was troubled. The last bit of origin energy was very tough. Even with his Emperor Realm strength, he could not break it. This also caused the immortal star energy to be unable to break out of the cage. He was lost in thought, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. On the ground, Bai Qingqing was sitting cross-legged on a blue stone. She was absorbing the heart of the heavens energy under the ground to activate her heart of the heavens. However, when Feng Chun attacked the invisible barrier, she sensed something and looked down. Through the soil, she saw Feng Chun's actions. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Bai Qingqing lifted her small, fair hand gently, and a special force gushed into the ground. This was the power of the heart of the heavens, but Bai Qingqing had not fully mastered it. Even so, this power was very strong. Buzz! Just as Feng Chun was troubled, this power suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Feng Chun was shocked. He stared dumbfoundedly at this power as it devoured the last trace of the origin energy and then disappeared into the darkness. Then, he raised his head and looked into Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes through the mud. The two looked at each other and smiled. Bai Qingqing then closed her eyes and continued to awaken the heart of chaos. As for Fang Chun, he laughed mischievously. Each takes what he needs. After saying that, Fang Chun opened his palm. The immortal star core in his body instantly erupted and frantically absorbed the immortal star energy in the wall. Condense. As the vast immortal star force poured into his body, Fang Chun began to condense his star core. The entire underground space was filled with the power of the immortal star. Fang Chun's body was also shrouded in it. Dong dong dong. The vast immortal star power resonated with the immortal star nucleus in his body. The immortal scepter was helping Fang Chun wholeheartedly. In just a quarter of an hour, a brand new star core was formed. Dong. Fang Chun could feel the power in his body vibrating. His strength had increased rapidly. He made a breakthrough in his cultivation. His late-stage Holy Venerate cultivation had broken through to the perfected Holy Venerate level. Fang Chun even felt that if he completely digested the immortal star force and condensed another immortal star core, his cultivation could still make a breakthrough. Breakthrough. Fang Chun gritted his teeth and continued to break through. He already had a clear idea in his mind, which was to raise his cultivation to the Tribulation Venerate level while condensing his star core. As time passed, the immortal star core was slowly forming. Half a month later, Bai Qingqing stood in front of the mountain stream. The aura around her body was vibrating. Above her forehead, a gray, chaotic aura instantly spread. The entire earth seemed to be infected. Inside Bai Qingqing's body, there was a gray heart that was moving slowly. The moment she opened her eyes, heaven and earth shook as if the end of the world had arrived. A look of joy appeared on her face. She knew that the heart of chaos had been completely awakened. Is this the power of the heart of chaos? The most important thing for a mind cultivator was the state of mind. With the heart of chaos, there was no threshold to raise one's state of mind. This was something that other mind cultivators could never compare to. Dong dong dong. With a thought, the power of the heart of chaos instantly erupted and condensed in the void. My cultivation has also increased. Bai Qingqing was excited. All right, where's Fang Chun? After a short moment of excitement, Bai Qingqing thought of Fang Chun. She hurriedly lowered her head and looked below the earth. Suddenly, she found that Fang Chun's body was surrounded by terrifying immortal star force. A strong pressure came towards her. A sector lord? Bai Qingqing exclaimed. This pressure was something that she had only felt when facing a sector lord before. And now, it came from Fang Chun's body. No, he didn't go through the 3 calamities and 9 disasters. This means that he hasn't stepped into the sector lord realm yet. Bai Qingqing pondered. He must have obtained a strong opportunity, and his strength has skyrocketed. No matter what, Bai Qingqing was very happy that Fang Chun was strong. After all, this was the man she liked. Below the earth, Fang Chun slowly opened his eyes and looked inside his body. 5 thumb-sized star cores floated side by side, exuding an extremely powerful force. 5 star cores. Fang Chun clenched his fists and was extremely excited. After condensing 9 star cores, he would be able to cultivate the Immortal Emperor's ultimate technique, the Immortal Hand. He was not far away from this step. Of course, what made Fang Chun the happiest was that his cultivation had stepped into the Tribulation Supremacy realm. Junior Tribulation Supremacy. After a lot of hardships, he had finally stepped into the Junior Tribulation Supremacy realm. Rumble. Suddenly, he felt the rumbling of thunder in the sky. The 3 calamities of the Junior Tribulation Supremacy realm? Whoosh! Fang Chun stomped his foot and rushed out of the ground. Standing on the ground, he looked up at the sky. A Junior Tribulation Supremacy had to go through the 3 calamities, and this was his first calamity. Come! Fang Chun was ready. He fully activated his Emperor Realm body and raised his defense to the extreme. The surface of his skin was covered with sword-shaped runes. He stood quietly on the ground and welcomed the arrival of the first calamity. Dong dong dong. In the sky, lightning flashed, and changed unpredictably. In the end, it swooped down with an unparalleled power of lightning. It's too strong. Not far away. Bai Qingqing was extremely worried. Seeing the power of lightning, her heart trembled. However, in the next second, she realized that her worries were completely unnecessary. This was because the powerful lightning did not cause any damage to Fang Chun after bombarding him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the lightning dissipated and the world returned to normal, Fang Chun was still standing quietly. Even his clothes did not show any signs of being tattered. What's going on? Bai Qingqing was stunned. The three calamities of the Junior Tribulation supremacy that everyone talked about were blocked just like that? Isn't this too exaggerated? In fact, Fang Chun was also a little puzzled. He had heard that the world was very afraid of the three calamities of the Junior Tribulation supremacy. However, he had easily blocked them just now. These are the three calamities of the Junior Tribulation supremacy? It's just SOSO. Fang Chun shook his head, feeling a little helpless. Your physical body has already broken through to the martial emperor realm. What are the three calamities to you? The immortal scepter was a little speechless and transmitted a message. In history, no warrior below the universe god realm has been able to cultivate their physical body to the martial emperor realm. You've broken the record. That's the martial emperor realm physical body. What are the three calamities to you? The immortal scepter added. Fang Chun thought about it and nodded gently. That's right. The defense of the martial emperor realm physical body was something that even ordinary universe gods could not do. The three calamities were naturally nothing. Since that's the case, why don't I just pass the three calamities together? Fang Chun said with a smile. Generally speaking, after passing the first calamity, one would cultivate for a long time and make sufficient preparations before daring to trigger the second calamity. However, Fang Chun was an exception. He had just passed the first calamity and could not wait to trigger the second calamity. Looking at the more terrifying lightning gathering in the sky, Bai Qingqing opened her mouth wide and did not know what to say. Compared to others, the three calamities of the Lesser Tribulation Venerable Realm were really nothing to Fang Chun. Even the third calamity did not give him a sense of oppression. After a long while, the sky became clear again, and the sword-shaped runes on Fang Chun's body gradually disappeared into his body. After passing the three calamities, his aura was even stronger. Now, I can be considered an expert at the complete Lesser Tribulation Venerable Realm. Fang Chun grinned. Are you okay? Bai Qingqing walked over quickly, a little worried. I'm fine. The three calamities are nothing. Fang Chun waved his hand and said. Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered. Looking at Fang Chun's tall and straight figure, she felt proud and happy. That's right. I forgot that your physical body has broken through to the martial emperor realm. Bai Qingqing said with a faint smile. Fang Chun looked at Bai Qingqing and asked, How's your heavenly heart of chaos? It's awakened, but unfortunately, I'm still too weak and can't fully control it. Bai Qingqing said. Fang Chun nodded and shrugged. A frightening power surged out of his palm. A trace of sternness flashed in his dark eyes. I've been in the legendary place for a long time. It's time to go out, Fang Chun muttered. Heavenly Heart Realm. Young master, why are you here? Heavenly Heart Realm Lord asked respectfully. In front of him sat a white-robed man. He looked somewhat elegant, but his heart was incomparably ferocious. A few days ago, you brought back a woman from your Heavenly Heart Realm. The upper echelons of the sect liked her very much. There were even elders who directly accepted her as a disciple and wanted to become Tao companions with her. The white-robed man said indifferently, I remember that there's a woman in your Heavenly Heart Realm who has the Heavenly Heart of Chaos. I wonder if she has awakened the power of the Heavenly Heart. The white-robed man's meaning was clear. He wanted to bring Bai Qingqing back to flatter the upper echelons and obtain more. Young master, I've sent the saintess to the Heavenly Heart's sacred ground to cultivate. When she comes out, she should be able to awaken the Heavenly Heart. It's just that. After pausing for a moment, Heavenly Heart Realm Lord continued. The saintess is very important to my Heavenly Heart Realm. "Can, young master." Without waiting for him to finish, the young master impatiently said, "I know what you're thinking. Since you helped me, this young master naturally won't treat you unfairly. This is a heaven's heart diamond. Take it first. If this woman can be appreciated by the upper echelons, and I receive a great reward, you will definitely receive share." After receiving the Heavenly Heart Diamond, Heavenly Heart Realm Lord's heart was filled with excitement. "Since that's the case, I'll leave it to young master to decide." Ancient Sword Saint. Chapter 31:13. In less than 2 years, the legendary place had changed greatly. Once, before Fong Chun came in, the legendary place was divided into two. The two-headed clan only occupied the boundless sacred ground. Now, with the fall of the two great demons of the Heavenly Heart's sacred ground, the two-headed clan completely occupied the legendary place and plundered countless cultivation resources to enrich and strengthen themselves. Seeing the clan prospering day by day, the two-headed clan leader was very excited. In his heart, he respected Fong Chun even more. In his view, everything that the two-headed clan had was bestowed by Fong Chun. Although their clan hated the reincarnation Sword Emperor, that was that. Fong Chun and the reincarnation Sword Emperor were fundamentally different. Today, in front of the boundless sacred ground, tens of thousands of two-headed clan members gathered together. Standing at the forefront was the two-headed clan's totem figure, the two-headed clan leader. At this time, the aura on his body vaguely gave people a throbbing feeling. "Are you going to condense the third head?" Fong Chun asked with a smile. "I have great confidence that I can condense the third head in the next 10 years. For the two-headed clan, condensing each head was a very important matter. The two-headed clan can have today is all thanks to Lord Fong." The two-headed clan leader cupped his fists and said, "If Lord Fong doesn't mind, the two-headed clan will completely listen to your orders from now on. If you need it, I will take the two-headed clan and leave the legendary place to support you." Fong Chun waved his hand. "As long as you have such intentions." Then, Fong Chen's gaze swept across everyone and said slowly, "The two-headed clan has been declining. Now it can be said that you have completely fallen to the bottom. With your current strength, even if you follow me out, you won't be of much help. It's better to cultivate in the legendary place. One day, you will have the chance to go to the outside world and fight again." Fong Chen's words were very infectious. Many of the clansmen nodded heavily. "The purpose of entering the legendary place has been achieved. I will take my leave first." Fong Chun flicked his finger, and a beam of light shot out. When the light arrived in front of the two-headed patriarch, it turned into a spatial ring. "I've left some cultivation resources in this spatial ring. You can take them and use them." "Thank you, Lord Fong." His voice shook the heavens, and his aura was like a rainbow. Under everyone's gaze, Fong Chun and Bai Qingqing left the legendary place. Patriarch, Elder Ku Tuo stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Could it be that you still don't understand?" The two-headed clan leader looked at everyone and said emotionally, "Be it in terms of potential or strength, Lord Fong is a top-notch prodigy. Needless to say, he would definitely be able to reach the peak in the future. If we befriend him now, we will definitely be able to obtain his help in the future. But he is the successor of the Samsara Sword Emperor," someone in the crowd said. "So what?" The two-headed clan leader shrugged and said, "Back then, the Samsara Sword Emperor killed our clan's prodigy. You all know why. And Lord Fong is fundamentally different from the Samsara Sword Emperor. He has already acknowledged us. As long as we don't betray him, we will definitely be able to lead the two-headed clan back to the peak in the future." Even Fong Chun did not expect this. Back then, he showed mercy and let the two-headed clan off. In the future, the two-headed clan rose again, and the clan gave birth to the strongest nine-headed peerless powerhouse in history. And at the critical moment, he became a great help to him. Of course, this was a story for later. The border mountain range stretched as far as the eye could see. It was extremely vast. The border mountain range, which had been quiet for a long time, was suddenly shaken. Countless beast roars came from it, and some people even saw a beast tide. This scene attracted the attention of the boundless world. The upper echelons of the boundless world gathered and stood side by side on the wilderness outside the border mountain range. Their dark eyes stared at the terrifying mountain range in front of them. Sector Lord, there is a strange movement in the border mountain range, and the beast tide is erupting. It might threaten our boundless world. I think that before the beast tide erupts, we should strike first. Some people advocated taking the initiative to attack. Of course, there were also some people who felt that it was inappropriate to act recklessly. They should first find out the truth of the matter. Do you all think that the beast tide eruption is related to the legendary place? The words legendary place caused everyone's expression to change drastically. But soon, someone retorted, "Impossible. The legendary place is in a closed state. How could it cause a beast tide? I suspect that the Heavenly Heart Holy Land did this on purpose." Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Realm Lord Wuya. The latter did not speak and stood with his hands behind his back. His dark eyes stared at the depths of the border mountain range. What is going on? Sector Lord Wuya thought in his heart. But at this moment, someone exclaimed, "Look, there is someone in the border mountain range." Who is that person? He is actually fighting in the beast tide? Does he not want to live anymore? For a moment, many upper echelons were talking, their hearts trembling. Only Sector Lord Wuya's body trembled when he saw that figure. After that, he practically didn't even think about it. His figure flashed, and he transformed into a black light that drilled into the beast tide. Sector Lord. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed, "Kacha!" Realm Lord Wuya had unleashed his strongest physical defense. After entering the border mountain range, he had rampaged through the area. Any demonic beasts that got close to him were all killed. In the blink of an eye, Sector Lord Wuya arrived in front of Fong Chun. "Let's go. Hoo. In just a breath's time, Sector Lord Wuya brought Fong Chun out of the border mountain range. Roar! The beast tide stopped at the edge of the border mountain range, not daring to take a step out. They roared at the sky, seeming to be very angry. Fong Chun. After seeing Fong Chun, many upper echelons were surprised. Wasn't this the hidden Star Palace Lord? Why was he here? Sector Lord. Fong Chun greeted Sector Lord Wuya and the elders. "How is it?" Sector Lord Wuya asked. "The legendary place is indeed a good place to temper the physical body." Fong Chun grinned. Seeing this, Sector Lord Wuya was curious. "What level has your physical body broken through?" "It should be about the same as Sector Lord." Fong Chun said humbly. "What?" Boundless Realm Lord was greatly shaken, and his eyes were burning with passion. "Ha, that's great." Knowing that Fong Chun's physical body had broken through, Sector Lord Wuya was very happy. The entire Boundless City was holding a banquet to celebrate Hidden Star Palace Lord's return. Fong Chun's return this time was almost invincible in the Boundless City. Naturally, Realm Lord Boundless didn't know that Fong Chun's words were more or less the same as his. If he knew that Fong Chun was the only martial artist in the eastern region to break through to the Emperor Realm in billions of years, how would he feel? The beast tide didn't last for long before dissipating. Sector Lord Wuya guessed that this should be related to Fong Chun coming out from the legendary place. He didn't care too much. At night, the lights were bright. At a glance, countless tables were filled with cultivators, all of them raising their cups and drinking to their heart's content. Fong Chun didn't like crowds, so he went to a corner and drank alone. Grand Commander. Sector Lord Wuya raised his wine cup and walked over with a smile. With the Grand Commander's potential, I really can't think of anyone in the Eastern region's younger generation who can fight with you. Sector Lord Wuya finished the wine in his cup in one gulp. Sector Lord is overpraising me, Fong Chun said. Sector Lord Wuya waved his hand. As a Sector Lord, I have seen all kinds of geniuses, but there has never been anyone like you. Your growth has indeed shocked me. I'm very glad that a genius like you appeared in the boundless world. Without waiting for Fong Chun to speak, Sector Lord Wuya continued. From today onwards, you will be the core of my boundless world. If I step down, the position of Sector Lord Wuya will be yours. If you have any problems, just say it. The boundless world will definitely support you. This time, After Fang Chun returned, Sector Lord Wu Ye's attitude changed greatly. Furthermore, he had truly accepted him. It wasn't because of Sector Lord Long Xiang or Sector Lord Instar. It was purely because of Fang Chen's potential and strength. Realm Lord, I really do have something that I would like to consult you about. Fang Chen asked. What is it? Just say it. Sector Lord Wu Ye said. I want to make a trip to the Sky Heart Realm. Why are you going there? Sector Lord Wu Ye asked curiously. I have a friend who was kidnapped by the Sky Heart Realm Lord. I want to go and get her back. Fang Chun said. Chapter 31:14. In the eastern region, the Sky Heart Realm had always been famous for its mysteriousness. This was because the Sky Heart Realm specialized in cultivating the heart. The Tao of heart cultivation itself was an incomparably mysterious Tao. It came from the same origin, and it was utterly impossible for outsiders to steal its essence. Because of this, the Sky Heart Realm had a transcendent status in the 9 regions. It never participated in the conflicts between the other 8 regions and stood aloof from worldly affairs. Of course, even so, the other 8 regions were incomparably respectful towards the Sky Heart Realm. If Fang Chun wanted to head to the Sky Heart Realm to ask for someone, he would definitely be on the opposite side of the Sky Heart Realm. The other party was the Sky Heart Realm Lord. With Fang Chen's strength, wanting to defeat the other party was no different from smashing an egg against a rock. The Hidden Star Palace was currently flourishing in the boundless world and had the aura of a latecomer. He himself had monstrous potential, and his fleshly body had reached such a terrifying level. Realm Lord Wu Ye regarded him highly and did not wish for him to take the risk. This was why he said that he wanted to travel together with Fang Chun. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and finally nodded. It wasn't that he was afraid of the Sky Heart Realm Lord. It was just that with Realm Lord Wu Ye around, there might be fewer troublesome matters. Many thanks, Realm Lord. Fang Chun clasped his fists and thanked him. What are you being so polite for? You are the great commander of the boundless world. It's natural for me to stand up for you. All right, when are you preparing to head to the Sky Heart Realm? Realm Lord Wu Ye asked with a smile. Tomorrow. Fang Chen's expression turned solemn as he replied. All right, we will set off tomorrow morning. After a silent night. Early the next morning, Fang Chun went to look for Realm Lord Wu Ye. The two of them left the boundless world silently and headed towards the border mountain range. Logically speaking, the 9 regions of the eastern region should all have transfer arrays. However, the Sky Heart Realm is an exception. It has a transcendent status and is not willing to participate in the conflicts of the world. There are also many other reasons that cause the other 8 regions to not have a transfer array that leads directly to the Sky Heart Realm. Realm Lord Wu Ye explained to Fang Chun as they flew. Fang Chun nodded, clearly understanding. From the looks of it, the Heavenly Heart Realm was truly mysterious. For countless years, I've only been to the Sky Heart Realm once when I was young. After that, I've never been there again. Realm Lord Boundless continued. As they spoke, the two of them had already arrived in front of the border mountain range. If you want to reach the Sky Heart Realm, crossing the border mountain range is a shortcut. Realm Lord Wu Ye laughed. Although it's extremely dangerous, with our strength, there shouldn't be any problems at all. Hoo. The two figures flashed and entered the border mountain range. Arriving at the border mountain range again, Fang Chun was familiar with the route. In the border mountain range, the two of them encountered many demonic beasts. However, every time a demonic beast neared, Realm Lord Boundless would take the initiative to release his powerful aura, instantly scaring the demonic beast away. Just like that, the two of them moved forward at an extremely fast speed. After about 5 days, they finally crossed the border mountain range. Whoosh! The two of them stood on a mountain peak and looked into the distance. After crossing this mountain peak, we will reach the territory of the Heavenly Heart Realm. Realm Lord Boundless said. Let's go. Realm Lord Boundless knew that Fang Chun was anxious, so he didn't waste any time. The two of them crossed the mountain peak and officially stepped into the territory of the Heavenly Heart Realm. Heavenly Heart Realm. Fang Chun clenched his fists tightly as a trace of cold light flashed in his eyes. Although he told Realm Lord Boundless that he was here to ask for Princess Xine, only he knew the truth. He definitely wouldn't be able to get Princess Xine because she had been brought to the northern region by a mysterious person. His motive for this trip was to find out the whereabouts of Princess Xine from Realm Lord Boundless Sky. Only then would he be able to find Princess Xine after entering the northern region. Hoo. Between heaven and earth, a vast aura surged over. Fong Chun instantly felt a powerful pressure coming from his body. This pressure originated from the heavenly heart energy in the void. As expected of the heavenly heart realm, the air is filled with heavenly heart energy. Realm Lord Boundless couldn't help but sigh. He then waved his hand, and a terrifying energy surged, forcefully dissipating the heavenly heart energy in the void. Realm Lord Heavenly Heart already knows of our arrival. Let's go. Realm Lord Boundless suddenly sensed something and said to Fong Chun, Heavenly Heart Realm, Heavenly Heart City. Why would Realm Lord Boundless come here for no reason? Realm Lord Heavenly Heart frowned as he pondered in his heart. He and Realm Lord Boundless didn't interfere with each other's business. He was puzzled. Why did Realm Lord Boundless come here? The person beside him is the Hidden Star Palace Master who shone brilliantly in the true Martial Mountain Range. Realm Lord Heavenly Heart could faintly sense that Realm Lord Boundless had brought Hidden Star Palace Master here for the Holy Maiden. Ha! Realm Lord Heavenly Heart, it has been many years since we last met. You haven't changed at all. Suddenly, a hearty laughter came from the sky. Immediately after, a crack appeared in the void as Realm Lord Boundless and Fong Chun walked out. Realm Lord Boundless, why did you think of coming here? Realm Lord Heavenly Heart waved his sleeves and pointed to a stone bench in the garden. This way, please. Realm Lord Boundless sat on the stone bench without any trace of politeness. He glanced at Realm Lord Heavenly Heart and said, Realm Lord Heavenly Heart, I came here this time because I have something to tell you. Oh, what is it? Please say it directly. Realm Lord Heavenly Heart asked in puzzlement. Grand Commander, I think it's better for you to say it. Realm Lord Boundless looked at Fong Chun. The latter's pitch-black eyes landed on Realm Lord Heavenly Heart. He took in a deep breath and slowly said, Realm Lord Heavenly Heart, I have a friend who once joined the Heavenly Heart Realm. However, she was valued by a major character in the northern region and was forcefully taken away. I would like to know where she is now. Boom! Just as Fong Chin's voice landed, a violent Heavenly Heart energy surged out from Realm Lord Heavenly Heart. He stood up, and his pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Chun. A powerful pressure suddenly enveloped Fong Chun. Realm Lord Heavenly Heart. Realm Lord Boundless was somewhat dissatisfied and said in a low voice, Is this how your Heavenly Heart Realm treats its guests? If you are an esteemed guest, my Heavenly Heart Realm will naturally treat you with respect. Realm Lord Heavenly Heart forcefully retracted his aura and snorted coldly. Grand Commander Fong, who told you what you just said? Without waiting for Fong Chun to reply, Realm Lord Heavenly Heart continued. If my guess isn't wrong, Grand Commander Fong should have entered the legendary place not long ago. Since you know about this, it means that you must have met the saintess of my Heavenly Heart Realm. Xiao! Realm Lord Heavenly Heart's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fong Chun. His powerful aura pressured Fong Chun as he asked coldly, Speak, what happened to the saintess of my Heavenly Heart Realm? Princess Xine was taken away by a major character in the northern region. Other than Saintess by Qingqing, who else knew about this? There were only two possibilities for Fong Chun to know about this. Firstly, he killed Saintess by Qingqing and got this information from her. Secondly, he was acquainted with Saintess by Qingqing. Hand over the Saintess of my Heavenly Heart Realm. Seeing Realm Lord Heavenly Heart's aura pressuring Fong Chun, Realm Lord Wuya couldn't bear to watch any longer. Boom! He punched out, forcing Realm Lord Heavenly Heart to retreat. Realm Lord Heavenly Heart, as a Realm Lord, you actually used force to force a weakling. Don't you find it embarrassing? Realm Lord Wuya berated. Also, you are not giving me any face. Do you really think that my boundless world is afraid of you? Facing Realm Lord Wu Ya's berating, Realm Lord Heavenly Heart's gaze turned deep. Realm Lord Wuya, this matter has nothing to do with you. I need him to give me an explanation. Realm Lord Heavenly Heart coldly spoke. Hand over the Saintess. Fang Chun had never seen such a shameless Realm Lord before. Voila! Dark Cave Mountain flashed, and the green robe by Qingqing slowly walked out. Realm Lord. Bai Qingqing's red lips opened slightly as she spoke softly. You betrayed the Heavenly Heart realm? Realm Lord Heavenly Heart was enraged. From her expression, one could tell that she had betrayed the Heavenly Heart realm. I joined the Heavenly Heart realm because of you. Now that I've found the person I've been searching for, there's no longer any meaning in staying in the Heavenly Heart realm. Hence, I hope that Realm Lord can tell me where Exciter is. Bai Qingqing spoke. You dare to betray the Heavenly Heart realm? You will receive the punishment you deserve. Boom! Realm Lord Heavenly Heart attacked at lightning speed. Violent Heavenly Heart energy shot towards Bai Qingqing. Dong dong dong. Realm Lord Wu Ya's body blocked in front of Bai Qingqing, using his powerful physical body to defend. Chapter 31:15. The eastern region was vast and had abundant cultivation resources. There were 9 great realms in this vast area. Among them, the true martial domain was one of the best. It took the lead and led the other 8 worlds. Even though sector lords were already at the peak of the eastern region, they were still at the peak. However, it wasn't just the 9 domain lords. Because in the strongest true martial domain, there were a few ordinary domain lords. Although their strength couldn't be compared to the 9 domain lords, they couldn't be underestimated. Domain Lord Wuya, as a domain lord, had the same status as domain Lord Tian Xin. In fact, his strength was a level higher than domain Lord Tian Xin. This was because his physical body was invincible in the eastern region. With a pair of iron fists, he could sweep through everything. But now, he had personally appeared and domain Lord Tian Xin didn't give him any face. This was a great humiliation. A grand governor of the boundless world actually abducted the holy maiden of my sky heart realm. Now, you even came here to demand for her? How laughable. The sky heart realm lord laughed coldly as he turned to Bai Qingqing. Everything you have now was bestowed to you by me. If I didn't bring you back, you would have died outside. Would you be where you are today? And now, not only are you not grateful, you even colluded with outsiders to create trouble in my sky heart domain. How should you be punished? Facing the overbearing domain Lord Tian Xin, Bai Qingqing wanted to say something but stopped. She had a complicated expression. When Fang Chun saw this, he pulled Bai Qingqing into his embrace and stared coldly at domain Lord Tian Xin. Domain Lord Tian Xin, stop pretending. Didn't you force Qingqing to join the Sky Heart domain because of the strong Heaven Heart in her body? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Domain Lord Tian Xin swung his sleeves, and a vast Heaven Heart energy whizzed out. Dong dong dong. A layer of sword-shaped runes appeared on the surface of Fang Chen's skin and easily blocked the attack. Domain Lord Tian Xin was surprised, but he didn't continue to attack. Qing I'll give you a chance. As long as you break off your relationship with this person, I promise to let bygones be bygones and continue to help you increase your strength. Domain Lord Tian Xin said solemnly. Bai Qingqing shook her head as she retreated. I'm sorry, I won't leave, Brother Chun. Bai Qingqing's words completely infuriated the Sky Heart Realm Lord. Before this, he had promised that he would let the young lord take Bai Qingqing away when she returned. But now such a thing had happened. Let's end this quickly. We can't let young master see this. Skyheart World Lord thought in his heart. Boom. Abruptly, he raised his head and unleashed a terrifying heart of heaven's power, unleashing a fierce and domineering attack on Fang Chun. Dong. However, Realm Lord Wuya had been paying close attention to the actions of the Heavenly Heart Realm Lord. How could he allow the Heavenly Heart Realm Lord to succeed? Realm Lord Wuya channeled his half-step Emperor physique and blasted out punches after punches, causing the sky to tremble. The Heaven Heart energy of Realm Lord Tian Xin was all forced back. Your opponent is me. Realm Lord Wuya blocked the path of Realm Lord Tion Xin as he coldly spoke. The commotion here naturally alarmed many warriors in Skyheart City. Hoo. Many high-level experts rushed over. When they saw the tense scene, they were a little stunned. Isn't that Fong Chun? In the crowd, a black-robed man recognized Fong Chun. A sinister look flashed across his eyes. Xiao. With a leap, he arrived in the garden. How dare you cause trouble in my Sky Heart realm? You shall die. The moment the black-robed man finished speaking, he released a powerful heart of heaven's power and walked towards Fong Chun. At this moment, the Sky Heart Realm Lord and Wuya exchanged a punch and quickly retreated. If it's a warrior below the realm of Realm Lord, I naturally won't say anything. But if Sky Heart Realm Lord wants to attack, my boundless realm will accompany you to the end. Wuya threatened. Sky Heart Realm Lord's eyes flickered. In the end, he snorted coldly, Blackheart, kill him. Yes, Realm Lord. The black-robed man in front of him was known as the Tribulation Lord Blackheart. He was the strongest warrior among the younger generation in the Skyheart realm. He was also a supreme talent who was on par with Shun Jianxin and Kong Changhua. Previously, he was in seclusion at the Starlight Sacred Ground in the true Martial Mountain Range and missed out on many things. Therefore, he knew nothing about Fong Chun. He only heard about Fong Chen's deeds from others. At that time, he was extremely unconvinced. He thought that how strong could a Paragon Realm warrior be? No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. You have already broken through to the Tribulation Lord realm. Tribulation Lord Blackheart sneered, his face full of ridicule. How dare you offend the Realm Lord? No one can save you. As soon as he finished speaking, Tribulation Lord Blackheart slammed his palm. Terrifying Blackheart energy instantly spread out and quickly condensed into a long spear in the void. Blackheart long spear, kill all enemies in the world. Tribulation Lord Blackheart roared. With the Blackheart long spear in his hand, he charged towards Fong Chun. Courting death. Fong Chen's face was cold as he threw out a punch. Gotcha! At first, they thought that it would be an evenly matched battle. However, who would have thought that everything would change when Fong Chen's fist collided with the Blackheart long spear? Under everyone's gaze, the Blackheart long spear shattered. Fong Chen's fist seemed to contain the power to split the heavens and earth. Dong! His fist smashed into Tribulation Supremacy Blackheart's body with devastating force. Blood spurted out into the sky. Tribulation Lord Blackheart's internal organs were instantly shattered. With a bang, his body fell to the ground, creating a huge crater. Seeing this, Realm Lord Skywell's heart was filled with killing intent. How is this possible? Outside the garden, many higher-ups of Sky Heart Realm were dumbfounded. He killed Tribulation Lord Blackheart with one punch. Isn't his strength too strong? This strength is comparable to a great Tribulation Lord. Whispers could be heard incessantly. Realm Lord Skywell's face was extremely gloomy. Tribulation Lord Blackheart's importance to Sky Heart Realm was self-evident. However, he had died in the hands of Fong Chun. You deserve to die, Realm Lord Skywell said coldly. Why? Can't you afford to lose? Realm Lord Wuya sneered. I've said before that anyone below the Realm Lord level can fight as they wish. Now that Tribulation Lord Blackheart has been killed by the Great Commander, you can't sit still. What a joke. If the one who died wasn't Tribulation Lord Blackheart, but the Great Commander, should I also seek justice from you? Facing Realm Lord Wuya's questioning, Realm Lord Skywell clenched his fists and bared his teeth. However, he was very clear that with Realm Lord Wuya around, it was basically impossible for him to take action. Therefore, he placed his hopes on everyone. Whoever can kill this kid will be heavily rewarded, Realm Lord Skywell said in a deep voice. Let me do it. A great perfection lesser tribulation Lord Elder stepped out and fought fiercely with Fong Chun. Boom! With another punch, he killed the perfected lesser tribulation Supremacy Elder. If it was a trick to kill Blackheart, then this battle could fully prove Fong Chen's terrifying strength. In front of the pavilion not far away, a white-robed man quietly watched everything. He could clearly see the battle in the garden. That green-robed lady should be the saintess of Skywill Realm. By Ching Ching, right? The white-robed man asked. Young lord, this lady is by Ching Ching. She's really beautiful. Her appearance isn't inferior to the one we brought back previously. As the white-robed man spoke, a look of greed appeared in his eyes. I originally wanted to use some gentle methods to take her away. Now, it seems that there's no need for that. The white-robed man said, Realm Lord Skywill is really a piece of trash. In such a small place, he can't even settle such a small matter. Young lord, do you need this old servant to take action? The old servant asked. The white-robed man waved his hand. Realm Lord Skywill is restrained by Realm Lord Wuya and can't take action. Looking at the situation, to kill this person, a great tribulation lord must take action. Let's wait first. Boom! Boom! In the garden, the white-robed man had just finished speaking. Fong Chun had used absolute strength to kill a great tribulation Lord Elder. Voila! The entire Skywill realm was in an uproar. Countless cultivators were dumbfounded. Their hearts were surging with waves of shock. They couldn't imagine how a lesser tribulation lord could do all this. Too terrifying. His strength is infinitely close to a realm lord. What terrifying strength! Even the great elder has fallen. The fall of a great tribulation lord had completely shocked everyone in the Skywill realm. Even the Skywill realm lord was shocked. Chapter 31:17. Who exactly are you? Bygone's heart trembled when he heard the words Princess Exent. Where's Princess Exent? Fong Chun did not answer Bygone's question. The aura around him spread out and instantly enveloped Bygone. A powerful force pressed down on Bygone. Crack! The bones in Bygone's body creaked as pain spread through his body. At first, Bygone was still stubborn, but he soon submitted. Plop! Bygone fell to his knees and screamed miserably, begging for mercy. She is in Shinshin school. She was taken in as a disciple by an elder, Bygone said. Please be magnanimous and let me go. I, Bygone, will do anything for you. Tell me the address of Shinshin school, Fong Chun said coldly. Whoosh! An aura appeared in Bygone's mind and entered Fong Chen's mind. The map of Shinshin school and all the information in the sect were given to Fong Chun. Can you let me go now? Bygone raised his head and looked at Fong Chun in horror. As long as you let me go, I will take good care of her when I return to Shinshin school. I will not let anyone bully her. Ha ha! The corners of Fong Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. If I were not stronger than you, I would have died in your hands. Fong Chun said, just the fact that you wanted to take Ching Ching away by force is enough for me to kill you. You can't. Bygone panicked when he heard Fong Chen's words. I'm a disciple of Shinshin school. My grandfather has a high position in Shinshin school. If you kill me, Shinshin school will not let you go. At this moment, everyone in the Sky Heart realm was scared out of their wits and retreated. A miserable cry came from the garden. Bygone's body slowly fell to the ground. Whoosh! A resplendent heaven's heart floated out of his body. Fong Chun reached out and grabbed it. Will there be trouble if you kill him? Bai Ching Ching was a little worried. She walked over quickly. Fong Chun handed Bygone's tianxi to him and said, this kind of person acts according to the wind. If he successfully returns to the Shinshin school, Princess Xin will be in danger. So it's better to just kill him. As for danger, the moment the Shinshin school attacked you and Princess Xin, the hatred was already formed. Fong Chun stood with his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. Dong dong dong. The battle in the sky was finally coming to an end. Boom! With a deafening sound, the void battleground collapsed, and two figures swooped down one after another. Sector Lord. When the people from the Sky Heart World saw the Sky Heart World Overlord, they were filled with joy. Fong Chun was too domineering, suppressing them until they couldn't breathe. Now that the Sector Lord had returned, their Sky Heart World still had a chance to survive. It could be seen that the Sky Heart World Overlord's Heaven's Heart was very powerful. Although Realm Lord Wuya's body was strong, he couldn't withstand it. Seeing that Realm Lord Wuya's body was about to fall to the ground, Fong Chun stretched out his hand and supported him. Sector Lord, are you all right? Fong Chen asked. Realm Lord Wu gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head. I'm fine. I just didn't expect the Sky Heart World Overlord's Heaven's Heart to be so powerful. I almost fell into his trap. Strictly speaking, in the previous battle, Realm Lord Wu Yu was completely suppressed by the Sky Heart World Overlord. But to an expert at the World Overlord level, defeating was one thing and killing was another. The Sky Heart World Overlord relied on his powerful Heaven's Heart to suppress Realm Lord Wu Yu, but he still couldn't kill him. Young Master? Originally, the Sky Heart World Overlord was very happy when he suppressed Realm Lord Wu Yu. But when he saw the corpses of Bygone and the old servant, his expression changed drastically. What happened? The Sky Heart World Overlord glared at the others and asked in a deep voice. Sector Lord, Fong Chun is too powerful. He's invincible below the World Overlord level. Young Master Bygone was killed by him. Someone said while trembling. What? The Sky Heart World Overlord's heart trembled. He looked at Fong Chun with a sinister gaze. You killed young Master Bygone? The latter was a disciple of the Shinshin school. Moreover, he died in his territory. If the news spread, the Shinshin school would definitely be unhappy with him. The power behind Bygone might even kill him. Damn it! The Sky Heart World Overlord was burning with rage. Originally, he could obtain Bygone's favor and have some authority in the Shinshin school. In the future, it wouldn't be a dream for him to have a meteoric rise. But all of this was destroyed by Fong Chun. I'm going to kill you and take revenge for young Master Bygone. The Sky Heart World Overlord roared. He activated the Sky Heart energy in his body and attacked Fong Chun. I'll hold back the Sky Heart World Overlord. Quickly return to the Boundless World. The Boundless World Overlord said in a deep voice. But Fong Chun wasn't moved. Quickly leave. The Boundless World Overlord roared. But in the blink of an eye, the Sky Heart World Overlord's attack arrived. Seeing this, the Boundless World Overlord sighed. Now, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Fight out. The Boundless World Overlord gritted his teeth and rushed to the front of the Sky Heart World Overlord to block the attack. Leave it to me. Fong Chen's voice suddenly entered the Boundless World Overlord's mind. Before he could react, he felt a strong suction force pulling him back. Seeing Fong Chen's actions, the Boundless World Overlord wanted to stop him. But Fong Chun had already made his move. Boom! His Emperor Realm physical body was fully activated. He took a step forward with his left leg, and his lower body formed the shape of a bow. His fists grabbed the air and clenched together. Dong, dong, dong. The energy in his body crazily gathered together. Kill. Fong Chun spat out a single word when the Sky Heart Realm Lord's Sky Heart energy came crashing down. Dong. The fist and the Sky Heart World Overlord's fist collided and instantly exploded. A terrifying force swept across the land. Go and die. The Sky Heart World Overlord sneered. With his Sky Heart World Overlord's full strength attack, anyone below the World Overlord realm would definitely die. However, when he saw Fong Chun standing calmly in front of him, he was instantly stunned. Gotcha! He felt a strong force coming towards him. The Sky Heart World Overlord's attack was shattered in front of it. What kind of power is this? The Sky Heart World Overlord was astonished. How did Fong Chen's physical body become so strong? After he steadied himself, his pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fong Chun. His physical body is stronger than World Overlord Wu Yu's. World Overlord Wu Yu's physical body had reached the terrifying half-step Emperor realm. The reason why he was able to establish himself in the eastern region was because of this. But now, a lesser tribulation sovereign's physical body had surpassed World Overlord Wu Yu's. Could it be that his physical body has broken through to the Emperor realm? The Sky Heart World Overlord shook his head. He didn't believe that there would be an Emperor realm physical body cultivator in the eastern region. At such a young age, his physical body has reached the half-step Emperor realm. Such talent is really impressive. In the end, the Sky Heart World Overlord felt that Feng Chen's physical body was only slightly stronger than the half-step Emperor realm. You can't defeat me with just strength. The Sky Heart World Overlord regained his confidence and released a strong Sky Heart World Overlord's body. Kill. This time around, the Sky Heart World Lord unleashed his trump card. His palms danced in the air as a series of complex hand seals condensed into form. These hand seals contained boundless Sky Heart World Overlord's power. You should be proud to die under my trump card. Not far away, the Sky Heart World Overlord was shocked. Be careful. This is the Sky Heart World Overlord's strongest attack. 1. The 5 immortal star cores in Feng Chen's body started to vibrate slowly. Soon, the vast immortal star energy enveloped him. Dong! He clenched his fists tightly, and killing intent filled the void. Originally, the Emperor Realm physical body was already strong enough. But now, with the enhancement of the immortal star cores, his strength was even stronger. Whoosh! The hidden star sword surged with sword chi, and an invincible sword chi soared into the sky. At this moment, Feng Chen had also activated his strongest power. This was the first time he had used his full strength after breaking through to the Lesser Tribulation Sovereign Realm. The 7th move of the invincible sword technique, Space-Time Sword Explosion. In addition to the enhancement of the 5 immortal star cores, the power that erupted was unimaginable. The key was that he didn't need to defend. The Emperor Realm physical body was enough to defend against any attack. The void instantly froze, and the air seemed to have stopped flowing. In the Sky Heart World, everyone looked on in a daze. Their hearts were boiling. This battle concerned the future of the Sky Heart World, and they couldn't afford to lose it. Moreover, they firmly believed that the Sky Heart World Overlord could suppress Feng Chen and kill him. Dong dong dong. The war drums sounded and the bugle horn sounded. The curtains of a shocking battle were about to be raised. Chapter 31:18. A terrifying aura filled the entire Heaven Heart world. Many martial artists were filled with fear. Is this a battle between realm lords? It's too shocking. Rumble. A deafening sound reverberated through the sky. Feng Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and stomped his feet. He stood in the air, and a terrifying sword light shot out from his black eyes. At this moment, his primal chaos, sword body, and invincible sword art complemented each other and exploded out with the strongest power. Moreover, there were 5 immortal star cores, increasing his power to the extreme. Let me see how strong a realm lord is, Feng Chen said in a low voice. He obviously knew that Realm Lord Heavenheart wasn't an ordinary Realm Lord, but an extremely powerful one. However, the current him was fearless. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill him. Be careful of Realm Lord Heavenheart's power. Not far away, Realm Lord Wu Ye's heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect Feng Chen's strength to have reached such a terrifying level. However, he still reminded Feng Chen. After all, the latter was a genius from Boundless World. If he were to fall here, it would be a great loss. Go and die. The Sky Heart World Lord waved his palms as numerous palm imprints appeared in the sky. Each of the palm imprints contained his powerful Sky Heart energy. Ultimate palm print, kill. Following Realm Lord Heavenheart's roar, the dense palm prints that contained boundless Heavenheart's power whizzed out. In the blink of an eye, these palm prints completely enveloped Feng Chen. The powerful aura was pressuring Feng Chen. However, at this crucial moment, Feng Chen made a crazy move. He gave up on defending and attacked with all his might. Is he crazy? Many people opened their eyes wide and cried out. Even Realm Lord Wu Ye trembled. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. However, in the next second, he came to a realization. Gotcha! Countless palm prints under the control of Realm Lord Heavenheart landed on Feng Chen's body. However, to everyone's surprise, the latter's body was completely unharmed. On the contrary, every time those giant handprints came into contact with Feng Chen's body, they would automatically disintegrate, and the power of the Heart of Heaven would directly dissipate. Seeing this scene, Realm Lord Boundless was simply too shocked. He was so excited that he couldn't even speak. In the vast 9 great realms of the eastern region, if one were to talk about who had the strongest attainments in the path of the fleshly body, it would be none other than Realm Lord Boundless. His fleshly body had reached an unprecedented level. However, he had only reached the half-step martial emperor realm. However, the physical strength of the person before him had already surpassed the scope of his imagination. Is that the physical body of an emperor? Realm Lord Wuya involuntarily screamed. He didn't dare to believe that he would actually be able to see the body of an immortal emperor in his lifetime. To be able to disregard World Overlord Tion Xion's attack. This is definitely the body of an emperor. After a brief moment of shock, Realm Lord Boundless forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. His pitch-black eyes seriously sized up Fang Chen. Finally, he could say with certainty that Fang Chen's physical body had indeed reached the Emperor realm. At this moment, even his breathing was a little hurried. Breaking through to the Emperor realm with his physical body, breaking the record of the boundless world and the entire eastern region. Too strong. His previous worries were swept away in an instant. He even faintly hoped that Fang Chen could defeat World Overlord Tion Xin with his Emperor realm physical body. Truly powerful. Realm Lord Boundless was full of praises for Fang Chen. On the battlefield, for the first time, Fang Chen unleashed the strength of his Emperor realm physical body and easily blocked World Overlord Tion Xion's attack. As for the star-hidden sword in his hand, it carried an invincible sword aura as it swiftly rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Space-time sword explosion. Fang Chen roared and instantly executed the space-time sword explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The space around the Sky Heart Realm Lord suddenly shattered. Terrifying sword chi surged from all directions. They only had one target, and that was the Sky Heart Realm Lord. How is this possible? World Overlord Tion Xion's body was forced to retreat. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Fang Chen. His physical body is much stronger than World Overlord Boundless. World Overlord Tion Xion was shocked that his Heaven Heart attack couldn't break through Fang Chen's defense. However, the most important thing now was to block Fang Chen's attack. Scram. World Overlord Tion Xion forcefully activated the Heaven Heart energy in his body and enveloped himself. At this time, the hidden star sword rushed over, and the tip of the sword pierced the heart of the sky halo. Gotcha! The Heaven Heart halo's defense was extremely strong, and the star concealing sword stopped abruptly. Time stopped. Just at this moment, Fang Chen spat out 4 words. Instantly, the vast void quietened down. Everyone, including World Overlord Tion Xion, was dumbfounded. The Heaven's Heart halo around the Heaven's Heart World Lord instantly stopped. After stopping, the halo's defense was greatly reduced and gave the star concealing sword an opportunity. Gotcha! The star concealing sword brought along boundless sword Dao energy and pierced into World Overlord Tion Xion's body. Pooh! Fresh blood spurted out, and World Overlord Tion Xion was injured. Dong, dong, dong. At the same time, Time Stop lost its effect, and World Overlord Tion Xion's body was forced to retreat. As expected, Time Stop doesn't have much effect on World Overlords. Seeing the situation, Fang Chen curled his lips and said, "Against World Overlords, Time Stop could only be used to catch them off guard. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a threat at all." World Overlord Tion Xion was at a disadvantage this time, but he wouldn't be tricked the next time. However, he wasn't just this little bit of ability. Boom! A boundless energy surged out from World Overlord Tion Xion's body. His eyes were scarlet red, and he opened his hands. A scarlet red heart emerged from his chest. The moment the scarlet heart appeared, the entire sky changed color. "I admit that your strength has exceeded my expectations. But if you think that you can defeat me, the Sky Heart World Overlord, with just this, you are wrong." World Overlord Tion Xion said solemnly. He had been cultivating in the Heaven Heart world for countless years, and the outside world didn't know how strong he was. All along, he was known for being mysterious. Even the true martial world Overlord hadn't fought with him before. After so many years, you are the first person to force me to use my full strength. World Overlord Tian Xan said, "You should be proud to die in my hands." In reality, to the Sky Heart World Lord, he had already lost this battle before it even started. After all, his opponent was just a lesser tribulation sovereign. On the other hand, he was a world overlord who had cultivated for countless years and possessed the terrifying power of Heaven Heart. However, this wasn't a battle, but a life and death battle. Hence, the battle would only end when his opponent died. Furthermore, young Master Bygone had died in the Heaven Heart world, and he had to give the Shinshin school an explanation. In Fong Chen's head was the best way to explain it. His gaze swept across the miserable scene below, and a complicated feeling arose in his heart. If someone had told him before that a tribulation sovereign could fight against a world overlord, he wouldn't have believed it. But now he believed it. The world was vast, and there were all sorts of strange things. Those who could be called peerless geniuses could erupt with shocking power at the crucial moment. Everything should end now. World Overlord Tian Xin said eerily, "Let me help you." World Overlord Wu Yu wanted to help Fong Chun, but he spat out a mouthful of blood just as he circulated the energy in his body. Obviously, he was heavily injured in the battle with World Overlord Tian Xin. "I'll loan him enough to deal with him," Fong Chun said indifferently without turning his head. Looking at Fong Chen's back, World Overlord Wu Yu had a complicated expression. Who would have thought that Fong Chun could grow to such a level in just 2 years? "I'm not as good as him." World Overlord Wu Yu sighed and shook his head. The student had surpassed the master. Fong Chun was undoubtedly a model example. From the way he forced World Overlord Tian Xin into such a miserable state, his strength had already surpassed his own. "I'm old." World Overlord Wu Yu smiled bitterly. In the sky, the two experts faced each other. World Overlord Tian Xin summoned his strongest Heaven Heart and wanted to fight one last time to kill Fong Chun. Fong Chun naturally knew that World Overlord Tian Xin was desperate, so he was already prepared. He slowly opened his palm, and the reincarnation sword shuttle appeared. Looking at the reincarnation sword shuttle, Fong Chen's lips curled up. "Your Heaven Heart is indeed strong, but I have the reincarnation sword shuttle." Boom! The reincarnation sword shuttle suddenly opened up, and a terrifying power surged out. Chapter 3119. Reincarnation Sword World. The inner world of the Reincarnation Sword Shuttle was also known as the Reincarnation Sword World. Fong Chen had been here before. After 100 reincarnations, he had comprehended the Supreme Sword Tao. Today, he activated the Reincarnation Sword World once again. Swoosh! Streaks of terrifying sword light filled the void. Under the dark night sky, Fong Chun stood in the air with the hidden star sword in his hand. What is this place? Being sucked in by the Reincarnation Sword Shuttle, Realm Lord Tian Xin panicked. He looked around and exclaimed, "This is my territory." As soon as Fong Chun finished his words, the Reincarnation Sword World seemed to be responding to him. A terrifying Sword Tao aura instantly filled the air. "Oomph, do you think you can kill me here?" Realm Lord Tian Xin sneered. His Scarlet Heart sword instantly shot out. The terrifying heart sword energy turned into a long rainbow that streaked across the sky and shot towards Fong Chun. Space-time sword explosion. Fong Chun executed the 7th move of the invincible sword art, space-time sword explosion. In the Reincarnation Sword World, his invincible sword Tao had been greatly enhanced. The space-time sword explosion's attack power had reached an unimaginable level. Kacha! The hidden star sword carried boundless sword Tao power and struck the Scarlet Heart sword. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, the Scarlet Heart sword exploded with unprecedented power. Dong, dong, dong. When the two collided, the Scarlet Heart sword emitted a terrifying scarlet force that instantly shrouded the hidden star sword. However, in just a breath's time, the hidden star sword broke free from the restraint of the scarlet aura and knocked the Scarlet Heart sword away. How is this possible? Realm Lord Tian Xin was shocked. He could clearly sense that the Scarlet Sky Heart's origin source power had been greatly depleted after just one exchange. "I can't continue like this." Otherwise, Realm Lord Tan Xen knew that something was wrong. He shook his head violently and gritted his teeth. He opened his palm and controlled the Scarlet Heart Sword again. Scarlet Heart Sword, origin energy killing. He looked up to the sky and roared. In the next moment, the entire heaven and earth was covered in a sea of blood that swept across the void. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, the Sky Heart World Lord was extremely aware of how terrifying Fong Chun was. I have ignited the source of my heavenly heart's power. If I can't kill you, how can I continue to cultivate? Realm Lord Sky Heart had completely entered a state of insanity. A layer of powerful flames appeared around the Scarlet Heaven's heart, burning its origin. Fong Chun could feel the strength of the origin of the power of the Heart of Heaven. Unfortunately, this was the Samsara Sword Realm, his territory. Dong dong dong. His Emperor Realm physical body was pushed to the extreme, causing the entire Reincarnation Sword Realm to tremble. At the same time, Fong Chun held the star-hidden sword in his hand, and the 5 immortal star cores in his body were fully activated. The power of the space-time sword explosion was instantly raised to the extreme. When the hidden star sword burst out, the power of the sword principle in the Samsara Sword Realm merged with it. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the Scarlet Heart of Heaven. Crack! The hidden star sword carried absolute power and pierced into the heart of Scarlet Sky. However, this time, the Scarlet Heart of Heaven ignited its origin, increasing its power by countless times. For a moment, the hidden star sword couldn't do anything to it. Ha ha! No matter how strong your potential is, what's the use? In the end, aren't you going to die in my hands? Realm Lord Sky Heart laughed maniacally when he saw the hidden star sword being trapped by the Scarlet Heart of Heaven. His eyes were filled with killing intent, as though he could already see the scene of Fong Chun's tragic death. You think you can kill me like this? Fong Chun took a step forward and stood in the air, emitting an imposing aura. His pitch-black eyes stared down at the Sky Heart World Overlord. His voice was like thunder as it rumbled. This is my territory. Everything is under my control. You, on the other hand, are just a stepping stone in my cultivation process. Your weapon is trapped by me. What other abilities do you have? Realm Lord Sky Heart sneered. It's useless to talk. No matter what, you will die today. Fong Chen's lips curled up, revealing a mocking smile. He opened his palm, and the immortal scepter slowly appeared. Wong, immortal star energy, was instantly emitted. Fong Chen looked at Realm Lord Sky Heart. Today, I will kill you in the world of reincarnation. If it wasn't for Realm Lord Sky Heart, Princess Xian wouldn't have been forcefully abducted by the people from the Shinshin school. Hence, Fong Chun placed all his hatred on Realm Lord Sky Heart. This is the first time I've used my full strength since I started cultivating. You should be proud to die under the immortal scepter. Realm Lord Sky Heart thought that the hidden star sword was Fong Chen's trump card. He didn't know that Lin Fan's true trump card was the immortal scepter. Emperor Realm Weapon. CSISI. Fong Chun clenched his fist, and a terrifying aura was emitted from the immortal scepter. That is, Realm Lord Sky Heart, who was laughing maniacally, suddenly saw this scene, and he was shocked. What a terrifying aura! In the next moment, his heart was in turmoil. He knew that the weapon in Fong Chen's hand was actually an Emperor Realm weapon. No! Realm Lord Sky Heart's heart was filled with fear. He kept retreating and frantically attacked the Reincarnation Sword World, wanting to escape from this place. However, this was Fong Chen's territory, and Fong Chun was the ruler. Kacha! The immortal scepter was fully activated, and Emperor Realm energy crazily surged. A crisp sound rang out, and Scarlet Heaven's heart, which was entangled with the hidden star sword, was instantly shattered. Without any resistance, Scarlet Heaven's heart was shattered. Poochie! Realm Lord Sky Heart spat out blood, and his face was pale. How could this be? He was extremely disappointed, and he could feel the arrival of death. Extinguish! The immortal scepter instantly expanded and pressed down, causing the Reincarnation Sword World to tremble, and miserable shrieks could be heard. Hoo-hoo-hoo! The air was filled with scarlet aura. The world was in chaos. A realm lord had fallen just like that. Even Realm Lord Sky Heart himself didn't expect that he would die in the hands of a lesser tribulation sovereign. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. Fengshen looked at the place where Realm Lord Sky Heart's body was shattered and said softly. In the outside world, Realm Lord Wuya and Bai Qingqing were extremely anxious. Voila! At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air. Immediately after, the reincarnation sword shuttle retracted its aura and disappeared. Realm Lord Wuya was overjoyed to see Feng Chun return safely. Are you all right? Bai Qingqing directly rushed into Feng Chen's embrace, a teardrop hanging from the corner of her eye. Everything is over. Feng Chun gently stroked the latter's hair as he spoke in a gentle voice. Outside the garden, many Realm Lord Sky Heart experts looked at each other, waiting for Realm Lord Sky Heart to appear. Where's Realm Lord Sky Heart? Realm Lord Wuya walked over and asked softly. I've already killed him, Feng Chen said. Realm Lord Wuya instantly fell into a daze when he heard this. Waves of shock surged in his heart. One of the 9 great Realm Lords, Realm Lord Skyheart, a powerful Realm Lord who specialized in the Heart Tao, had actually fallen in the hands of a lesser tribulation venerable. He knew better than anyone that if this news were to spread out, the entire eastern region would be shaken. After a long time, Realm Lord Wuya slowly shook his head. There were talents in every generation, and the new generation replaced the old. He originally thought that this world belonged to the Realm Lords, but now it seemed that the rising stars had the momentum to surpass them. I'm old. Realm Lord Wuya sighed in his heart as he looked at Feng Chun with a complicated expression. The Realm Lord won't die. That's right, you're lying. Some Realm Lord Sky Heart experts couldn't accept this fact and roared at Feng Chun. However, under Realm Lord Wuya's powerful suppression, Sky Heart World instantly collapsed. In just half a day, Sky Heart World had completely submitted. On a high platform, Feng Chen hugged Bai Qingqing. Qingqing, wait for me to head to the northern region. I'll definitely save Princess Exine, Feng Chen said softly. And as long as I'm with you, I'll do anything. Bai Qingqing obediently laid on Feng Chen's chest, her face filled with joy. Ding, ding, ding. Realm Lord Wuya walked over from afar and said, the fall of Realm Lord Sky Heart is a huge matter. Soon, the entire eastern region will be shaken. At that time, it will definitely set off a storm. With your current strength, you're completely qualified to become a Realm Lord, but this matter can only be decided after the 9 great Realm Lords have a discussion. Of course, with your relationship with Realm Lord Jinwu, it shouldn't be a big problem. Feng Chen nodded. He had taken the most important step in the eastern region and had his own force. Chapter 31:20. The news of the Heaven Heart Realm Lord's death swept across the entire eastern region like a hurricane. When all the martial artists heard the news, they all fell into a daze. Their hearts were in turmoil. They couldn't imagine that the Heaven Heart Realm Lord would die in the hands of the Boundless World's Grand Commander. What's going on? Everyone was surprised and tried to find out the truth. The various Realm Lords were also shocked. What? The Heaven Heart Realm Lord was killed by Feng Chen? The true Martial Realm Lord was shocked when he heard the news. This news came from the Heaven Heart Realm. It shouldn't be fake. Qizhan nodded and said softly. Even though he already knew, he was still shocked when he heard it from his mouth. That was the Heaven Heart Realm Lord. Even Qizhan couldn't do it, let alone Feng Chen. This guy. Qizhan shook his head with a bitter smile as a myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind. Although the Heaven Heart Realm Lord wasn't the strongest among the 9 Realm Lords, he cultivated the Tao of the heart and was mysterious. His Heaven Heart Realm Lord was extremely powerful, and even I didn't want to offend him. The true Martial Realm Lord muttered, to be able to kill the Heaven Heart Realm Lord, it means that Feng Chen's strength is above the other Realm Lords. The true Martial Realm Lord fell into silence. He remembered that 2 years ago in front of the true Martial Mountain Range, the Scarlet Sun Realm Lord and the Black Underworld Realm Lord had threatened him. But now, he had killed the Sky Heart World Overlord with his own strength. Such a rate of growth was simply too astonishing. Even if the true Martial Realm Lord boasted about his shocking potential, He was nothing in front of Fang Chun. The true martial realm lord didn't doubt the news that Qi Zhan brought back. The Heavenheart realm lord has fallen, and the Heavenheart realm has no leader. It's time to convene the realm lord conference. The true martial realm lord said softly. Qi Zhan had interacted with Fang Chun for a longer time and understood Fang Chun better. When I was in the Starlight Sacred Ground, I could see that this guy's future was boundless. Most importantly, I found out that there was immortal star power in his body. Qi Zhan said, "Immortal star power?" The true martial realm's lord was stunned for a moment before he said, "The successor of the immortal emperor? If that's the case, it wouldn't be too surprising for him to kill the Sky Heart World Overlord." "Realm Lord, what do you plan to do?" Qi Zhan asked. "Fang Chun's strength is already qualified to stand on equal footing with us. Since he has killed the Sky Heart World Overlord, he shall be the new world overlord of the Sky Heart World. This way, the chaos in the Sky Heart World can be quelled, and the overall strength of our eastern region will increase by a lot." The true martial world overlord laughed. "Inform the other sector lords to head to the Sky Heart Realm and hold a sector lord conference." "Yes, sector lord." Qi Zhan nodded, and then he left swiftly. Looking at Qi Zhan's departing figure, the realm lord of the true martial realm curled up his lips and revealed a brilliant smile. As expected of the heavens' pride, that absolute star boundary lord thinks highly of. Such potential really makes me sigh in amazement. The true martial realm lord murmured. He knew some of the secrets of the northern region. There were countless geniuses there, and experts were as common as clouds. Among the younger generation, the most outstanding ones were Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua. However, he knew that even Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua's potential wasn't comparable to Fang Chun's. "I'm very curious. When you step into the northern region where experts are as common as clouds, how powerful will you be?" At this moment, the true martial realm lord made a very important decision. The entire eastern region was in an uproar. Countless cultivators were in an uproar. Especially in the boundless world, many cultivators were dumbfounded. Under such a scene, Qi Zhan had already arrived at the Sky Heart World ahead of the other realm lords. "Brother Fang, it's only been 2 years since we last met, and you've already caused such a huge commotion." When Qi Zhan saw Fang Chun from far away, he grinned and said. Seeing Qi Zhan's arrival, Fang Chun stood up from the high platform and smiled. "I didn't expect that the first one to come to the Sky Heart World would be senior." Qi Zhan waved his hand. "Your current strength is even stronger than mine. Don't call me senior anymore. If you don't mind, you could just call me old brother." Fang Chun didn't pretend and directly called out, "Old brother Qi Zhan. Ha ha, quickly tell me, how did you kill the Sky Heart World Lord?" Actually, Qi Zhan was the one who was truly curious about this point. Fang Chun briefly explained the battle process and then asked, "Old brother Qi Zhan, how much do you know about the northern region?" The words northern region caused Qi Zhan's expression to turn solemn. "You know," Qi Zhan raised his head and looked at Fang Chun. "The reason why the Sky Heart World and True Martial Realm can command so many heroes in the eastern region is because of the terrifying power behind them." Qi Zhan slowly said, "The power behind the Sky Heart World is the Shinshin School in the northern region. My True Martial Realm also has a backer in the northern region." Hearing this, Fang Chun lightly nodded his head. Actually, he guessed it earlier. If one didn't have any backing, then how could a mere world Lord Realm cultivator occupy a territory? But don't worry, the Sky Heart World is just one of the countless vassal forces to the Shinshin School. Although you killed the Sky Heart World Lord, the Shinshin School won't even pay attention to this matter. Qi Zhan smiled. He was worried that Fang Chun would feel pressured, so he explained, "Of course, with your current strength, there's almost no one in the World Lord realm who can kill you." Qi Zhan could already tell that Fang Chun's cultivation had reached the great circle of the minor tribulation realm. He was even more shocked in his heart. To kill the Sky Heart World Lord as a minor tribulation realm, who in the eastern region could be a match for him. Many world lords will probably come in the next few days. When the discussion is over, you will be the new Sky Heart World Lord." Qi Zhan said. On the third day after Qi Zhan's arrival, the clear sky suddenly became extremely gloomy. Immediately after, an extremely cold aura filled the entire void. In the blink of an eye, the cold aura completely enveloped Skyheart City. Dong dong dong. In the sky, the cold aura rapidly gathered together, and a vibrating force swept over. The entire Skyheart City fell into a state of panic. Fang Chun, who was talking with Qi Zhan, felt the cold aura in the air, and his expression changed slightly. "It's the Black Underworld Lord," Qi Zhan said. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure flashed, and he walked out of the meeting hall. With a stomp of his foot, he floated in midair. The dignified Black Underworld Lord is actually using such a method. How laughable! Fang Chen's voice rang out clearly. In the next moment, he flicked his finger, and a dazzling flame flower shot out rapidly, rushing into the cold sky. Dong! The flame flower exploded, and a terrifying wave of fire instantly erupted. In just a breath's time, the cold aura in the sky was completely dispersed. After not seeing you for 2 years, that weak fellow actually grew to such a stage. In the void, a figure emitting a gloomy aura gradually appeared. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Fang Chun, his eyes filled with disdain. However, do you think that you're qualified to become the new Skyheart World Lord just because of this? The Black Underworld Lord's next sentence instantly caused the surrounding air to freeze. Everyone stared at him angrily. It was obvious that he was here to cause trouble. Qi Zhan's face was unhappy, and he looked at Fang Chun. The latter was still very calm, and his expression was very calm. He glanced at the Black Underworld Lord and said, "Why? Is a big shot like the Black Underworld Lord still brooding over the matter of me killing Chun Hao?" The 2 words Chun Hao were an injury to the Black Underworld Lord. Boom! Coming from Fang Chen's mouth, it was especially ear-piercing. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged out from the Black Underworld Lord's body, pressing towards Fang Chun. "You are courting death." The Black Underworld Lord's cold eyes stared at Fang Chun. Chun Hao cultivated an evil technique and killed his own kind. He deserves to die. Qi Zhan spoke. "Black Underworld Lord, as the Lord of a world, you should consider the big picture. An evil cultivator deserved to be killed. Hence, it was reasonable for the Black Underworld Lord's Chun Hao to be killed by Fang Chun. It has nothing to do with Chun Hao. I just don't like Fang Chun and want to challenge him." Why? Does the true martial domain want to interfere? How could Qi Zhan not know that the Black Underworld Lord was looking for an opportunity to take revenge on Fang Chun? Chapter 31:21. Although it was a kind reminder, it was actually a threat to the Black Underworld Territorial Lord. He wanted the Black Underworld Territorial Lord to know the difference in strength between him and Fang Chun. No matter how strong the Black Underworld Territorial Lord was, he couldn't be stronger than the Skyheart Territorial Lord. This seemingly harmless fella in front of him was someone who had even defeated the Skyheart Realm Lord. However, the Black Underworld Territorial Lord was blinded by hatred. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to infuriate Fang Chun and take the opportunity to kill him. Why? You don't dare to make a move? The Black Underworld Territorial Lord looked at Fang Chun and sneered. If you don't even dare to accept my challenge, what qualifications do you have to be the new Skyheart Territorial Lord? Facing the Black Underworld Territorial Lord's aggressiveness, Fang Chun gave a strong reply. If I make a move, I will definitely kill. Are you sure you want me to make a move? Shameless boasting. The Black Underworld Territorial Lord's words had just left his mouth when his figure suddenly flashed. A vast aura rushed towards Fang Chun. The extremely terrifying, gloomy aura seemed to be corroding the entire Skyheart City. Seeing this, Fang Chun raised his palm and slowly opened it. Sword runes flickered. Condense. Fang Chun bellowed as countless densely packed sword lights appeared in his palm. These sword lights gathered together to form an extremely terrifying sword formation. Break. Fang Chun suddenly stomped his foot. Immediately, the densely packed sword lights whizzed out and pierced into the void, where the barrier formed by the extreme yin chi was in the void. Kacha, the resplendent sword lights, brought along boundless power and pierced into the barrier. Even though this barrier was the Black Underworld Territorial Lord's proudest move and was fused with the powerful extreme yin aura, it was useless. However, in front of Fang Chun, it was completely useless. Kacha, the void barrier only existed for a second before it was completely destroyed by Fang Chun. Kill. In the next moment, the Black Underworld Territorial Lord's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chun. Scram. Seeing this, Fang Chun suddenly punched out. Dong dong dong. The boundless fist light collided with the Black Underworld Territorial Lord's body. In the blink of an eye, the Black Underworld Territorial Lord's defense was broken and forced back. In Skyheart City, everyone saw the Black Underworld Territorial Lord's body. Their hearts trembled. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. He was so strong that he could sweep through the entire eastern region. Zhan could not help but praise. He could see that Fang Chen's physical strength had reached an unimaginable level. As expected of an expert who came from the boundless world, such attainments in physical body are simply unprecedented. The Black Turtle Territory Lord is simply courting death. Realm Lord Wu Yi sneered, his face full of mockery. It's time to end this. A gust of wind blew. Fang Chen's robe fluttered in the wind. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the Black Underworld Territorial Lord. Dong! He clenched his fist in the air. His Emperor Realm strength burst out instantly. Clang! The Black Underworld Territorial Lord's body flew out and landed heavily on the ground. The ground cracked and the armor on his body shattered. Isn't he too strong? At this moment, even Zhan couldn't help but exclaim. He recognized the armor on the Black Underworld Territorial Lord's body. It was the supreme treasure of the Black Underworld Territory. It was called the Black Underworld Armor. The Black Underworld Armor was created by generations of unparalleled experts of the Black Underworld Territory. They used the Black Underworld aura and supreme comprehension to create it. The Black Underworld Armor combined with the Black Underworld aura greatly increased one's combat strength. All along, the Black Underworld Territorial Lord had relied on the Black Underworld Armor to dominate the eastern region. And now, the Black Underworld Armor was shattered. The most terrifying thing was that Fang Chen only punched once and shattered the Black Underworld Armor. How much strength did that require? Could it be that his physical body has broken through to the Emperor Realm? Zhan's heart trembled as stormy waves arose. Of course, it was just a suspicion. After all, an Emperor Realm physical body had never appeared in the history of the Eastern region. He didn't believe that such a young martial artist could reach the Emperor Realm physical body. The entire Skyheart world was silent. One could even hear a pin drop. Fang Chun retracted his aura and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked down at the Black Underworld Territorial Lord. Back then, I risked my life to kill evil cultivator Chun Hao. As a high and mighty territorial lord, you wanted to kill me because of your selfishness. Fang Chun said slowly. If it wasn't for the clear dust territorial lord of the true martial boundary, you would have torn off your disguise and attacked me. Fang Chun's every word was like a thunderbolt that struck the Black Underworld Territorial Lord's heart. At this moment, the Black Underworld Territorial Lord was trembling. His face was ferocious, and his heart was filled with hatred for Fang Chun. However, he didn't have the courage to attack. Fang Chun's punch didn't just shatter the Black Underworld armor, it also shattered the Black Underworld Territorial Lord's arrogant heart. Looking at Fang Chun, it was as though he had seen a devil. How could he be so strong? Now, the Black Underworld Territorial Lord could finally confirm that Fang Chun had the ability to kill the Skyheart Territorial Lord alone. Thinking of this, he mocked himself. A loss is a loss. You can kill me or torture me as you wish. The Black Underworld Territorial Lord closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. The atmosphere in the air was heavy. Everyone was looking at Fang Chun. They wanted to see if Fang Chun would kill the Black Underworld Territorial Lord after killing the Skyheart Territorial Lord. Dao is Fang. Give me some face and let this matter end here. The void rippled and countless terrifying auras appeared. Then, a group of people appeared. The person in the lead was the true martial boundary lord that Fang Chun had met before. True martial boundary lord. Seeing this, Fang Chun cupped his fists. When he was weak, the true martial boundary lord stood up for him. He was grateful. His gaze swept past the true martial boundary lord, and the other boundary lords also arrived. How does everyone feel? The true martial boundary lord nodded at Fang Chun and asked for the others' opinions. Haha, Daoist Fang is so strong that even the black underworld armor couldn't withstand his punch. There's naturally no problem for him to be the new Sky Heart Territorial Lord. I agree. The person who spoke was the Blood Demon Boundary Lord. In the Eastern region, the Blood Demon Boundary was a little special among the 9 boundaries. Many demon races gathered here. The Blood Demon Boundary Lord was one of the best in the demon race. He was very strong, and even the true martial boundary lord didn't dare to underestimate him. Since ancient times, the Blood Demon Boundary had been known for their physical defense. However, after seeing the battle between Fang Chun and the Black Underworld Territorial Lord, the Blood Demon Boundary Lord felt inferior. If the Black Underworld Territorial Lord was replaced by him, he wouldn't be able to withstand Fang Chun's punch. Therefore, he agreed readily. I don't have any objections, the soul-chasing Boundary Lord said with a smile. His body was shrouded in a dense soul, Dao aura. The Void Boundary Lord, the Pill Boundary Lord, and the Scarlet Sun Boundary Lord nodded one after another. Especially the Scarlet Sun Boundary Lord, there was some fear in his eyes. He had once vented his anger on Fang Chun because of the death of Heavenly Sun Supremacy. In front of everyone, he wanted to kill Fang Chun. In the end, the true martial boundary lord intervened and stopped him. If Fang Chun held a grudge, he would definitely attack him. Daoist Fang, there were some misunderstandings between us. However, that's all in the past. I hope Daoist Fang won't take it to heart. Thinking of this, the Scarlet Sun Boundary Lord took the initiative to speak and pointed out the misunderstanding. Fang Chun nodded and didn't intend to pursue the matter. After all, it was very easy for him to kill the Scarlet Sun Boundary Lord with his current strength. Moreover, he had to give the true martial Boundary Lord face. Ha! I really didn't expect that a monstrous genius like Daoist Fang would appear in our eastern region. It's really an honor. After the Boundary Lords finished speaking, the true martial Boundary Lord laughed loudly. Since no one has any objections, then from today onwards, Fang Chun will officially be the new Sky Heart Boundary Lord. He will rule the Sky Heart Boundary and jointly govern the eastern region with the other 8 boundaries. The true martial Boundary Lord looked at everyone and announced. The entire Sky Heart Boundary was filled with cheers. Everyone was shouting Fang Chun's name. In the crowd, Bai Qingqing smiled faintly. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and there was a touch of happiness on her face. Fang Chun, an unknown human martial artist. In the eastern region, he rose rapidly and became an expert on par with the true martial Boundary Lord. Once the news came out, a storm rose in the eastern region. Chapter 3124. Soldier Creation with a Thought. It was no stranger to any craftsman. It was the most sacred and unfathomable crafting method in the crafting world. It was said that if one could comprehend soldier creation with a thought, he would definitely become the emperor of the crafting world in the future. Master Spirit Tamer was already stunned on the spot. His eyes widened, and his heart was filled with shock. Alchemy and Alchemy Realm Lord and Grandmaster Dan Ling stared at Fang Chun with burning eyes. Soldier creation with a thought. No one knew the importance of soldier creation with a thought better than Master Dan Ling. In a trance, he fell into a deep memory. Millions of years ago, he had just come into contact with crafting. At that time, he met a big shot. This big shot was an unparalleled expert in the crafting world. He realized that he had the potential to craft weapons. So he took him in as a disciple and taught him how to craft weapons from then on. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, he had been working hard to learn how to craft weapons. Finally, his hard work paid off. When 100 years passed, his master let him go down the mountain. However, Before he went down the mountain, his master said something that was still fresh in his mind after millions of years. In this world, there are countless ways to refine weapons. However, your master has spent his entire life to pursue the supreme method of refining weapons. His master said, "Master, what is the supreme crafting method?" At that time, Master Dan Ling and Master Dan Ling didn't quite understand. So he asked, could it be that the crafting methods of those unparalleled experts are not supreme? Hearing this, his master grinned and gently stroked Master Dan Ling's head. He said softly, "In this world, there's only one method that can be called the supreme crafting method. It is called soldier creation with a thought." "Master, what is soldier creation with a thought?" Master Dan Ling continued to ask. However, his master didn't continue. Instead, he waved his hand and asked him to go down the mountain. One day, when your crafting skills reach a certain level, you will naturally know. At that time, Master Dan Ling and Master Dan Ling was very confused. However, many years later, he finally knew what soldier creation with a thought was. The supreme refining method that Shizhuan spent his entire life to pursue. After a short silence, Master Dan Ling and Master Dan Ling and Master Dan Ling muttered. His face was filled with a complicated expression as his head kept shaking. All this while, he had always thought that soldiers with a single thought only existed in legends. For this reason, he had read through countless books and records. He clearly knew that ever since the end of the Battle of Gods in the ancient times, there had never been an army of thought in the primordial chaos. But now, World Lord Tian Xin had actually executed soldier creation with thought. Sector Lord. In a trance, Realm Lord Dan and Smith heard someone calling out to him. He suddenly came to his senses and looked up at Feng Chun. Realm Lord Skyheart. He quickly walked in front of Feng Chun and bowed to him. Then he clasped his fists and said, "I never thought that I would be able to see an army of thought in my lifetime. Even if I were to die now, I would have no regrets. Realm Lord Skyheart, I was too impulsive earlier. I apologize to you and take back my words." The Grandmaster Spirit Tamer at the side finally regained his senses. He had a complicated expression as he apologized to Feng Chun. He was thoroughly convinced of his loss in this battle. It's not shameful to lose to an unparalleled genius in the blacksmith world. At this moment, the Grandmaster Spirit Tamer believed that Feng Chun would definitely become an emperor-like figure in the blacksmith world in the future. Possessing soldier creation with thought, this was too terrifying. Even if he were to head to the highest stage of the primordial chaos alone, he would still be able to survive and become a core disciple of those major powers. After all, that was soldier creation with thought. It's fine. Feng Chun shrugged. He didn't hold any grudges towards the Grandmaster Spirit Tamer's bad attitude. "I never thought that not only is Realm Lord Skyheart strong, but your attainments in blacksmithing are also so high. It's not wrong for me to lose." Feng Chun nodded. He glanced at Realm Lord Dan and Smith and said, "Realm Lord Dan and Smith, I hope that you can keep this a secret for me. Don't worry. Soldier creation with thought is too important. If the outside world knows about it, some people will definitely have evil intentions." Realm Lord Dan and Smith promised. After this battle, Feng Chun's position in the hearts of the three skyrocketed. Realm Lord Dan and Smith couldn't wait to call Feng Chun brother. He was even more convinced that his previous decision was correct. He would try his best to rope in Feng Chun and befriend him. The next day, back mountain of Dan and Smith City. Feng Chun and Realm Lord Dan and Smith walked side by side. Their surroundings were filled with the vast energy of alchemy and blacksmithing. In the depths of the back mountain, there was a stone. From its appearance, it looked like a meteorite. Realm Lord Skyheart. This stone is the legendary weapon stone. Realm Lord Dan and Smith smiled. Previously, I was worried that the weapon stone was too hard and Realm Lord Skyheart wouldn't be able to destroy it. But now, I feel that Realm Lord Skyheart will definitely be able to destroy it. If one wanted to destroy the weapon stone, not only did they need to have great strength, they also needed to have sufficient understanding of blacksmithing. If one could even comprehend soldier creation with thought, what was a mere weapon stone? Let me try. Fang Chun walked in front of the weapon stone and circulated the energy in his body. Dong, 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 dong. His chaotic sword body was fully circulated, and Emperor Realm energy surged crazily. The entire heaven and earth was filled with a heavy aura. Fang Chun slowly raised his palm and clenched his fist. Rumble! He suddenly punched out, and a deafening sound quickly spread out. Open! Fang Chun let out a low growl as his fist violently smashed onto the stone. A terrifying energy drilled into the weapon stone. At the same time, Fang Chun felt a vast energy of blacksmithing from the weapon stone. With a thought, a powerful energy surged out from his body and clashed with the energy. Kacha! Under Fang Chun's powerful attack, a crack appeared on the weapon stone. Huff! Huff! Fang Chun's figure was knocked a few steps backward. He took a deep breath and stabilized his figure. He looked at the weapon stone. Although there was a crack on it, it wasn't broken. Even so, Realm Lord Dan and Smith was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. As expected of World Overlord Tian Xan, such strength is truly shocking. At least in Realm Lord Dan and Smith's opinion. If he fought with Realm Lord Tian Xan, he would definitely end up like Realm Lord Xianming. He might even be killed on the spot. No wonder he could rely on his own strength to kill the Heavenly Heart World Overlord. Realm Lord Dan and Smith sighed when he saw this. At the same time, he was even more curious. How strong was Fang Chun's potential? Even Lin Xian and Gu Tianhua weren't as strong when they were young. Boom, 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 boom. He threw out 3 consecutive punches with his Emperor Realm strength. Finally, after the third punch, the weapon stone shattered into pieces. The entire back mountain was swept up by the terrifying energy that surged out from the weapon stone. Not good, Realm Lord Dan and Smith exclaimed when he saw this. He stomped his feet, and an invisible barrier appeared around the back mountain. Following that, the back mountain protective array covered the entire back mountain. The energy that surged out from the weapon stone is too strong. If it is allowed to spread, it will definitely affect the entire Dan and Smith city. After doing all this, Realm Lord Dan and Smith heaved a sigh of relief. Only now did he finally focus his attention on the broken artifact stone. Ah! Realm Lord Dan and Smith was very excited when he saw the shattered pieces on the ground. With the help of these weapon stones, he would have a chance to break through to the Emperor Realm. Many thanks, Realm Lord Tian Xan. Realm Lord Dan and Smith suppressed the excitement in his heart and clasped his fists to thank him. It's nothing, Fang Chun said. Voila! Realm Lord Dan and Smith waved his sleeves and swept up some of the shattered pieces on the ground. I only need this much. You could take the rest. Realm Lord Dan and Smith said straightforwardly. Fang Chun didn't pretend and quickly kept all the remaining weapon stones on the ground. Many thanks, Realm Lord Dan and Smith. I should be the one thanking you. If it wasn't for you, the weapon stone wouldn't have been shattered, and I wouldn't have been able to fulfill my wish. Realm Lord Dan and Smith was very happy. Not long later, the terrifying energy dissipated and the back mountain returned to its peaceful state. After the back mountain protective array was removed, Realm Lord Dan and Smith pulled Fang Chun to the City Lord Mansion and ordered a big banquet to celebrate. At the same time, the Pill and Smith Sector Lord also asked Fang Chun for some insights on soldier creation. Chapter 3125. In Dark Cave Mountain, the star-concealing sword and the immortal scepter were absorbing the stone fragments. You're already an Emperor-level weapon. Absorbing this won't be of much use. Given a little, Fang Chun said with a smile. The star-concealing sword emitted a dazzling light and a loud sword chime, as though it was responding to Fang Chun's words. Although I've recovered to the Emperor level, there's still a gap between me and an ordinary Emperor level weapon. Some of my internal strength has been sealed. If I want to unlock it, I'll have to absorb enough energy. The immortal scepter said, and this stone is very important to me. After all, it was a weapon that had followed the immortal Emperor in battle. If the world knew that the immortal scepter's attack power was so weak, they would definitely laugh at it. It would never allow anyone to question the immortal Emperor. Fang Chun had obtained about 30% of the stone fragments. Seeing the stone fragments being absorbed by the two weapons, Fang Chun grinned. The trip to the alchemy and blacksmith world had come to an end. Although the alchemy and blacksmith world lord had urged him to stay, Fang Chun still chose to leave. Not long after, Fang Chun returned to the Sky Heart world silently. "You're back." Seeing Fang Chun return, the green-clothed, green-haired Bai Qingqing smiled excitedly and rushed into Fang Chun's arms. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, Fang Chun smiled brightly. There was still some time before the World Lord Conference half a year later. During this period, Fang Chun didn't slack off. He had been cultivating and trying to raise his cultivation level. Although he could kill a sector lord with his current strength and was considered a top expert in the eastern region, he was nothing in the northern region. There were many experts who were stronger than him. To establish a foothold in the northern region, I'll have to raise my cultivation level to the Sector Lord realm. The Sector Lord realm and the Tribulation Master realm were two completely different levels. After stepping into the Sector Lord realm, one would be able to comprehend the heaven and earth and come into contact with the supreme law. However, no matter how strong a Tribulation Paragon was, he was still at the level of a god. In essence, there was a huge gap between him and a universe god. Now that my physical body has reached the Emperor realm, it will be difficult for me to break through in a short period of time. My primordial spirit has also reached the peak of the Emperor realm. Stepping into the Emperor realm is no different from ascending the heavens. Fang Chun said in a low voice, "For now, I should focus on the invincible sword technique." All these years, Fang Chun's trump card was the invincible swordsmanship. The more he comprehended, the more Fang Chun realized that the invincible sword principle was too powerful. It was even more powerful than any sword principle he had ever seen. In his heart, the invincible sword Tao contained everything. When one's cultivation reached the pinnacle, they would be truly invincible and stand above all living beings. Of course, all of this was just his current thoughts. How difficult would it be to truly achieve this goal? However, people had to have goals. Otherwise, they would be no different from salted fish. Fang Chun took a deep breath and began to comprehend the invincible sword Tao. In the eastern region, the 9 realms had each regained their peace. Now, Fang Chun's name was being praised by all the warriors. Whenever someone mentioned the Sky Heart realm, they would inevitably talk about Fang Chun. The situation in the eastern region changed because of Fang Chun. The warriors who were related to Fang Chun benefited because of this. The cloud-piercing sect, where Fang Chun had once risen, had now become the important place of the Hidden Star Palace. Moreover, the cloud-piercing sect master, Wu Pan, and the others had become the guests of honor of the upper echelons of the Boundless World. Deputy Palace Master Shui Zhan and Shan Hong were also summoned to the Boundless City and became high-ranking generals. Some of the palaces that had once had grudges with Fang Chun were directly banned by the Boundless World Lord. In short, the Boundless World had undergone a great change. With the arrival of the Realm Lord Conference, the Realm Lord of True Martial Realm and the others also went into seclusion one after another. At this time, in the distant southern region, Tianshu Yuan. Back then, when Fang Chun left, he arranged for his doppelganger to cultivate in Tianshu Yuan. Now, Tianshu Yuan was under the protection of the ancient cold sect and the Ling family. Basically, no forces dared to provoke them. Of course, all of this was thanks to Fang Chun. For this reason, the chief of Tianshu Yuan and many of the upper echelons were extremely excited. However, today, the entire Tianshu Yuan was anxious. In the sky, dark clouds were dense, and a terrifying aura spread out. The chief of Tianshu Yuan and many high-level experts appeared one after another. They looked into the distance, and a dark and terrifying aura gradually swept over. "Dean, what should we do?" The chief of Tianshu Yuan asked in a deep voice. "Have you contacted the Ling family and the ancient cold sect?" The chief of Tianshu Yuan asked. "I've already contacted them. The Ling family is also restrained by them and can't get away at all. It seems that they should have been plotting for a long time." The first elder shrugged and said helplessly, It's just that I don't understand. In the southern region, there are spies of the ancient cold sect and the Ling family everywhere. How did they cultivate such a powerful force without anyone knowing? The aura on their bodies is very evil. I seem to think of a legend. The chief of Tian Shu Yuan said leisurely. What legend? The first elder asked hurriedly. Corpse demon. As soon as these three words came out, the upper echelons of Tian Shu Yuan were all shocked. What? Corpse demon? Impossible. Wasn't the corpse demon exterminated a long time ago? How could it appear? Many of the upper echelons didn't believe that the corpse demon was attacking Tian Shu Yuan this time. The power of the corpse demon is beyond our imagination. This is only a small branch of the corpse demon. If the corpse demon army is mobilized in full force, it will inevitably cause chaos in the ancient times, the chief of Tian Shu Yuan said in a low voice. He knew that once the corpse demon, which had been dormant for countless years, made a move, it would not stop until Tian Shu Yuan was destroyed. Are they not afraid of the upper echelons of the human race? The first elder asked. Since they dare to make a move with such great fanfare, they must have left something behind, Ancestor Han said. Right now, the Ling family is restrained by them, and Tian Shu Yuan is completely isolated. Pass down the order, we will fight a bloody battle. Dong dong dong. As he spoke, a vast, evil aura instantly emerged. The chief of Tian Shu Yuan's pitch-black eyes stared straight ahead. The person in the lead was a powerful corpse demon. Destroy or submit. The powerful corpse demon stood in the air and shouted at Tian Shu Yuan. This was not the first time they had attacked Tian Shu Yuan. The previous few times were just probing. This time they were going all out. The remnants of the corpse demon are so arrogant. Do you really think that Tian Shu Yuan is a pushover? The chief of Tian Shu Yuan scolded angrily. Since you don't know what's good for you, then all of you can die. The powerful corpse demon raised his arms and shouted. Countless corpse demon clansmen swarmed forward. Kill. I would rather die in battle than surrender. The upper echelons of Tian Shu Yuan were the first to make a move. Crack. A terrifying battle broke out in an instant. However, the corpse demon was too powerful. As soon as they started fighting, many of the upper echelons of Tian Shu Yuan were killed or injured. Splat! Corpses fell from the sky one after another. The ground soon became a pool of blood. Countless corpses piled up like a mountain. Damn it! The chief of Tian Shu Yuan and the first elder joined forces to besiege the corpse demon leader. Seeing this, the corpse demon leader stretched out his big hand and slapped at the first elder. Crack! The first elder's arm was broken, and his body flew backward. You overestimate yourself. As soon as his voice fell, the corpse demon leader attacked the chief of Tian Shu Yuan like a storm. Miserable screams could be heard all over the world. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, a slender figure stood with his hands behind his back. The corpse demon is too arrogant. The person who spoke was Fong Chen's avatar. Before his original body left, he left his avatar in Tian Shu Yuan and asked it to cultivate the army of wild monsters in the demon ceiling tower. Now that Tian Shu Yuan had suffered heavy losses and the corpse demon had reappeared, his avatar naturally came out of seclusion. Back then, the corpse demon tried to destroy the universe. If they succeeded, all my family and friends would die, the avatar said. This grudge is absolutely irreconcilable. He once swore that if he encountered the corpse demon in the future, he would draw his sword and kill it without hesitation. Now, the corpse demon dared to attack Tian Shu Yuan. It's time to let the world know the power of the wild monster army. Fong Chen murmured. Then, he took a step forward and came to the battlefield. Whoosh! He swung his sword, and a dazzling sword light split the battlefield into two halves. The chief of Tian Shu Yuan and the first elder, who were fighting fiercely, quickly retreated. Chapter 31:26. In Dark Cave Mountain, the star-concealing sword and the immortal scepter were absorbing the stone fragments. You're already an emperor weapon. Absorbing this won't be of much use. Given a little, Fong Chun said with a smile. The star-concealing sword emitted a dazzling light and let out a loud sword hum, as though it was responding to Fong Chen's words. Although I've recovered to the Emperor realm, there's still a gap between me and an ordinary Emperor weapon. Some of my internal strength has been sealed. If I want to unlock it, I'll have to absorb enough energy. The immortal scepter said, and this stone is very important to me. After all, it was a weapon that had followed the immortal emperor in battle. If the world knew that the immortal scepter's attack power was so weak, they would definitely laugh at it. It would never allow anyone to question the immortal emperor. Fong Chun had obtained about 30% of the stone fragments. Looking at the fragments being absorbed by the two weapons, Fong Chun grinned. The trip to the alchemy and blacksmith world had come to an end. Although the alchemy and blacksmith world lord had urged him to stay, Fong Chun still chose to leave. Not long after, Fong Chun returned to the Sky Heart world silently. "You're back." Seeing that Fong Chun had returned, the green-haired Bai Qingqing revealed an excited smile on her pretty face. She immediately rushed into Fong Chen's arms. And, looking at the beautiful lady in front of him, Fong Chun smiled brightly. There was still some time before the World Lord Conference half a year later. During this period, Fong Chun did not slack off. He had been cultivating and tried to raise his cultivation level. Although his current strength could kill a sector lord and he was considered a top expert in the eastern region, he was nothing in the northern region. There were many experts who were stronger than him. To establish a foothold in the northern region, I must first raise my cultivation level to the sector lord realm. The sector lord realm and the tribulation master realm were two completely different levels. After stepping into the sector lord realm, one would be able to comprehend the heaven and earth and come into contact with the supreme law. However, no matter how strong a tribulation paragon was, he was still at the level of a god. In essence, there was a huge gap between him and a universe god. Now that my physical body has reached the emperor realm, it will be difficult for me to break through in a short period of time. My primordial spirit has also reached the peak of the emperor realm. Stepping into the emperor realm is no different from ascending the heavens. Fong Chun said in a low voice, "For now, I should focus on the invincible sword technique." All these years, Fong Chen's trump card was the invincible swordsmanship. The more he comprehended, the more Fong Chun realized that the invincible sword principle was too powerful. It was even more powerful than any sword principle he had ever seen. In his heart, the invincible sword Tao contained everything. When one's cultivation reached the pinnacle, they would be truly invincible and stand above all living beings. Of course, all of this was just his current thoughts. How difficult would it be to truly achieve this goal? However, people had to have goals. Otherwise, they would be no different from salted fish. Fong Chun took a deep breath and began to comprehend the invincible sword Tao. In the eastern region, the 9 realms had each regained their peace. Now, Fong Chen's name was being praised by all the warriors. Whenever someone mentioned the Sky Heart realm, they would inevitably talk about Fong Chun. The situation in the eastern region changed because of Fong Chun. The warriors who were related to Fong Chun benefited because of this. The cloud-piercing sect, where Fong Chun had once risen, had now become the important place of the Hidden Star Palace. Moreover, the cloud-piercing sect master, Wu Pan, and the others had become the guests of honor of the upper echelons of the boundless world. Deputy Palace Master Shui Zhan and Shan Hong were also summoned to the boundless city and became high-ranking generals. Some of the palaces that had once had grudges with Fong Chun were directly banned by the boundless world lord. In short, the boundless world had undergone a great change. With the arrival of the Realm Lord Conference, the Realm Lord of True Martial Realm and the others also went into seclusion one after another. At this time, in the distant southern region, Tianshu Yuan. Back then, when Fong Chun left, he arranged for his clone to cultivate in Tianshu Yuan. Now, Tianshu Yuan was under the protection of the Ancient Frost sect and the Ling family. Basically, no forces dared to provoke them. Of course, all of this was thanks to Fong Chun. For this reason, the chief of Tianshu Yuan and many of the upper echelons were extremely excited. However, today the entire Tianshu Yuan was anxious. In the sky, dark clouds were dense, and a terrifying aura spread out. The chief of Tianshu Yuan and many high-level experts appeared one after another. They looked into the distance, and a dark and terrifying aura gradually swept over. "Dean, what should we do?" The chief of Tianshu Yuan asked in a deep voice. "Have you contacted the Ling family and the ancient Frost sect?" The chief of Tianshu Yuan asked. "I've already contacted them. The Ling family is also pinned down by them and can't get away at all. It seems that they should have been plotting for a long time." The first elder shrugged and said helplessly, "It's just that I don't understand. In the southern region, there are spies of the ancient Frost sect and the Ling family everywhere. How did they cultivate such a powerful force without anyone knowing? The aura on their bodies is very evil. I seem to think of a legend." The chief of Tianshu Yuan said leisurely. "What legend?" the first elder asked hurriedly. "The corpse demon." As soon as these three words came out, the upper echelons of Tianshu Yuan were shocked. "What? The corpse demon? Impossible. Didn't the corpse demon go extinct a long time ago? How could it appear?" Many of the upper echelons didn't believe that the corpse demon was attacking Tianshu Yuan this time. The power of the corpse demon is beyond our imagination. This is only a small branch of the corpse demon. If the corpse demon army moves out in full force, it will inevitably cause chaos in the primordial chaos, the chief of Tianshu Yuan said in a low voice. He knew that once the corpse demon, which had been dormant for countless years, made a move, it would not stop until Tianshu Yuan was destroyed. "Are they not afraid of the upper echelons of the human race?" the first elder asked. "Since they dare to make a move with such great fanfare, they must have a backup plan," Ancestor Han said. "Right now, the Ling family is pinned down by them, and Tianshu Yuan is completely isolated. Pass down the order to fight a bloody battle." Dong dong dong. As he spoke, a vast evil aura instantly emerged. The chief of Tianshu Yuan's dark eyes stared straight ahead. The person in the lead was a powerful corpse demon. Destroy or submit. The powerful corpse demon stood in the air and shouted at Tianshu Yuan. This was not the first time they had attacked Tianshu Yuan. The previous few times were just probing. This time they were going all out. The remnants of the corpse demon are so arrogant. Do you really think that Tianshu Yuan is a pushover? The chief of Tianshu Yuan scolded angrily. "Since you don't know what's good for you, you can all die." The powerful corpse demon raised his arms and shouted. Countless corpse demon clansmen swarmed forward. "Kill. I'd rather die in battle than surrender." The upper echelons of Tianshu Yuan were the first to attack. Crack! A terrifying battle instantly broke out. However, the corpse demon was too powerful. As soon as they started fighting, many of the upper echelons of Tianshu Yuan were killed or injured. Splat! Corpses fell from the sky one after another. The ground quickly turned into a pool of blood. Countless corpses piled up like a mountain. Damn it! The chief of Tianshu Yuan and the first elder joined forces to besiege the corpse demon leader. Seeing this, the corpse demon leader stretched out his big hand and slapped at the first elder. Crack! The first elder's arm was broken, and his body flew backward. "You overestimate yourself." As soon as his voice fell, the corpse demon leader attacked the chief of Tianshu Yuan like a storm. Miserable screams could be heard all over the world. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, a slender figure stood with his hands behind his back. The corpse demon is too arrogant. The person who spoke was Fong Chen's clone. Before his original body left, he left his clone in Tianshu Yuan and asked it to cultivate the wild demon army in the demon ceiling tower. Now that Tianshu Yuan had suffered heavy losses and the corpse demon had reappeared, his clone naturally came out of seclusion. Back then, the corpse demon tried to destroy the universe. "If they succeeded, all my family and friends would die," the clone said. "This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable." He once swore that if he encountered the corpse demon in the future, he would draw his sword and kill it without hesitation. Now, the corpse demon dared to attack Tianshu Yuan. It's time to let the world know the power of the wild demon army. Fong Chen murmured. Then, He took a step forward and came to the battlefield. Whoosh! He swung his sword, and a dazzling sword light split the battlefield into two halves. Chapter 31:27. Rumble. When the resplendent sword light descended from the sky with boundless power, the entire void seemed to have been sliced apart. It was vast and trembling. Hiss! Hiss! Sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of metal colliding could be heard. Countless miserable screams could be heard. An evil aura kept emerging in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! This sudden scene completely stunned everyone. The battle came to an abrupt end. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan and the first elder, who were fighting fiercely with the corpse demon leader, quickly retreated. When they turned around and saw the imposing figure in the sky, their hearts became incomparably excited. Tianshu Yuan is saved. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and murmured in his heart. The atmosphere in the air was very solemn. Fang Chen stepped out and came to the sky above the corpse demon. He looked down at them like a god. "Corpse demon, you're really haunting us." Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, "Who are you?" The leader of the corpse devil clan asked coldly as he steadied himself and stared at Fang Chen with his scarlet eyes. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that the corpse demon dares to attack Tianshu Yuan. You should be prepared to be destroyed," Fang Chen said. Wishful thinking. The corpse demon leader sneered when he heard this. The corpse demon, have been preparing for this attack for countless years. How can I give up just because of a sentence from you? Today, Tianshu Yuan will be destroyed, and no one can stop it. The Ling family and the ancient frigid sect, these two giants, can't even protect themselves, let alone come to your rescue. So, you should obediently surrender. The entire southern region was enveloped in the flames of war. The corpse demon's plan was very simple. First, it would contain the two giants, the Ling family and the ancient frigid sect. Then, the corpse demon's clansmen would spread out and destroy the other small forces with lightning speed. At that time, it would gather all its forces and destroy the two sects. Tianshu Yuan was one of the targets. Fang Chen shook his head, his face full of mockery. It was as if the corpse demon was an ant in his eyes. "With me here, the corpse demon's plan won't succeed." Fang Chen sneered. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as it finished speaking, the corpse demon chief stomped its foot and rushed in front of Fang Chen. Its aura was like a rainbow as it suddenly punched out. Dong dong dong. Wherever his fist passed, the void trembled. However, Fang Chen didn't move at all. There was still a faint smile on his face. "Die." Seeing this, the corpse demon leader became even more enraged. With a loud roar, it increased its strength and blasted towards Fang Chen. Boom! However, under everyone's gaze, just as the corpse demon leader's fist was about to reach Fang Chen, the void in front of the latter suddenly rippled. 100-foot-tall demon beast suddenly appeared. As soon as this demon beast appeared, there was a mighty pressure in the air. Crack! The corpse demon leader's attack was blocked by this demon beast. "If I had made a move, you would have been dead." While everyone was stunned, Fang Chen said leisurely, "Let's practice with these brothers of mine." Damn it! The corpse demon leader clenched its fists, its anger soaring to the sky. This puny human martial artist in front of it actually used the corpse demon as a practice partner. Damn it! However, before it could make a move, a mighty aura came from the forbidden area in the back mountains of Tianshu Yuan. Even the mayor of Tianshu Yuan was completely stunned. "What is this?" The first elder and the others cried out involuntarily. In the forbidden area at the back of the mountain, numerous powerful beasts were rushing out in a frenzy. Roar! Under the leadership of 100-foot-tall big demon, they rushed into the battlefield. Kill! The corpse demon leader felt the pressure. It roared and fell into a fierce battle. After so many years of hard work, it's time for the savage demon army to appear. Fang Chen murmured. Roar! The big demon that helped Fang Chen block the attack was called the Torvosaurus. It was the leader of the savage demon army. Under its leadership, the savage demon army quickly destroyed the corpse demon's defense line. Isn't this too strong? The higher-ups of Tianshu Yuan were trembling in their hearts. When did Fang Chun have such a powerful savage demon army? At a glance, the overall strength of the savage demon army was much stronger than that of Tianshu Yuan. Thinking of this, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan looked at Fang Chun with flickering eyes. This guy, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan, exclaimed in his heart. Over the years, the cultivation resources left by the original body were all used to train the savage demon army. Now, there was finally a result. The savage demon army rampaged. They grabbed the corpse demon with their claws and tore it apart, leaving it no chance at all. Run! Finally, after stubbornly resisting for a while, the corpse demon leader roared in horror and took the lead to escape. You want to run? The Torvosaurus flickered and turned into human form, chasing after it. Crack! Miserable cries rang out incessantly. In just a few breaths of time, the war was completely over. When the last corpse demon was killed by the savage demon army, blood flowed like a river on the ground, and smoke filled the air. Dong! 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 The savage demon army neatly came in front of Fang Chun. They respected Fang Chun very much. They were able to achieve what they had today because of the help of the human in front of them. The corpse demon leader has escaped. There will be endless trouble in the future. The war was over. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan sighed. The only regret was that the corpse demon leader had escaped. If he had sent the news to the corpse demon headquarters, Tianshu Yuan would have gone through a lot of trouble. However, as soon as his voice fell, the Torvosaurus's figure quickly rushed over. Upon closer inspection, he was holding a black shadow in his hand. It was the corpse demon leader that had just escaped. Bang! The Torvosaurus threw the corpse demon leader to the ground. The latter's face was ashen, and he was terrified and trembling. Where is the corpse demon lair? Fang Chun asked. You dare to slaughter my corpse demon clansmen. Wait for my corpse demon army to arrive, and you'll all die. Although it was captured, the corpse demon leader was still threatening Fang Chun. I don't want to repeat myself. With a flick of his finger, Fang Chun removed one of the corpse demon leader's arms. A miserable scream came out of its mouth. Blood sprayed out. The corpse demon leader's face was hideous as pain swept through its entire body. You crack! Before it could speak, its other arm was removed. The corpse demon leader almost fainted. Master, let me do it. The Torvosaurus took a step forward and arrived in front of the corpse demon leader. He stretched out his big hand and pressed it against the corpse demon leader's back. Dong, dong, dong. His body was faintly emitting a strange light. No! Suddenly, the corpse demon leader cried out in alarm. Its pupils were constantly dilated as it felt the aura of death approaching. I'll talk. The corpse demon leader roared. The lair in the southern region is in the Dragon Worship Valley. Hearing this, the Torvosaurus stopped. How strong is the corpse demon? Fang Chun asked. You want to destroy the lair in the southern region of my corpse demon leader? Stop dreaming. It's impossible. The corpse demon leader shook its head crazily and fell into a deranged state. The Torvosaurus attacked again. The corpse demon leader's whole body twitched. After a quarter of an hour of torture, the corpse demon leader finally revealed the specific situation of a lair in the southern region. Poochie! Fang Chun waved his hand and killed it with a karate chop. From the beginning, he didn't intend to leave it alive. Fang Chun, thank you very much. The Tianshu Yuan leader cupped his fists and thanked him. If it weren't for Fang Chun, his Tianshu Yuan would have been destroyed. You don't have to be so polite, leader. I used to cultivate here. Tianshu Yuan was also my first stop in the ancient chaos. I can't just sit by and watch the corpse demon attack. Fang Chun said, however, I hope you can keep today's matter a secret. Don't worry. The leader of Tianshu Yuan nodded heavily. After a few words with the leader of Tianshu Yuan, Fang Chun left Tianshu Yuan with the savage beast army. Since the corpse demon had started a full-scale war, the ancient cold sect and the Ling family must be in danger. In the void, Fang Chun flew quickly. Beside him, the Torvosaurus transformed into human form and flew side by side with him. The other beast army had already returned to the demon's ceiling tower to rest. Master, with our current strength, we have the ability to sweep this southern region, the Torvosaurus said. Fong Chun shook his head. The corpse demon is a great enemy of the human race. It can exist for countless years. Its foundation must not be underestimated. First, we should resolve the crisis of the ancient Cold sect and the Ling family. Then, we should join forces with the two forces to destroy the corpse demon's lair. Chapter 31:28. A few days later, Fong Chun and Tu Long arrived at the ancient frigid sect. The ancient frigid sect was currently surrounded by the corpse demon. Smoke was everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. From afar, one could see that the ancient frigid sect master and Ancestor Han were fighting fiercely. Their bodies were stained with blood. Ancestor, you go first. While the corpse demon was preparing to attack, the ancient frigid sect master shouted. The corpse demon is attacking. If the battle continues, the ancient frigid sect will be annihilated. Only you have a chance to escape. Ancestor Han was the strongest person in the ancient frigid sect. He was also the foundation of the ancient frigid sect. As long as he was alive, the ancient frigid sect would have a chance to rise again. As long as Ancestor Han is alive, the ancient frigid sect will exist forever. The ancient frigid sect's upper echelons shouted in unison. You're talking nonsense. Hearing this, the leader of the Corpse Devil clan sneered and threw out a punch. Dong! 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 That punch caused the sky to change color. Even Ancestor Han's expression changed drastically. Oh no! Ancestor Han pulled Sect Master Hangu back with all his might. Then, he resolutely rushed to the leader of the Corpse Devil clan. No! The ancient frigid sect master screamed and fell into a state of madness. At the same time, the ancient frigid sect was also in a state of war. Countless disciples of the ancient frigid sect died at the hands of the corpse demon. It's been a long time since I tasted human blood. Many of the corpse demon's people were extremely cruel and killed the disciples of the ancient frigid sect. The disciples of the ancient frigid sect who had once cultivated with Fong Chun died one after another. In the blink of an eye, the ancient frigid sect lost more than half of its disciples. Dong! There was still a glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts. However, when the earth-shattering sound resounded, they were completely numb, because they saw Ancestor Han's body fly out like a kite with a broken string. He spat out blood, and his face was pale. His vitality was fading. Old fart, I'll send you to meet the king of hell. The corpse demon leader's eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. He stomped his feet and leaped to Ancestor Han's side. Die! He raised his hand, and power surged around him. A terrifying, evil aura instantly enveloped Ancestor Han's body. The entire ancient frigid sect was in an uproar. Countless martial artists shook their heads frantically. They couldn't accept the scene in front of them. Ancient Cold Sect leader even spat out a mouthful of blood. Is the ancient Cold Sect going to be destroyed? He said in a daze. Dong! However, just as everyone thought that Ancestor Han was going to die, a voice suddenly rang out. A sudden change occurred. The leader of the Corpse Devil clan's fist landed on a huge figure. Roar! The figure let out a furious roar toward the sky. Then, he threw out a punch. Crack! The corpse demon leader felt as if it had been struck by lightning, and blood spurted out. This sudden scene caused the people of the ancient frigid sect to be instantly shocked. What's going on? Ancient Cold Sect leader's eyes widened. Could it be that a human expert has come to rescue us? The corpse demon should be killed. Torvosaurus dragged his huge body and took a step forward. He came to the front of the corpse demon leader. His attack was too strong. The corpse demon leader couldn't block it at all. You're from the demon race. Why are you working for the humans? The corpse demon leader was sent flying again. He roared hysterically. Die! Torvosaurus ignored him and continued to attack. Let's go. The corpse demon leader felt the strength of Torvosaurus. He didn't dare to fight him head-on. Instead, he chose to escape. Whoosh! Whoosh! The corpse demon leader's body flashed, and he disappeared into the void. Ancient frigid sect, wait for my corpse demon army to destroy you. Crack. However, just as he finished speaking, a crack appeared in the void. Then a powerful attack quickly landed on his body. A loud sound was heard. The corpse demon leader, who had escaped, appeared again. Bang! His body landed heavily on the ground, causing cracks to appear on the ground. Everyone gasped when they saw this. That was because the powerful leader of the Corpse Devil clan had died. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure walked out of the void. The people of the ancient frigid sect opened their eyes wide. Their hearts were in turmoil. Fang Chun, he's back. Ha ha, our ancient frigid sect is saved. The crisis is finally over. Countless people cheered. Torvosaurus started to kill the remaining corpse demon leaders. After a while, all the corpse demon leaders that attacked the ancient frigid sect were dead. Is it really you? Ancient frigid sect leader and ancient frigid sect leader came to Fang Chen's side and asked excitedly, I'm sorry I'm late. Fang Chun bowed slightly and said apologetically, We're happy that you're willing to step forward at the critical moment, ancient frigid sect leader said. Countless people in the ancient frigid sect were chanting Fang Chen's name. From this moment on, Fang Chen's name became a legend in the ancient frigid sect. After a short conversation with ancient frigid sect leader and the others, Fang Chun continued to rush to the Ling family. Under the powerful attack of Fang Chun and the savage wilderness demon army, the crisis that engulfed the entire southern region was finally resolved in half a month. Countless people were chanting Fang Chen's name. They even gave Fang Chun a resounding title, Demon King. Although he wasn't a demon, the savage wilderness demon army he led was too powerful. In the process of quelling the corpse demon crisis, the savage wilderness demon army played a very important role. Therefore, he was worthy of the title of Demon King. In the vast southern region, Fang Chun was the leader. After the war, there were many things waiting to be done. The Ling family, ancient frigid sect, Tianshu Yuan, and many other sects were in the midst of a long period of recovery and reconstruction. During this period, Fang Chun also joined forces with the Ling family, ancient frigid sect, and other experts to go to the Dragon Worship Valley. The southern region was near the east, at the edge. There were few people here. Usually, no one would come here. On the wilderness, a group of experts suddenly appeared. Demon King, are you sure that the corpse demon's nest is in the Dragon Worship Valley? Ancient frigid sect leader asked in a low voice. Although Fang Chun didn't like it, ancient frigid sect leader and the others were very insistent. They believed that with Fang Chen's current strength, he was worthy of being the strongest in the southern region. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him Demon King. I can vaguely sense the corpse demon's aura in the air. I think it shouldn't be wrong, Fang Chun said. Everyone's hearts trembled. What a terrifying sense of smell. Yin Ling, O's cultivation was now even stronger. She had even touched the threshold of the Realm Lord realm. However, she was still very respectful to Fang Chun. They've discovered us. Let's go in directly. Suddenly, Fang Chen's face darkened. His figure flashed and disappeared into the Dragon Worship Valley. Eastern region, Sky Heart Realm. Fang Chun, who was in the midst of his cultivation, suddenly woke up. Demon King? Not bad. Fang Chun muttered. He already knew what happened in the southern region. Moreover, he was very clear that with the strength of his clone and the demon army behind him, they were enough to deal with it. After dealing with the corpse demon, it's time to make a trip back to the western region. He clearly remembered that he had been forced to come to the eastern region. The third ancestor of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion wanted his daughter Fang, she's all fusion body. For this, he didn't hesitate to fall out with the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. I just don't know how the Weapon Pavilion is now. Fang Chun sighed. If it wasn't for the Imperial teacher secretly helping him, he wouldn't have been able to escape. I hope the Weapon Pavilion is safe. The Imperial teacher had promised him that after he escaped, he would do his best to take care of the Weapon Pavilion. Soon, I'll be able to take revenge with my own hands. After saying that, Fang Chun got up and quietly left the Sky Heart Realm. While Fang Chen's original body was heading to the western region, his clone was leading many experts in the southern region to slaughter the corpse demon's nest. Ah, Miserable cries rang out incessantly. An evil aura filled the sky. Damn humans! How dare they slaughter my corpse demon's people? Countless corpse demon roared at the sky. They were fighting a bloody battle, wanting to kill all the human cultivators. However, the humans were too strong and had come prepared. They had no power to resist at all. Quickly take the corpse demon king's statue away. Someone shouted. One of the leaders, who was injured, hid in a cave. Even if we die, we must take the statue away. The leader hurried forward and soon reached the depths of the cave. It was brightly lit and a huge statue stood in the middle. The entire cave was filled with a demonic aura. Chapter 31:29. The corpse demon was once a race that could compete with the human race. This race was very unique. They could absorb any race in the world and then inject the blood of the corpse demon into the bodies of other races, turning them into their own race. Once in the ancient times, the corpse demon had multiplied to its peak. They relied on the fact that there was an unparalleled expert in their race who was comparable to a dominator. They wreaked havoc in the ancient times and massacred human warriors. However, the good times didn't last long. After the Battle of Gods broke out, the corpse demon was completely involved in the war. In the end, after suffering great losses in the Battle of Gods, the corpse demon gradually declined. At this time, the human experts led a mighty army to wipe out the corpse demon. After tens of thousands of years, the corpse demon was finally defeated. There were countless casualties, and the rest fled. In the following time, the corpse demon hid in the dark and didn't dare to appear in the human world. As long as someone found traces of the corpse demon, they would encircle and annihilate it. As time passed, more and more members of the corpse demon came. Now, the corpse demon was almost extinct. In the southern region of the corpse demon division, the strongest expert was only a half-step universe god. The corpse demon's talent was very strong. Even a half-step universe god could fight against a human sector lord. However, he met a monster like Feng Chun. Although the physical body of the doppelganger was not as strong as the martial emperor realm, he could still use time stop, invincible sword arts, and other trump cards. In a few breaths, Feng Chun severely injured Corpse Han. Hurry up! Corpse Han, who was in a black robe, was in a hurry as he anxiously collected the statue. In the depths of the cave, a majestic statue stood tall. In front of the statue, there was a pool of blood. Blood kept flowing out of the statue, and evil aura kept pouring into the statue. Whoosh! Bubbles kept popping out of the pool of blood, as if it was nurturing the statue. Commander, we've worked so hard for countless years. The corpse demon king is about to be revived. Are we going to give up just like that? A few corpse demon in front of the blood pool asked in confusion. They were unwilling to give up the fruits of countless years of hard work. The reason why they were hiding in the southern region was to revive this corpse demon king. A corpse demon king was of great significance to a corpse demon. These corpse demon kings had all fallen in the battle of the fallen gods in the ancient times. Once resurrected, the corpse demon's strength would definitely skyrocket. The situation has changed. The human world overlords are rushing over. If we don't leave, the corpse demon king statue will be destroyed. Sure Han roared. As the person in charge of the corpse demon in the southern region, he didn't want to see such a thing happen. However, he had no choice but to do so. Hoo! A terrifying sword chi rushed toward him. Sure Han, who was in the midst of collecting the sculpture, suddenly jolted. It was obvious who had arrived. You guys take the corpse demon king statue. I'll hold him back. Sure Han abruptly turned around, a violent energy surging out as he confronted Feng Chun. Who are you? Sure Han asked in a deep voice. You'll know when you see the king of hell. After Feng Chun saw the sculpture and the blood pool, he felt something was wrong and quickly attacked. Time stop. Before Sure Han attacked, Feng Chun used time stop. Instantly, the entire cave fell silent. The bubbles in the blood pool were instantly trapped on the surface of the blood pool. The evil aura around the sculpture froze. Time-space sword explosion. The red glass sword swung, and the time-space sword explosion whizzed out. Gotcha! There was almost no resistance. The red glass sword pierced through Shirhan's body. Dong! Shirhan's body flew out and crashed into the sculpture. Blood spurted out from his chest, and his face turned pale. Lord Commander. Seeing this, the corpse Devil Clan members who were collecting the statues roared angrily and rushed towards Fong Chun recklessly. Kacha! The red glass sword drew a strange arc. When it got close to them, it shot out a few rays of sword light and killed them. Damn human, you ruined our corpse demon's plan. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. At this point, he could no longer bring the corpse demon king statue back. Since that was the case, he would fight until the end. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shirhan suddenly cut open his palm and dripped his blood onto the corpse demon king statue. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the next moment, the corpse demon king statue started to change. A terrifying aura surged out. The blood in the pool in front of him was boiling, and a frightening power surged out from it. Fong Chun was shocked to find that the blood pool was crazily pouring into the corpse demon king statue. Oh no, what is he summoning? Although Fong Chun did not know what Shirhan was doing, he knew that he had to stop Shirhan. Otherwise, once the sculpture was revived, the southern region would face an even greater disaster. Space-time sword explosion. Fong Chun held the red glass sword and jumped out. He came to the top of the blood pool and slashed at the sculpture. His invincible swordsmanship had actually suffered a setback. What's going on? A mere sculpture had blocked Fong Chun's strongest attack. Ha ha ha, stupid human. I'm burning my blood essence to activate the corpse demon king's power. Just wait to be annihilated. Shirhan laughed wildly. Although the aura in his body was dissipating, the corpse demon king statue's power was getting stronger. I sacrifice my body to summon the eternal king, the great corpse demon king. Awaken! Shirhan shouted loudly. At the same time, he used the last of his strength and injected it into the corpse demon king statue. Dong! Suddenly, the corpse demon king statue trembled. However, at that instant, the power of the black hole bloodline burst out from Fong Chun's body and surged into the blood pool at lightning speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black hole bloodline was the strongest bloodline in the world. As soon as it entered, it cut off the connection between the blood pool and the corpse demon king statue. Feeling that the corpse demon king's power was recovering slowly, Shirhan's face changed drastically. Damn it! Shirhan gritted his teeth and burned the last of his blood essence. I sacrifice my body to summon the eternal king, the great corpse demon king. Awaken! He screamed madly and sacrificed his body. Whoosh! Just as his consciousness was about to dissipate, a sword light shot out and pierced through his broken body. The great corpse demon king will avenge me. After saying this, Shirhan died completely. Dong! The corpse demon king statue trembled again, but it did not fully awaken. Buzz! An extremely evil aura surrounded the corpse demon king statue, as if it could explode at any time. I've already cut off the connection between the blood pool and the statue. Why is the statue still recovering? Fong Chun asked in surprise. This is the statue of the ancient corpse demon king. Before the corpse demon died, it sacrificed itself and activated a portion of the corpse demon king's power. Although you use the black hole bloodline to cut off the blood pool, its power is still recovering. It's just that it's much slower. Yinling quickly walked over. If the ancient corpse demon king's power was allowed to recover, the southern region would be flooded with blood. No matter what, Fong Chun didn't want to see this happen. This blood pool contains countless types of bloodline power, which the corpse devil race has secretly gathered from various major races over countless years. These bloodlines merge together to form a powerful blood pool that can awaken the ancient corpse demon king's bloodline power. Yinling, he said, if you want to fully control the ancient corpse demon king's power, you need to suck away all the blood water in the blood pool. Just suck it away? I have to remind you that the blood water in the blood pool is formed by the fusion of countless bloodlines. It's also tainted with the ancient corpse demon king's aura. It's extremely corrosive, and almost no one under the Sector Lord can resist it. If you lead it to the outside world, the southern region will be turned into ruins. Yinling are warned. Whoosh, whoosh. Time was of the essence. So Fong Chun immediately made a decision. Are you crazy? The corrosive power of the blood water is enough to burn your body. You're courting death. Seeing Fong Chen's actions, Yinling yelled. This guy is actually sucking the blood water into his body. Isn't he courting death? Chapter 31:30. The corrosive power of the blood was too strong. Even with Fong Chen's strong body, he could not resist it. Crack. After Fong Chun stored a large amount of blood in his body finally began to corrode. The surface of his skin showed signs of corrosion. His face was a little pale. He clenched his teeth. His reason told him that he could not give up. The blood will completely corrode your body. Give up. Seeing Fong Chen's situation, Yunling screamed. After all, it was Fong Chun who woke her up. Otherwise, she might have fallen into eternal slumber. From the bottom of her heart, she was very grateful to Fong Chun. Seeing Fong Chun in such a state, she naturally would not stand by and do nothing. Whoosh, whoosh. In a flash, Yinling made a crazy decision. With a light tap of her foot, she jumped and arrived in front of the blood pool. Compared to Fong Chun, her body was more fragile. She did not dare to touch the blood at all. Therefore, the only thing she could do was to provide Fong Qinyuan with an endless supply of energy. Her small white hand quickly pressed against Fong Chen's back. Suddenly, a scorching aura rushed toward her. Through her palm, she could clearly feel the terrifying corrosive power of the blood. Dong, dong, dong. The talisman power in Yunling's body surged wildly, constantly drilling into Fong Chen's body. Hurry up and leave. Seeing this, Fong Chen shouted. He had now reached a critical point. If he continued to persist, he would not be able to resist. No. Yinling's attitude was very firm. If she left, Fong Chun would definitely die. Roar. At this critical moment, the corpse demon king statue, which was isolated by the power of the black hole bloodline, suddenly trembled. Then, an ancient roar came from its mouth. Yinling's face was pale. She was extremely shocked. The power of the ancient corpse demon king has recovered. It will be too late if we don't leave now. Yinling said hurriedly. Her heart was trembling. At the same time, the battle in the Dragon's Sacrificial Valley was nearing its end. After the chief of the southern region, Shi Han, died, the entire corpse demon was thrown into chaos. Under the strong encirclement of the Ling family and ancient cold sect, the corpse demon members kept dying. Miserable screams came from the Dragon Sacrificial Valley. Whoosh! A cold wind blew, and a gloomy aura filled the entire Dragon Sacrificial Valley. In an instant, the Dragon Sacrificial Valley turned into ruins. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up like mountains. However, this was only just the beginning. Kill! Ancestor Frost and Sect Master Ancient Frigid took the lead and attacked madly. Wherever they passed, the corpse devils fell to the ground one after another. As soon as the war began, it was a one-sided situation. In just an hour, the battle was completely over. Where is Fong Chun? After killing the last enemy, Ancestor Han, an ancient cold sect leader, looked at each other and exclaimed, "When I was fighting earlier, I discovered that Fong Chun chased after the leader of the Corpse Devil clan and entered that cave," the Ling family patriarch said in a low voice. Lord Yun also chased after him. Let's go in and take a look. Now that the battle outside was completely over, Ancestor Han was a little worried about Fong Chun. All of you, stay outside and take care of the battlefield. As he spoke, Ancestor Han, ancient cold sect leader, and Ling family leader quickly came into the cave. What a terrifying bloody aura. As soon as they entered the cave, Ancestor Han felt the horrifying bloody aura. He frowned and suddenly saw the scene in the depths of the cave. That is, when the three of them came to the depths of the cave and saw the situation of Fong Chun and Yunling, they cried out, "Lord Yun, are you okay?" Ling family leader hurriedly called out, "The ancient corpse demon king has recovered. This place will become hell. Let's go." Yunling Er's face was pale as she spoke with difficulty. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes were tightly closed. His entire body was covered in blood. The surface of his skin was constantly festering, and his internal organs seemed to be damaged. Roar! Another angry roar came from the mouth of the corpse demon king statue. Then, the entire cave kept shaking as if the end of the world had come. Retreat! Ancestor Han was shocked and quickly retreated. Rumble! The corpse demon king statue slowly moved, and in an instant, the cave collapsed. Fang Chun and Yun Ling were instantly submerged in the debris. Dong! 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 A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Many warriors who were cleaning up the battlefield were completely stunned when they saw this scene. What happened? Someone cried out in alarm, feeling extremely confused. Cough! Cough! At this moment, 3 miserable figures crawled out of the rubble with great difficulty. Let's go! Ancestor Han spat out blood and shouted. However, it was too late. Dong! The earth shook, and an extremely terrifying force suddenly burst out. It's over. Seeing this, Ancestor Han closed his eyes in pain. Who would have thought that the corpse demon would have such a method? That was the ancient corpse demon king. Its attack power was so strong that it could destroy the entire southern region in minutes. With the strength of Ancestor Han and the others, it was tantamount to suicide. Is the Grim Reaper here? Everyone's hearts trembled as they retreated. They felt a huge pressure in the air. In the depths of the rubble, a huge statue slowly walked out. Crack! Every step the statue took caused the earth to shake. At the same time, as the statue walked, cracks appeared on its surface. Following that, the cracks grew bigger and bigger. In the end, the statue shattered and a huge figure gradually appeared in front of everyone. Corpse Demon King! Ancestor Han exclaimed. The ancient Corpse Demon King had really awakened. Did the heavens want the southern region to be destroyed? Boom! Just as the ancient Corpse Demon King awakened, the pile of rubble exploded, and 2 figures shot out from it. Whoosh! Fang Chun threw the unconscious Yun Ling to the head of the Ling family. Take her away, Fang Chun said in a deep voice. Just now, when the ancient Corpse Demon King's power was awakened, Yun Ling activated the original power of the talisman puppet in her body to form a powerful defense that enveloped Fang Chun. Because of this, she was severely injured. Fang Chun would remember this kindness in his heart. At this moment, only he had hope of stopping the Corpse Demon King. Soon, hold on a little longer. His original body was already on the way. As long as his original body arrived, no matter how strong the Corpse Demon King was, it would be destroyed. But now he could only endure. Crack! A crisp sound came from within his body. Cracks appeared on his bones, and his internal organs were also severely injured. Damned bloody water. Fang Chun breathed with difficulty as he raised his head to look at the ancient Corpse Devil King. Puny human, do you want to stop me? The Corpse Demon King looked down on humans and said coldly, Your power has not fully recovered. You have not recovered to your peak strength. Fang Chun said loudly. At the critical moment, he used the power of the black hole bloodline to isolate the blood pool. The Corpse Demon King did not have enough blood to support it and could not fully recover its power. It could be said that it was a miracle that it could recover a small part of its power. Kiki, after so many years, puny human, you still think you are invincible. The Corpse Demon King sneered. He did not put Fang Chun in his eyes at all. Dong! Dong! The Corpse Demon King was approaching. Fang Chun did not care so much. He activated the last bit of power in his body and rushed crazily at the Corpse Demon King with the red glass sword in his hand. Dong! However, the Corpse Demon King sent him flying with a punch. Your body is not bad, but unfortunately, it is almost completely destroyed by the blood pool. The Corpse Demon King said eerily, I feel a familiar bloodline power in your body. Devouring you will make up for my lack of power. As the Corpse Demon King spoke, he reached out his hand and grabbed at Fang Chun. Fang Chun wanted to dodge, but he was shocked to find that his body was imprisoned. Not good. Fang Chun shouted inwardly. Let's stop the Corpse Demon King together. With Ancestor Han as the leader, many experts moved together to block the Corpse Demon King's attack for Fang Chun. Stupid human. The Corpse Demon King waved his hand. Ancestor Han and the others were all sent flying and fell to the ground, dying. Now, who will come to save you? The Corpse Demon King took a step forward and came in front of Fang Chun. He looked at him carefully as if he was admiring his prey. I have not tasted human flesh for a long time. The Corpse Demon King smiled eerily and reached out his hand. However, at this moment, the Corpse Demon King's expression changed drastically. Chapter 31-32. Without seeing Little Mouse and the others, Fang Chun did not think too much about it. So far, the corpse demon in the southern region had basically been destroyed. Moreover, such a big thing had happened. The high-level human powerhouses in the ancient chaos should have noticed it. The corpse demon would have to think twice if it wanted to take revenge. After staying in Tianshu Yuan for a few days, his main body and avatar were ready to leave. I don't know when I'll return. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. In the southern region, in addition to the Ling family and the ancient Frigid sect, there was a special area where countless powerhouses gathered. Countless martial artists were fighting to come here. Fang Chun had also been here before and had even killed a tribulation supremacy. The current Nile continent was led by Nethermoon City. Among the four powerhouses, the Lord of Nethermoon City was the strongest. And now, she had a new title, Nethermoon Queen. However, the current situation in Nethermoon City was not very optimistic. Nethermoon Queen, the immortal divine mountain, is about to open. These people are clearly coming for the immortal divine mountain. We don't need to fight with them, the white-robed illusory Sword Lord said. Beside him, the fat tribulation supremacy also nodded. These people are very strong. Our Nile continent alone can't resist them. Not long ago, a very strong team appeared in the Nile continent. As soon as they arrived, they massacred the martial artists of the Nile continent. This action directly angered Nethermoon Queen. As the strongest powerhouse of the Nile continent, she could not sit idly by. This directly ignited the fuse, leading to a war between the two sides. There were only about 20 people on the other side, but they were all tribulation supremacies. They were extremely strong, and most importantly, the weapons in their hands were extremely powerful. The Nile continent was gradually losing ground. Now, the enemy had already arrived at the city and was clamoring outside the city. If it were not for the powerful restriction of Nethermoon City, it would have fallen. Nethermoon Queen, dressed in a purple robe, had a curvaceous figure and a layer of frost on her beautiful face. She looked down at the city from above. Her fair little hands clenched into fists, her heart filled with anger. Although their goal is the immortal divine mountain, they want to enslave the warriors of our Nile continent. This is simply a dream, Nethermoon Queen said angrily, especially when he thought of the humiliating words that the leader of the other party said to him. He was incomparably furious. At this moment, outside Minghua City, the white-robed old man's eyes lit up when he saw the Nethermoon Queen. Nethermoon Queen, it's your honor to be able to become my Tao companion. Do you know where we come from? The white-robed old man asked. We're from the Imperial Armament Pavilion, the strongest force in the Western region. In our eyes, the Nilua continent is just a barbarian land. You're so beautiful, you shouldn't be in the Nilua continent. Follow me to the Imperial Armament Pavilion, and I can give you an Emperor-level weapon. Western region, Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Ever since Fang Chun had plotted to kill the three progenitors, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion's deterrence had been decreasing. Moreover, with the help of Imperial teacher Xian Bing and Great Master Dongfeng, the Weapon Pavilion's reputation was rising steadily, and it seemed like it was going to replace the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion was naturally unwilling to see such a scene. They had a deep grudge against the Weapon Pavilion. It was only because of the existence of Imperial teacher Xian Bing that they could not destroy the Weapon Pavilion. Recently, they heard that the immortal Divine Mountain was about to open, so they sent a group of experts to the Nilua continent. The white-robed old man in the lead was called Great Master Ku Yun. His refining skills were extremely powerful, and he had an extraordinary status in the Imperial Armament Pavilion. The first time he saw the Nethermoon Queen, he fell in love with her and wanted to take her as his Tao companion. However, the Nethermoon Queen refused. "Old man, you're too shameless, aren't you?" The fat Tribulation Supremacy's voice came from the city. "Nethermoon Queen, you've seen the current situation. Now it's time to make a choice." Great Master Ku Yun's face became gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, "If you surrender, you'll still be the Nethermoon Queen. If you resist, the Imperial Armament Pavilion will raze Nethermoon City to the ground, kill everyone, and capture you. At that time, you'll be subjected to endless humiliation. I'll wait for your choice." After saying that, Great Master Ku Yun closed his eyes. It seemed that everything was under his control. Behind him, many people from the Imperial Armament Pavilion had mocking smiles on their faces. A mere barbarian place dared to go against the will of the Imperial Armament Pavilion. They were courting death. However, there were also some cautious people who thought that this was inappropriate. The situation in the southern region is complicated now. The Corpse Demon has launched a large-scale attack. We'd better hurry to the Immortal Divine Mountain and not cause more trouble, a gray-robed old man said in a low voice. "It's okay. This little bit of time won't affect anything." In the Nethermoon City, the Nethermoon Queen stood quietly. Her body was cold, and there was no expression on her face. Illusory Sword Master and the others looked at her with complicated expressions. "Have you decided?" Illusory Sword Master asked. "Even if I die, I won't allow anyone to humiliate me," the Nethermoon Queen said coldly. "Okay, then let's fight to the death," the fat Tribulation Supremacy said. Conflict was unavoidable, so let's fight to the death. In the Nilua continent, Fong Chun happened to pass by when swords were drawn. The Nilua continent. Fong Chun saw the Nilua continent in front of him. It was very familiar. "Once, I entered the Immortal Divine Mountain here and met Brother Lu Xingxing. From there, I entered the Immortal Academy of Creation and received the inheritance of the Immortal Emperor," Fong Chun said with a smile. "After so many years, I wonder how the Nethermoon City Lord and the others are doing." Whoosh, whoosh. While talking, Fong Chen's figure had already arrived in the sky above the Nilua continent. However, when his divine sense spread out and covered the entire Nilua continent, he happened to find the people of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion? Why are they here in the Nilua continent? And it seems that they want to attack the Nethermoon City. Seeing this, the corners of Fong Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. "I haven't gone to find you yet, and you've delivered yourself to me?" After he put his doppelganger into the Cave Dragon Mountain, he continued to shuttle through the void and arrived in the sky above the Nethermoon City. Nethermoon City Lord. Fong Chen's voice broke the confrontation between the two sides. The Nethermoon City Lord raised her head, and a touch of joy suddenly appeared in her cold eyes. When she saw who it was, her delicate body trembled. "It's you?" The Illusory Sword Master and the Fat Tribulation Master also recognized Fong Chun. After so many years, Fong Chun actually came back. Back then, even the evil Tribulation Master died in his hands. They did not expect that he would come back at this critical moment. "I was passing by and saw that you were in danger, so I came to take a look," Fong Chun said. The beautiful eyes of the Nethermoon Queen flickered, and a ripple appeared in her heart as she looked at Fong Chun seriously. Fong Chun's words were naturally heard by Master Ku Yun and the others. A kid dares to interfere in the affairs of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. You're courting death." Master Ku Yun suddenly opened his eyes, and a golden light shot out as he said coldly. Fong Chun slowly turned around, and his attitude was very tough. "If you weren't from the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, you might still have a chance to live." Fong Chun grinned. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being born in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion." Boom! Fong Chen's body exuded a vast power. He flicked his finger, and countless sword lights burst out. The Nethermoon Queen and the others stared at Fong Chun without blinking. They were very curious. They had not seen the evil tribulation for many years. So how powerful was he now? You're courting death. Seeing this, Master Ku Yun sneered and rushed toward the sword light. Crack! However, when his weapon came into contact with the sword light, it could not withstand a single blow and shattered into pieces. How is this possible? Master Ku Yun cried out. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. Pucci! The sword light pierced through the head of the evil tribulation master and killed him. This sudden turn of events had completely stunned everyone. Isn't this too exaggerated? The fat tribulation master widened his eyes in disbelief. Illusory, Sword Lord's body was trembling. No one knew better than him how incredible Fong Chen's comprehension of the sword principle was. Sword principle can be used in this way. Illusory Sword Lord was extremely excited. Beside him, the Nethermoon Queen clenched her fists, and her expression changed. Her heart was in turmoil. The evil tribulation of the past was still the evil tribulation. They had not seen each other for many years, but he was still as powerful as ever. Buzz. Chapter 31-33. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion was the top force in the Western region. Although the three ancestors had fallen and their foundation was damaged, their foundation was still there. With their outstanding craftsmanship, the entire Western region was basically under the Imperial Weapon Pavilion's rule. In a vast primordial chaos, weapons were something that every martial artist needed. Therefore, craftsmen were very popular. Some powerful craftsmen could even gather countless experts with a raise of their arms. Fong Chen's establishment of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion had seriously affected the business and prestige of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Moreover, Fong Chen had plotted to kill the three ancestors. He had already become an enemy of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Now, in his territory, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion dared to be so arrogant. How could he sit back and do nothing? Several experts, including Nethermoon Queen, were dumbfounded. How long had it been since they last met? This guy's strength had grown to such a level. Wasn't this too terrifying? However, in everyone's mind, they recalled the opening of the Immortal Hall of Creation in the Immortal Divine Mountain. Coming out of the Immortal Hall of Creation alive and obtaining a great opportunity, his future achievements would not be too low. He's back. Illusory Sword Lord's body trembled with excitement. In terms of sword principle attainments, he was the strongest among everyone present. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the sword principle that Fong Chen had just displayed was. Even the sword principle realm lord is only SOSO. Illusory Sword Lord sighed in his heart. Fong Chen stood with his hands behind his back, standing on the city wall of Nethermoon City. He had the aura of a man who could hold back 10,000 men. Who exactly are you? Master Ku Yun is an elder of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. He has a high position and authority. How dare you kill him? You're dead. Prepare to suffer the endless wrath of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The remaining people stared at Fong Chen angrily, their mouths full of threats. However, they were too naive. If Fong Chen was afraid of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, would he have killed Master Ku Yun? Now, shouldn't you think about how to escape from me? Fong Chen shrugged and looked at the people in front of him as if he was looking at an idiot. Hearing this, everyone's body trembled. They exchanged glances and their eyes were full of fear. Brother, for the sake of the Imperial Armament Pavilion, how about you let us go? One of them lowered his posture and begged for forgiveness. That's right. We, the Imperial Armament Pavilion, rule over the entire Western region. We're the strongest armor sect. If you let us go, we'll give you an Emperor-level weapon. Queen Nethermoon's expression changed drastically when she heard the words Emperor-level weapon. To them, a ruler weapon was too important. However, in Fong Chen's opinion, it was just a piece of trash that he could casually refine. Ridiculous. Fong Chen sneered. As far as I know, the Imperial Armament Pavilion is not the strongest power in the Western region, and you don't have the strength to rule the entire Western region. The Armament Pavilion's strength doesn't seem to be weaker than yours, right? Since you know about the Weapon Pavilion, you should also know that the Weapon Pavilion has offended our Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Not long after, they will be removed from the Western region. At that time, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion will still be the overlord of the Western region. Nobody will be able to shake us. Fong Chun shook his head. If you want to live, give me an Emperor-level weapon in exchange. Hearing this, the faces of the people from the Imperial Armament Pavilion became completely gloomy. Fong Chen's words were tantamount to telling them that he had no intention of letting them go at all. An Emperor-level weapon is precious. Even the Imperial Armament Pavilion can't take it out, but you're asking for an Emperor-level weapon. Are you crazy? Is an Emperor-level weapon something you can touch? Huh? Fong Chun smiled eerily. Immediately, a vast power emerged from his body. The terrifying aura that covered the sky and earth directly enveloped everyone. The powerful aura made it difficult for them to breathe. Everyone from the Imperial Armament Pavilion should die. As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly punched out. The martial artist closest to him was instantly smashed into pieces. Run! The others couldn't care less and fled in a sorry state. Whoosh! Fong Chun held the hidden star sword in his hand and attacked again. Dazzling sword light burst out in an instant and danced in the sky, chasing after the crowd. Right when the people from the Imperial Armament Pavilion thought that they would be able to escape with their lives, their bodies suddenly stopped moving. Time, stop! A voice came out from Fong Chen's mouth. In the next moment, the world was silent and the void was still. Pucci! Only the dazzling sword light that filled the sky was still whistling forward. In a flash, these sword lights intertwined and rushed to the front of the people from the Imperial Armament Pavilion. Pucci! One sword light after another. In just a few breaths of time, the people's lives were reaped. When the last figure fell to the ground, the void returned to calm. Those dazzling sword lights also disappeared. Outside the Nethermoon City, blood flowed like a river and a gloomy aura filled the air. The hidden star sword returned to Fong Chen's hand, and he kept it. He then turned his head and looked at Nethermoon Queen and the others. How have you been? Fong Chen grinned. The Fat Tribulation Master jumped up and down, admiring Fong Chun. Brother Fong, when I first saw you, I knew that you would be a great man in the future. It's just as I expected. Fat Tribulation Master, can you be more shameless? Illusory Sword Master said coldly. But as soon as he turned his head, he smiled at Fong Chun. Originally, I thought that my understanding of the Sword Dao had reached a certain level. However, today I see your attainments in the Sword Dao, and I am really amazed. Illusory Sword Master smiled. You are indeed a peerless genius from the Immortal Academy of Fortune. Such potential in the Sword Dao is the best of all time. Nethermoon Queen, who was wearing a purple dress, had a little smile on her pretty face. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and the light in her eyes was moving. She looked at Fong Chun, nodded gently, and opened her red lips. You are getting stronger and stronger. She sighed in her heart. The first time they met, she was still the lord of Nethermoon City, one of the 5 great experts of the Nile continent. The second time they met, the latter had already shown his great talent. And this time, the latter's strength had left her in the dust. Recently, the southern region has not been peaceful. You guys protect the Nile continent. Fong Chen nodded. The crisis of the Nile continent had been resolved, so he naturally would not waste time. Whoosh! He waved his hand, and a powerful array fell from the sky, covering the entire Nethermoon City. No one below the Realm Master can break this array. With it, Nethermoon City will be safe. After doing all this, Fong Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Amazing, really amazing. The Fat Tribulation Master kept sighing. The array he casually set up can withstand any attack below the Realm Master. I seem to have seen a rising star. I believe that in the near future, I will hear of his legend and see him standing at the top of the primordial chaos, Illusory Swordmaster said. Only Nethermoon Queen stared ahead with her beautiful black eyes. Her heart was in turmoil, and she was speechless for a long time. The incident in the Nile continent was just a small interlude. In the following time, Fong Chen hurried on with his journey. He crossed the southern region and came to the western region. Phew! Standing in the sky above the western region, Fong Chen took a deep breath with a complicated expression. It's time to settle all the grudges of the past. This time, both his true body and clone were here. Unless the Imperial Weapon Pavilion had a transcendent realm master, there was no way to resist. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a few breaths' time, Fang Chun arrived at Blood City. Blood City. The current Blood City had undergone some changes before he left. However, the Weapon Pavilion was still there. The Imperial Teacher is not here. Fang Chun scanned with his consciousness and found that the Imperial Teacher was not here. Only Master Dongfang was in charge. Fortunately, the Weapon Pavilion is fine. Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, the Weapon Pavilion was built by him. He could not accept it being destroyed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as he was thinking, a figure suddenly appeared on the streets of Blood City. This figure was in a sorry state. His aura was weak, and his body was covered in blood. Fang Chun took a closer look. It was the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor. What happened? Why is the Imperial Teacher injured? Fang Chun saw the Imperial Teacher rushing back to the Weapon Pavilion headquarters to meet up with Master Dongfang. Could it be that the Imperial Weapon Pavilion has already launched their attack? Fang Chun's expression changed. Important notice, please use our free app. No ads, anti-piracy, fast updates. Members can sync with your bookshelf. Please follow the WeChat account AppSid to download the free reader. Chapter 31-34. Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher. Seeing the Imperial Teacher covered in blood, Master Dongfang exclaimed. He quickly walked to his side and supported him. Did the negotiation fail? Master Dongfang asked with a heavy expression. Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher nodded and sat on the stool, panting heavily. Pass down my order. The Weapon Pavilion will enter the highest alert state and prepare for battle. Who exactly beat you up like this? Master Dongfang was shocked. In a Western region, other than the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master, who else could be a match for Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher? However, even if the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master personally made a move, he would at most be able to fight to a draw with the Imperial Master. There's a Realm Lord in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher's next words shocked Master Dongfang. What? Master Dongfang exclaimed. He couldn't imagine why a Realm Lord would appear in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. How is this possible? There's a Realm Lord in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion? Master Dongfang shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. He didn't want to believe it, but after seeing Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher injured, he had no choice but to believe it. So you're saying that you were injured by a Realm Lord? Master Dongfang suppressed the fear in his heart and asked. Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher nodded. I originally wanted to negotiate with the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master. Who would have thought that the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master would show such a strong attitude and even threatened to have me submit to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion? I naturally wouldn't and fought with him. A mere Emperor Weapon Pavilion Lord naturally wouldn't be able to defeat me. However, at the crucial moment, a world overlord acted and heavily injured me. If it wasn't for the fact that I sacrificed a half-step immortal Emperor weapon, I most probably would have died in the Emperor Weapon Pavilion. Master Dongfang was in a daze. A Realm Lord was too strong. Any one of them could rule the entire Western region. The strongest person in the Weapon Pavilion was only Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher. However, even he couldn't be compared to a Realm Lord. Where did the Imperial Weapon Pavilion find a Realm Lord? Master Dongfang couldn't understand. I'm not sure. However, from the tone of that world overlord, it seems that he has reached some sort of agreement with the Imperial Armament Pavilion. He wants to help the Imperial Armament Pavilion completely eradicate our Armament Pavilion. The Imperial Preceptor panted and said, I'm seriously injured. I don't have the strength to escape. You should take the core disciples of the Weapon Pavilion and escape from the Western region. The further the better. As long as you don't die, the Weapon Pavilion will not be destroyed. Great Master Dongfang wanted to speak, but was stopped by Imperial Tutor Xian Bing. Damn it, I can't fulfill Fang Chen's request. At this point, the Heart Soldier Imperial Preceptor suddenly stood up. His blood-stained clothes fluttered without any wind. His body was filled with boundless energy. What do you want? Master Dongfang asked cautiously. I'll cover your retreat. If we're going to die, we'll die together. Grandmaster Dongfang insisted. I, Dongfang, am not someone who is afraid of death. When I lost to the Pavilion Master, I swore that from then on, I would be a member of the Armament Pavilion. Furthermore, when the Pavilion Master fled, I promised that as long as the Weapon Pavilion exists, I will exist. Do you want me to be a traitor? Faced with Great Master Dongfang's questioning, the Imperial Preceptor was speechless. He was stunned for a moment before he nodded heavily. All right, since that's the case, let's fight to the death. Voila! However, just as the two of them were about to die, a voice suddenly came from the void. The Weapon Pavilion will not be destroyed, and the two of you will not die. Immediately after, a figure flashed out. Palace Master? After seeing Fang Chun, Great Master Dongfang called out excitedly. On the other hand, the Imperial Preceptor frowned slightly. Why did you come back? Wasn't he courting death by coming back at such a crucial time? The Imperial Weapon Pavilion is found as Sector Lord Expert. If the Pavilion Master knows that you're back, he will kill you at all costs. The Imperial Preceptor urged. Back then, he had escaped with great difficulty. Naturally, he did not wish to see Fang Chun die in the hands of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master. Fang Chun shook his head, and a bright smile appeared on his face. This time, I won't abandon you, or the Weapon Pavilion, and run away. Fang Chun said calmly, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion wants to destroy my Weapon Pavilion. Let them try. Fang Chun stopped the two of them from talking and said, my main purpose of coming back is revenge. From now on, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion will cease to exist. But they have a Sector Lord Expert, the Imperial Preceptor said. A Sector Lord? Fang Chun turned around and waved his finger. Instantly, a crack appeared in the void. I've killed one before. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chun's figure disappeared into the crack in the void. At the same time, a voice could be heard. The Imperial Preceptor and Great Master Dongfang looked at each other. What should we do? Great Master Dongfang asked. Pay close attention to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. At the same time, send everyone to launch an attack on the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. No matter what, they could not let Fang Chun take the risk alone. In the void, Fang Chun flew rapidly and his clone appeared beside him. Lead the Savage Beast's army and assist the Weapon Pavilion to kill all the disciples of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The main body said, Don't worry, none of them will be able to escape. After saying that, the clones separated from the main body and led the Savage Beast's army to kill the disciples of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. At the same time, in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, Realm Lord Ku Han, should we launch an attack on the Weapon Pavilion now? The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master said with a smile. The old man called Realm Lord Ku Han waved his hand and said, It's fine. He's just the Imperial Preceptor. If I wanted to kill him, he would have died long ago. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master was surprised. In a previous battle, I purposely let him escape. Otherwise, how could a mere half-step Martial Emperor Realm weapon block my attack? Realm Lord Ku Han sneered. Although the Imperial Preceptor's strength is slightly weak, his forging skills are the best in the entire Western region. Even in the Northern region, he would be able to establish himself there. I need such talents the most. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master finally understood what Realm Lord Ku Han meant. He wanted to take the Imperial Preceptor in as a servant. You should have returned to the Weapon Pavilion by now. I can imagine how the people of the Weapon Pavilion will feel when they know that there's a Realm Lord in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. They will lose without a fight. At that time, I'll send out a kill order, and the Imperial Preceptor will naturally beg for mercy. As a Realm Lord, he was high and mighty. After coming to the Western region, he thought of himself as the ruler. He looked down from above, overlooking all living beings. A single word from him could decide the lives of everyone in the Western region. Hence, he never thought that the Imperial Preceptor would be able to escape from his hands. Making people feel fear is much better than killing them directly. Realm Lord Ku Han grinned and said, When Ku Yun returns from the imperishable Academy of Creation, I'll bring him to the Northern region. During this time, I can help the Imperial Weapon Pavilion unify the Western region. Thank you, Realm Lord Ku Han. Hearing this, The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master was delighted. Rumble. Just as the two were talking, a shockwave came. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master's face changed drastically. He took a step forward and arrived in the air, staring ahead. Who? Realm Lord Kuhan followed closely behind and arrived in the air. Try to act mysterious. Looking at the shockwave in front of him, Realm Lord Kuhan sneered and threw out a punch. Dong! The vast fist radiance smashed against the ripples in the void and exploded instantly. The entire sky was trembling. However, at this moment, Realm Lord Kuhan's pupils constricted and his body trembled. A figure walked out from the terrifying shockwave. Is this all you've got? It's only SOSO. Fong Chun said casually. When the shockwave came close to his body, it turned into nothingness. Who are you? Realm Lord Kuhan asked. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master's face changed drastically, and he cried out, It's you? You dare to come back? Anger burned in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master's heart. He looked up to the sky and roared furiously. Damn you! You schemed to kill the third ancestor of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. If it wasn't for Imperial Teacher Xian Bing buying time for you, you would have died in my hands. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master said angrily, I've searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. I know that the Imperial Weapon Pavilion won't rest until I'm dead, but I still dare to come back. Isn't this enough to prove the problem? Fong Chen shrugged. To be honest, I'm back for revenge. Fong Chen raised his finger and pointed at Realm Lord Kuhan. As for your so-called backer, you can't stop me from taking revenge. G_Cup Female Idols first video _V Champion. Please follow our WeChat account. Mainblue123. Press for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 31-35. Kuhan came from the northern region. In his eyes, the western region's martial Dao was backward and was considered a barbarian land. How could a decent martial artist appear in such a barbarian land? Therefore, the moment Fong Chen appeared, he did not even bother to look him in the eye. But now, he seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. The complete minor tribulation realm martial artist in front of him dared to say that he was not afraid of Sector Lord. Was he crazy? Hearing Fong Chen's words, Kuhan slowly raised his head. Killing intent flowed in his dark eyes, as expected of a barbarian from a barbarian land. You can't imagine how terrifying a Sector Lord is. Someone like you, I can crush you to death with one hand. Kuhan's attitude was arrogant as he constantly mocked Fong Chen. The Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master also stared at Fong Chen angrily. Kid, I'll let you escape in the past. Let's see who will save you today. The Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master roared and leaped into the sky. He clenched his fist, and a vast fist radiance whizzed out. Dong! 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 The fist radiance tore through the sky, carrying boundless power as it blasted towards Fong Chen. Looks like you haven't improved much over the years. Fong Chen gently shook his head, his face filled with disdain. He stood quietly and did not move his body. He secretly activated the chaotic sword body, and sword runes flickered on the surface of his skin, putting on an act. Seeing that Fong Chen didn't dodge, nor did he attack, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master coldly laughed. After which, with a loud shout, a powerful fist whistled through the air. Dong! When his fist hit Fong Chen, the terrifying fist radiance instantly engulfed Fong Chen. It's over. You can only blame yourself for offending the Emperor Weapon Pavilion. The Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master's eyes were filled with mockery as he said. Then he increased his strength, and all the power in his body surged out. He wanted to completely destroy Fong Chen. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. A strange smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. In the next second, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master's heart trembled. He felt that his fist was unable to move. Furthermore, the berserk energy that had drilled into Fong Chen's body had been cut off from him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of Fong Chen's skin quickly gathered on the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master's fist. The strong corrosive power made the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master pale with fright. Not good. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master shouted inwardly and wanted to pull out his fist. However, an even more shocking scene occurred. Crack! The sword-shaped rune ignored the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master's defense and quickly wrapped around his fist. In just a breath's time, the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master's fist had turned into a pool of blood. Ah! A miserable shriek came from the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master's mouth. He roared in anger. His face was malevolent and his heart was trembling. Bang! He endured the pain and slapped his own wrist, breaking his palm and retreating quickly. Blood sprayed into the sky. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master's aura was weak, and his body was battered and exhausted. How is this possible? The Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master's eyes were wide open as he stared at Fang Chun. His defense is very strong. Don't fight him in close combat. The Realm Lord Ku Han's indifferent voice came from his side. Although Fang Chen's physical defense was out of his expectation, it was not enough to make him cry out in alarm. The Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master's palm was broken because of his carelessness. I'm going to kill you. As expected, after a short moment of anger, the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master regained his composure. He opened his other hand and a long saber appeared. Buzz! Layers of powerful energy flowed on the long saber. The long saber was the strongest weapon in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, and it was the closest weapon to the Emperor Realm. In a sense, it could be called an Emperor Realm weapon. However, it lacked the spirituality of an Emperor Realm weapon. Therefore, it was still a peak, half-step Emperor Realm weapon. Kill! With the long saber in his hand, the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master's aura rose to the peak. He stomped his foot and merged with the long saber, turning into a ray of light and shooting out. Too weak. Fang Chun shook his head. It was as if he was a peerless expert looking down on the world. If this is all you've got, then the battle should be over. Fang Chun said softly. Then, just as the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master was about to attack, he slowly raised his hand and extended a finger. The long saber in the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master's hand was now at its strongest. Wherever the long saber passed, the space would be torn apart. A terrifying aura quickly spread out, shaking the entire Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Look, the Pavilion Master is fighting. Who is that guy? He dares to fight against the Pavilion Master. Who cares who he is? Anyone who dares to challenge our Imperial Weapon Pavilion must die. Countless disciples had blind faith in the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master. They shouted from below, cheering for the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master. Die! The Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master roared. He gathered all his strength on the tip of his spear and stabbed it towards Fang Chen's head. However, right at that moment, Fang Chen suddenly extended two of his fingers and slashed toward the long blade. What is he trying to do? This was the thought in the hearts of all the disciples below. However, in the next moment, Fang Chen gave them an answer. His fingers landed on the tip of the long saber and clamped down. Kacha! The long saber that carried boundless strength was actually clamped down by Fang Chen's fingers. Destroy! The Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master sneered. It's useless. The strength of my long saber is not something you can withstand. He continued to increase his strength, attacking Fang Chen with his strongest attack. However, the long saber seemed to be imprisoned in the void, not moving at all. What's going on? Seeing this, the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master's expression changed. He tried to pull the long saber back. However, the long saber was held in place by Fang Chen's fingers, unable to move. No! Seeing this, the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master cried out. He could not accept this fact. His attack with all his strength was unstoppable by anyone below the Realm Lord realm. However, it was stopped by a complete minor tribulation sovereign with just a finger. The moment he shook his head, Ku Han's expression became completely gloomy. Half-step martial Emperor realm physical body? Ku Han said coldly, licking his dry lips. I did not expect such a genius to appear in such a desolate place. It's a pity that only death awaits those who go against me. As he spoke, Ku Han made his move. It's over. Fang Chen said indifferently, slightly exerting force in his hand. Kacha! The long saber of the half-step martial emperor realm was crushed by his fingers. The long saber turned into countless fragments and shot towards the emperor weapon pavilion master. Stop! Kuhan's angry roar came from behind. He stretched out his hand, wanting to block the fragments for the emperor weapon pavilion master. Time, stop! However, just as he stretched out his hand, the world suddenly fell silent and the void stopped. However, Realm Lord Kuhan quickly reacted and used all his strength to break free from the bindings. However, in just a few seconds, the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master was pierced by the fragments and was in a sorry state. I can't accept this. The Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master dragged his broken body and said the last sentence with difficulty. Then he fell to the ground. Dong! Dust flew as a violent force swept across the land. At this moment, the entire Emperor Weapon Pavilion was dead silent. The invincible Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master in the Western region had fallen. This scene was too shocking. Inside the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, every disciple's heart was in turmoil. Right at this moment, a furious roar broke the silence of the earth. I told you to stop, Kuhan said angrily. You shouldn't have killed him. Fong Chen shrugged and looked directly at Realm Lord Kuhan. So what? Back then, when I was weak, they imprisoned my daughter. I spent a lot of effort to save her, but they chased after me. Now, I'm back for revenge. Why can't I? He deserves to die. This sentence said what Fong Chen was thinking. From a moment, the Emperor Weapon Pavilion imprisoned Fong Shi. Fong Chen had already decided the fate of the Emperor Weapon Pavilion. It wasn't that he didn't want revenge, but it wasn't time yet. Back then, he had fled in a sorry state. He had only managed to escape with the help of the Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher. However, the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master had destroyed the teleportation formation and almost killed him. Chapter 31-36. It's not up to you to decide whether he should die or not. Realm Lord Kuhan's aura was strong. He stood in the air and stared at Fong Chen with his black eyes. He wanted to use his aura to suppress Yi Shiwen and make him lose without a fight. However, Fong Chen was not afraid of his aura. Facts have proven that his life and death is up to me. Fong Chen shrugged. He had killed the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master right under Realm Lord Kuhan's nose. This was his ability. His unspoken words were, "If you're not convinced, come and fight me." As expected, Domain Lord Kuhan was thoroughly enraged. The corners of his mouth curled upwards as he revealed a mocking smile. Are all the youngsters nowadays so arrogant? Boom! He opened his palm, and a vast black aura quickly gathered in the center of his palm, condensing into a terrifying vortex that would make anyone tremble. A mere tribulation supremacy dares to talk nonsense in front of a realm lord. You will die today. Even the heavens won't be able to save you. Realm Lord Kuhan gave the order to kill Fong Chen. He was a high and mighty realm lord. He would not allow any tribulation supremacy to challenge his authority. The death of the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master had completely enraged him. He could not save the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master from the hands of a tribulation supremacy. This was the greatest humiliation. Humiliation must be repaid with blood. Are realm lords very strong? Fong Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, I once killed a realm lord in the eastern region. What a joke. What do you think a realm lord is? Not to mention you, even I would find it difficult to kill a realm lord of the same realm. You're just a tribulation supremacy, yet you dare to talk nonsense here. Killing and defeating were two completely different things. As a realm lord Kuhan was confident that he could defeat a realm lord of the same realm. However, it would take some effort to kill one. Therefore, he did not believe Fong Chen's words at all. So, you insist on interfering in the Emperor Weapon Pavilion's matters? Fong Chen asked. Dong dong dong. Realm Lord Kuhan's aura surged as a trembling power came from his body. His actions were enough to prove everything. As long as he existed, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion would exist. After today, the Imperial Armament Pavilion will completely disappear from the history of the Western region. Fong Chen said, since you want to protect the Imperial Armament Pavilion, you should be prepared to die." As soon as his voice fell, Fang Chun held the star-hidden sword in his hand, and his whole body emitted an astonishing sword chi. Courting death, Realm Lord Ku Han stomped his foot and instantly appeared in front of Fang Chun. Hoo-hoo-hoo! In an instant, countless Ku Han Realm Lord figures appeared around Fang Chun. Phantom doppelganger technique? Fang Chun sneered. Then he struck out with his sword. It was a simple sword strike, but it gave people a feeling of being as heavy as Mount Tai. Rumble. Wherever the star-concealing sword passed, the entire void trembled. When the sword-shaped runes on the sword flowed out, the void exploded and the world was in chaos. Whoosh! The resplendent sword light pierced towards Ku Han at lightning speed. "Get lost!" Ku Han Realm Lord roared and waved his sleeves, enveloping the sword light. He wanted to destroy it. However, when the sword light was destroyed, it exploded. Cough, cough, cough. Caught off guard, Ku Han Realm Lord felt a slight shockwave. He kept retreating, his clothes were torn, and he coughed a few times. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with endless anger as he looked at Fang Chun. "No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. You have a backup plan," Ku Han Realm Lord said. "However, if you think that you can kill me with just these methods, you are too naive." After speaking, Ku Han Realm Lord spread out his hands. With him, as the center, countless withered tree chi emerged. The withered tree chi gathered in front of his palms and transformed into a towering tree. Rustle. The towering tree swayed, and the leaves creaked. The entire world changed. Withered tree kill. Ku Han Realm Lord roared. The towering tree took root in the void and quickly approached Fang Chun. Time stop. The void stopped again, and the towering tree and Ku Han Realm Lord's body stopped. Gotcha. However, Ku Han Realm Lord quickly broke the bindings. "Your methods are useless against me." Ku Han Realm Lord laughed eerily and controlled the towering tree to continue attacking. Space-time sword explosion. The 5 immortal star cores were fully activated, and the power of the space-time sword explosion increased by at least 30%. The attack power was terrifying, and even a Realm Lord couldn't block it. However, this wasn't enough. His Emperor Realm physical body was fully activated at this moment. Terrifying power was continuously injected into the hidden star sword. Fang Chun took a step forward. This was his strongest move, and even Tian Xin Realm Lord couldn't block it. How could Ku Han Realm Lord block it? Kill. Fang Chun stomped his feet and jumped onto the towering tree. Rustle. The towering tree's countless leaves quickly wrapped around Fang Chun. Ha ha. Seeing this, Ku Han Realm Lord laughed wildly. Being wrapped by the towering tree, even a Realm Lord couldn't break free. "You're dead." As he spoke, Ku Han Realm Lord came in front of Fang Chun and punched out. Pung pung pung. His Emperor Realm physical body exploded, and the leaves that wrapped around Fang Chun were all destroyed. The towering tree couldn't block the Emperor Realm physical body's power, and it instantly crumbled. Rustle. The towering tree that was wrapped around Fang Chun a second ago was turned into ashes in the next second. How is this possible? Ku Han Realm Lord was stunned. Puchi. The sword chi that could split heaven and earth slashed across his neck, and at the same time, the hidden star sword pierced through his head. No! Feeling his life force fading away, Ku Han Realm Lord cried out. What's wrong with you? Ku Han Realm Lord opened his eyes wide, and he wanted to know what had just happened. Unfortunately, his life force couldn't support his body anymore. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. That sword strike had severely injured his source. Even though Realm Lord Ku Han didn't want to die, he had no other choice. He had nowhere to go. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Boundless flames surged out of his body. Self-destruct. Pung. A simple punch landed on Ku Han Realm Lord, who was about to self-destruct. Rumble. Before he could self-destruct, Ku Han Realm Lord's body shattered and disappeared from the world. Hoo-hoo-hoo. A gust of wind blew past, and the oppressive aura was blown away. After a long while, the world returned to normal. Below, everyone in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion was stunned. How strong was this fellow to kill a realm lord with one hand? From today onwards, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion no longer exists. You guys are innocent, and I don't want to kill you. You guys could disperse on your own. If I find out that you're using the Imperial Weapon Pavilion's name to do things, I won't let you off. After Xiao Chun spoke, countless cultivators rushed down the mountain in a panic. Whoosh! Fang Chun flicked his finger and disappeared into the crowd. Blood-curdling screams could be heard as some people fell into a pool of blood. Those that Fang Chun killed were the higher-ups of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Since he wanted to destroy the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, these people couldn't be left alive. The remaining members of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion have all been cleaned up. During this period, we found the corpse demon's lair and dealt with it. Just at this moment, the clone transmitted a message. Fang Chen nodded and glanced at the old site of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The news of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion's destruction quickly spread throughout the Western region. Countless cultivators were shocked. The name of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion's lord, Fang Chun, appeared in everyone's vision. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion had ruled the Western region for countless years, but it was destroyed in the hands of a rising star. However, if they knew that there was a world overlord behind the Imperial Weapon Pavilion that was killed, it was unknown how they would feel. Blood City, Imperial Weapon Pavilion Headquarters. Am I dreaming? Master Dongfang opened his eyes wide and couldn't believe his ears. It should be true. The news has spread throughout the entire Western region. Heart Weapon Imperial Master said in a deep voice. His heart was filled with shock. I didn't expect that the weak guy back then to have unknowingly grown to such a level. That was the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, the absolute ruler of the Western region. However, it was destroyed by him alone. What kind of power was this? What kind of glory was this? I don't dare to imagine. Master Dongfang laughed out loud. Since the Imperial Weapon Pavilion has been destroyed, then from now on, our Imperial Weapon Pavilion will be the strongest power in the Western region. Moreover, we'll take this opportunity to control all the cultivation resources in the Western region. Soon, our Imperial Weapon Pavilion will surpass the glory of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Chapter 31-37. Voila! In the void, Fang Chun appeared out of nowhere. Great Master Dongfang and Imperial Master Xian Bing, who were in the middle of a conversation, were extremely excited when they saw this. They stood up and stared at Fang Chun with their eyes wide open. There are flowers on my body. Being stared at by the two, Fang Chun felt a little awkward. He waved his hand and asked with a smile. At this moment, the two regained their calmness. Even so, there were still huge waves in their hearts. I really didn't expect this. Heart Soldier Imperial Preceptor couldn't help but exclaim. Back then, when he first met Fang Chun, the latter was just a weak martial artist. At that time, he didn't care at all. If it wasn't for Fang Chun's smithing skills that caught his attention, he probably wouldn't even look at him. But now, he had transformed into an expert comparable to his sector lord. Heart Soldier Imperial Preceptor couldn't help but sigh. When Master Dongfang saw Fang Chun's radiant face, he felt a little awkward. Back then, he actually dared to challenge this guy. Now that he thought about it, he was really stupid. Thinking of this, Master Dongfang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Have you stepped into the Sector Lord realm? After a short moment of shock, Heart Soldier Imperial Preceptor asked with a burning gaze. He knew that there was a Sector Lord realm expert in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Previously, he almost died in the hands of that expert. If it wasn't for his half-step Emperor weapon, he wouldn't have been able to escape. But now, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master had fallen, and the Imperial Weapon Pavilion was destroyed. Where was that Sector Lord Realm expert? Then how did you deal with that Sector Lord Realm expert? Master Dongfang asked anxiously. Although I haven't stepped into the Sector Lord Realm, I can still kill Sector Lords, Fang Chun said casually. I've already killed Sector Lord Ku Han of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Hearing this, the two men's hearts were in turmoil. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still shocked to hear Fang Chun say it personally. That's a Sector Lord. They could sense that from the aura fluctuations on Fang Chun's body. He was at most a perfected lesser tribulation supremacy. He had only survived 3 disasters, but not 9 tribulations. Such a cultivator had used his own strength to kill a sector lord. If this news were to spread, even the mighty figures of the northern region would be shocked, right? The two of them stared at Fang Chun, dumbstruck. Their faces were filled with shock. Now that the Imperial Weapon Pavilion has been destroyed and the Corpse Demon has been eliminated by me, the Western region's crisis has been resolved. From now on, the Weapon Pavilion will dominate the Western region. Fang Chen's voice pulled the two back from their shock. Hearing this, the two of them trembled. That's great! Master Dongfang was very excited. Over the years, he had adapted to such a life, and had also adapted to controlling the Weapon Pavilion. Although the Weapon Pavilion was founded by Fang Chun, he was also one of the people in charge. He was also very excited that the Weapon Pavilion could rise and dominate the Western region. Thank you for your hard work, Master Dongfang. Fang Chun bowed slightly to Master Dongfang to express his gratitude. Master Dongfang hurriedly waved his hand and grinned. No need to thank me. I'm also a part of the Weapon Pavilion. It is my responsibility to work for the Weapon Pavilion. A heaven-sent genius. This was Imperial Tutor Xian Bing's evaluation of Fang Chun. Back then, Imperial Tutor Xian Bing valued Fang Chen's smithing skills. He thought that Fang Chun had an artifact core and his understanding of smithing was extremely strong. Not long in the future, he would definitely be able to reach a higher level and forge an emperor weapon. However, at that moment, his opinion of Fang Chun had changed greatly. This child not only had heaven-defying potential in smithing, but his martial potential was even more peerless. Even the strongest geniuses in the primordial chaos, Lin Xian and Gu Tianhua, are not as strong. Imperial Tutor Xian Bing sighed. Lin Xian and Gu Tianhua were publicly recognized as the strongest geniuses in the primordial chaos. The two of them had the halo of geniuses since young, and they had received a lot of attention along the way. And now, they were already super experts at the world god level. In the vast primordial chaos, all the cultivators in every corner were extremely envious when they talked about the two of them. And now, Imperial Tutor Xian Bing felt that Lin Xian and Gu Tianhua, who were at the same level, were not as strong as Fang Chun. Forget it, forget it. Imperial Tutor Xian Bing suddenly sighed. All these years, this old man has been pursuing a higher level of smithing, and I do not want to be restricted. So, the Weapon Pavilion has invited me several times, but I have rejected them all. All these years of fighting with the Weapon Pavilion, this old man has learned a lot. Now, this old man does not want to travel. I just want to find a place to cultivate quietly and comprehend the Weapon Pavilion. Saying this, Imperial Tutor Xian Bing slowly raised his head and looked at Fang Chun. I wonder if Pavilion Master Fang's Weapon Pavilion is willing to take this old man in? Although this old man is old, it is not a problem for me to guard the mountain gate of the Weapon Pavilion. Hearing this, Fang Chun hurriedly said, It is my honor that Senior is willing to join my Weapon Pavilion. How can I let Senior guard the mountain gate? Haha. Imperial Tutor Xian Bing stroked his beard and grinned. Master Dongfang was also very happy. Although Imperial Tutor Xian Bing had been protecting the Weapon Pavilion all these years, he was not considered a member of the Weapon Pavilion. Now that he had joined, it wouldn't be long before the Weapon Pavilion would have an Emperor Realm blacksmith. Just thinking about it made him feel very happy. In the future, I will have to trouble you two seniors to take care of the Weapon Pavilion. Fang Chun said apologetically. His stage was no longer here, but in the northern region. Imperial Tutor Xian Bing and Master Dongfang understood. Don't worry. With us here, the Weapon Pavilion will definitely become better. Go and explore. After talking with the two for a while, another person suddenly appeared in the Weapon Pavilion. This is Imperial Tutor Xian Bing and Master Dongfang were very surprised by the sudden appearance of this mysterious expert. Seniors, this is a good friend of mine, known as the Beast King. When I am not here, he will be guarding the Weapon Pavilion. Fang Chun said. At this moment, his clone had changed his appearance, and even Imperial Tutor Xian Bing and Master Dongfang did not notice. As for Fang Chun, he did not wish for others to know that he had a clone. After all, the Savage Wilderness Beast Army was his trump card, and he did not want to expose it in front of others. Seniors. The Beast King cupped his fists at the two. Although the Beast King is not as strong as me, he can still escape unscathed in the face of a Sector Lord. Fang Qin said. After a simple introduction, Imperial Tutor Xian Bing and Master Dongfang looked at the Beast King with respect. After all, this was an expert who was not weaker than Fang Qin. Then, Fang Qin told the two that the Beast King had a beast army under him that required a large amount of cultivation resources. Imperial Tutor Xian Bing and Master Dongfang patted their chests and promised, "Don't worry about this. The blacksmiths of our weapon pavilion are getting stronger by the day. The weapons we refine will be sold through special channels and then exchanged for cultivation resources." Master Dongfang patted his chest and said, "Our weapon pavilion may not have many things, but we have no lack of cultivation resources. Indeed, blacksmiths were a very noble profession in the immemorial primal chaos. Of course, it was also very expensive. However, once one became a powerful weapon refiner, the benefits they would bring would be endless. With the support of the weapon pavilion, the Savage Wilderness Beast Army would be able to obtain countless cultivation resources." Fang Qin's goal for the Beast King was very simple. The next time they met, everyone in the Savage Wilderness Beast Army would be in the Sector Lord realm. "I will do it." The Beast King looked at his main body and nodded heavily. In just a few days, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion had completely collapsed. The Weapon Pavilion had unified the Western region and became a dominant force. And Master Dongfang and Imperial Tutor Xian Bing had become people that everyone respected. After settling the Beast King, Fang Qin quietly left the Western region. Unknowingly, the Sector Lord Conference was approaching. Sky Heart World. In the blue sky, white clouds fluttered with the wind. The sky was clear for thousands of miles, and the blue waves rippled. The current Sky Heart World was gradually getting on the right track. "You're back." Just as he returned to the Sky Heart World, Bai Qingqing sent a message. Voila! Fang Chun lightly clapped his hands and tore through the void, arriving at the City Lord residence of Sky Heart City. At this moment, a beautiful lady in green stood in the wind, looking into the distance as though she was a wife waiting for her husband to return. Excitement, happiness, and impatience could be seen on her pretty face. Hoo-hoo-hoo! Just as she craned her neck to take a look, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air beside her. Bai Qingqing rushed into Fang Qin's arms excitedly. "Qingqing!" Fang Chun gently stroked the latter's hair. His heart was in turmoil. How could he not know Bai Qingqing's feelings for him along the way? However, he was already married to the Star and Moon. Fang Qin opened his mouth and was about to say something. However, at this moment, Bai Qingqing tiptoed and pressed her red lips on Fang Qin's mouth. A soft and sweet feeling instantly assaulted him. Just as Fang Chun was enjoying this feeling, Bai Qingqing suddenly pushed Fang Qin away. "You don't have to say anything or do anything. I just want to look at you quietly under the sunset. Even if I have to do this for the rest of my life, I'm willing." After speaking, Bai Qingqing turned and prepared to leave. "Qingqing!" Fang Qin didn't feel good, and his expression changed. Bai Qingqing stopped in her tracks. A breeze blew past, and her green dress fluttered in the wind. Just like that, she stood there quietly. The world was silent, and everything became calm. She lifted her head and smiled faintly as she looked at Fang Chun. Her beautiful eyes flickered beautifully. "After this Realm Lord Conference ends, you should be staying in the northern region to look for Sister Yuer and Princess Xian, right?" Bai Qingqing's red lips moved slightly. "Compared to them, I feel that I'm more blessed. I have no regrets for everything I've done. You can go and look for them without worry. I will stay here and help you manage the Sky Heart World. You will have nothing to worry about." Bai Qingqing said. She knew that with her current strength, she would only be a burden to Fang Chun. Fang Chun clenched his fists and his heart was pounding. Suddenly, his eyes trembled as though he had made a decision. After I find you, I will definitely come back to look for you. This was a promise and an oath. Chapter 31-38. World City wasn't originally called this, but because too much time had passed, people had long forgotten its original name. World City was located at the intersection of the eastern and northern regions. Hence, it was called World City. From a certain perspective, this was an important city that prevented Eastern region fighters from sneaking into the northern region. World City was incomparably prosperous. The martial path flourished. Here, as long as you had enough wealth, you could obtain anything you wanted, and every World Lord meeting was unprecedentedly lively. There were still a few days until the World Lord meeting. However, as early as a month ago, countless martial artists had flocked to this place. Some were here to participate in the meeting, some were here because of its reputation. They wanted to see what kind of prodigy would appear in the meeting. Looking from afar, the World City was extremely majestic. At the city gate, there were even half-step sector lords guarding. Such an expert in the eastern region would be considered a warlord. But in the World City, they could only guard the city gate. Even though only sector lords had the right to enter the northern region, there were still many sector lords. But that wasn't completely the case, because this rule was targeted at the fighters of the other three regions. The indigenous fighters of the northern region had to live. Their descendants couldn't be sector lords the moment they were born. Hence, any fighter below sector lord in the northern region, if they weren't the descendants of indigenous fighters, they were brought here personally by some almighty. One could see many sector lords lining up at the city gate, preparing to enter the city. Within the city, the streets and alleys were filled with people. Sensing carefully, one could sense an extremely dense aura, causing the void energy to be suppressed. Hoo-hoo-hoo. In a mountain range 100 miles away from the World City, there were suddenly sounds of breaking through the air. Next, 9 figures appeared out of thin air. They were the Zhenwu sector lord and others who had rushed over from the eastern region. 100 miles ahead is where the World City is. The true martial realm lord glanced at everyone. After that, he muttered, "We have already entered the northern region. There are countless experts here, and our strength can't be considered anything. Hence, it's best for everyone to restrain your temper and not cause trouble. Don't worry, we naturally know what the northern region is. This isn't the first time we've come to the world capital. Of course we have to follow the rules." Realm Lord Dan and Blacksmith walked to Fong Chen's side and said with a smile, "How is it? How do you feel?" Fong Chen nodded. His pitch-black eyes flickered with passion. After going through untold hardships, he finally entered the northern region. The path of the strong began at the world capital. As expected of the northern region, it's just a border city, but it gives people a very strong sense of oppression. Fong Chen sighed. This is just the world capital. I heard others say that the core of the northern region is called the immemorial sacred land. That is the core of the entire immemorial primal chaos. Even world lords have no right to speak there. In that place, heaven's might is strong. Ordinary sector lords like us can't even withstand the pressure. Pill and Smith's sector lord laughed. In every world lord meeting, there will be many transcendent world lords who stand out from the crowd. They will be valued by many experts and have a bright future. Pill and Smith's sector lord continued. Our eastern region once had a transcendent world lord. It's a pity that he hasn't appeared for a long time. The Scarlet Sun Realm Lord also walked over with a warm smile on his face. Ever since Fong Chen became the Sky Heart Overlord and heavily injured the Black Underworld Overlord, the Scarlet Sun Overlord gave up on the idea of revenge. Instead, his attitude towards Fong Chen took a 180-degree turn. Every move he made was to get on Fong Chen's good side. Skyheart Sector Lord, you have to be mentally prepared. Our Eastern region's 9 Sector Lords are basically the weakest in the World Lord meeting. We will be humiliated by the other Sector Lords every time. Scarlet Sun's Sector Lord said, but there's nothing we can do about it. Who asked us to be so weak? The reason why he insisted on participating in the Realm Lord Conference despite being humiliated every time was because he wanted to become stronger than the Realm Lord so that he could learn more. After every Sector Lord conference ended, the 9 Sector Lords would benefit greatly. However, only Transcendent Sector Lords would pay attention to them during the World Lord meeting. Among the 9 of us, you're probably the only one who has the chance to get the attention of a Transcendent. Scarlet Sun Sector Lord continued. After all, your cultivation is only at the great circle of the minor tribulation Transcendent realm. However, your fighting strength isn't weaker than an ordinary Sector Lord. If you improve further, you'll be comparable to a Transcendent Sector Lord. True Martial Sector Lord and the others nodded lightly. Indeed, Fong Chen's potential was heaven-defying. His fighting strength had reached the level of a Sector Lord. To a large extent, he had caught the attention of a hidden expert. Let's go. We'll enter the city first. True Martial Sector Lord took the lead and walked forward. 100 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. The eastern region's Sector Lords had low status, so they had to queue up to enter the city. The sun was high up in the sky. Everyone's forehead was covered in sweat. Fortunately, after waiting for about 2 hours, it was finally Fong Chen's turn. Come and register. The 2 half-step universe gods guarding the city gate said solemnly. The 9 people led by True Martial Sector Lord quickly finished their registration. The eastern region's 9 Sector Lords? Seeing the registration name, the 2 half-step universe gods guarding the city gate had a look of disdain in their eyes. Go in. One of them waved his hand impatiently. However, just as the Realm Lord of the True Martial Realm and the others entered the city in a single file, Fong Chen was suddenly blocked. What? Is there no one else in the eastern region? You actually sent a minor tribulation Transcendent to participate in the World Lord meeting? The guards said angrily. You must provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, I have the authority to kill him. As the other guard spoke, he prepared to attack Fong Chen. Stop! True Martial Sector Lord turned his head and hurriedly stopped him. His name is Fong Chen. He is the new Sector Lord of Sky Heart Realm in the eastern region. Although his cultivation is only at Junior Tribulation Master, his fighting power is comparable to his Sector Lord. True Martial Sector Lord explained, we have attended many Sector Lord meetings. Naturally, we know the rules of the world capital. Humph! How can such a genius appear in such a small place? Obviously, the 2 guards did not believe it. They were even more disdainful. At the back, there were some ordinary Sector Lords in the long queue. They were mocking Fong Chen and the others. Humph! Barbarians for the eastern region. Don't embarrass yourself here. If it wasn't for that expert who got the quota, what right do you have to step into the world capital? Kid, get out of here. Don't waste our time. Some people were extremely dissatisfied with Fong Chen. They felt that he was wasting everyone's time. Both of you, the rules of the eastern region are very clear. As long as you are one of the 9 Sector Lords and have the fighting power of a Sector Lord, you can enter. I have already said that Sky Heart Realm Lord has the fighting power of a Sector Lord, but the 2 of you insist on not letting him in. What is the meaning of this? True Martial Sector Lord said with a gloomy expression. Do I have to report this to the City Lord? Hearing the 2 words, City Lord, the guard's expression changed. But very quickly, anger surged in his heart. Humph! Don't use the City Lord to threaten us. We won't let you in today. The 2 guards said disdainfully. This was the northern region, not the barbarians of the eastern region. These barbarians dared to challenge their authority here. They were courting death. On the wasteland, 2 figures were slowly moving forward. Dragon Elephant Sector Lord, are you also going to participate in the Sector Lord meeting this time? A gray-robed elder asked with a smile. The Sector Lord meeting is a grand occasion in the world capital. I naturally have to come to broaden my horizons. Dragon Elephant Sector Lord said. If others said so, I would believe it. But you, Dragon Elephant Sector Lord, are here to broaden your horizons? The gray-robed Sector Lord shook his head. He understood Dragon Elephant Sector Lord better than anyone else. Although the latter wasn't a transcendent Sector Lord, he was able to fight against one. In the Sector Lord level, the transcendent Sector Lords had already acknowledged Dragon Elephant Sector Lord. Why are there so many people gathered in front? Suddenly, Dragon Elephant Sector Lord discovered that there were many people gathered in front of the city gates. Chapter 31-39. Hurry up and scram before the important figures in the world capital are alerted. The guard said arrogantly, "Aren't the two of you going overboard?" The realm lord asked with a gloomy face. Fongchen didn't say a word from the start. He just watched quietly. "So what? You barbarians, what right do you have to talk to us here?" The guard in gray robe scolded. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time, scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." As he spoke, he took out a token. "As long as I activate this token, the guards of the world capital will arrive immediately. I've given you a chance. Think carefully before you make your decision." In an instant, everyone looked at Fongchen and the others as though they were looking at a joke. They whispered and mocked them. The realm lord and the others looked at each other. Then, they stepped forward and prepared to reason with the guard. "Seems like you've made your decision." As soon as the guard finished speaking, he exerted a little force with his fingers and was about to activate the token. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Then, the guard in gray robe was sent flying. Along with the token, he fell to the ground. "You dare to attack a guard?" The guard was stunned for a moment before he roared. However, when the person who made the move turned around, countless sector lords at the city gate sucked in a breath of cold air. "It's him!" Everyone exclaimed in shock. Their hearts were in turmoil. "Is it fun to bully others?" Realm Lord Longxiang said coldly. "Realm Lord Longxiang." The guard wanted to explain, but was stopped by Realm Lord Longxiang. "There are 9 realm lords in the eastern region. As long as you have the strength of a realm lord, you can participate in the Realm Lord Conference. However, you're looking down on them and making things difficult for them?" Realm Lord Longxiang scolded. "Do you want me to tell the guards about this?" We don't dare. The 2 guards hurriedly apologized. "We're sorry, Lord Longxiang." Seeing Realm Lord Longxiang, Fongchen was shocked. A brilliant smile appeared on his face as he nodded at Realm Lord Longxiang. "Can they enter now?" the Longxiang Realm Lord asked. Of course. The 2 guards did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly opened the city gate and allowed Fongchen and the others to enter. "Let's go." Realm Lord Longxiang took the lead and led Fongchen and the others into the world city. Who is this person? Why are the guards of the world capital so afraid? And he can bring people into the world capital as he pleases? In the crowd, there were a few new sector lords who didn't know the Dragon Elephant sector lord and asked curiously, "Shoo, lower your voice. Do you want to die?" That's the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord. Even transcendent realm lords have to give him face when they see him. Everyone whispered to each other, afraid of angering the Draco Elephant Realm Lord. Inside the world city, it was bustling with noise and excitement. People came and went. After entering the city, the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord turned to look at Fongchen and laughed heartily. "I didn't expect us to meet so soon." Realm Lord Longxiang. The other sector lords greeted the Dragon Elephant sector Lord one after another. The latter's strength was comparable to a transcendent realm lord. In the territory of the world capital, he could summon the wind and rain. Naturally, they respected him. In fact, the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord was also shocked when he saw Fongchen. In such a short time, Fongchen's cultivation had already reached the great circle of the minor tribulation sovereign realm. Moreover, his battle strength was comparable to his sector lord. His potential was unparalleled. As expected of one of the candidates of the master, the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord thought to himself, to be able to gain the recognition of the bloodline monarch, one could see how strong his potential was. Just as the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord was about to speak to Fongchen, his expression suddenly changed, and he said, "Find a place to settle down first. I have something to deal with." After saying that, the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord hurriedly left. "When can I be like the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord?" The Blood Demon Realm Lord said with burning eyes. "With your strength, you want to be comparable to the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord? Dream on." Realm Lord Wuya laughed. The Dragon Elephant Realm Lord's strength is comparable to a Transcendent Realm Lord. With your talent, it's harder than ascending to the Transcendent Realm. The Blood Demon Realm Lord didn't care about Realm Lord Wuya's words, because he knew how difficult it was to reach the Transcendent Realm Lord. "Let's go. We'll find a place to settle down first," the true Martial Realm Lord said. At night, a cold wind blew gently. The night sky was dotted with stars, and a crescent moon hung in the sky. The entire land seemed to be covered in a layer of silver. The world capital was vast. In the northwest direction, there was a hidden courtyard. The courtyard was brightly lit. Two silhouettes sat opposite each other on a stone bench, tasting fine wine. "Why are you in such a hurry to find me?" The man holding a folding fan raised his wine cup and took a sip. "Young Master Ning, the 9 realm lords of the eastern region have arrived," the red-haired elder said in a low voice. Hearing this, young Master Ning's face instantly darkened. Is the true martial realm lord leading the team this time? Young Master Ning closed his fan and asked in a deep voice. Yes, the true martial realm lord is leading the team, but there's a new face in the team, the red-haired elder said. He told young Master Ning everything that happened at the city gate today. After hearing this, young Master Ning's face completely darkened. You're saying that the Sky Heart Realm Lord has fallen, and the person who replaced him is a peak minor tribulation sovereign? Young Master Ning asked. That's right. When the guards at the city gate saw this person, they wanted to make things difficult for the 9 realm lords of the eastern region. However, they were suddenly sent flying by the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord. It seems what? Young Master Ning asked when he saw the red-haired elder hesitating. It seems that the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord knows the new Sky Heart Realm Lord. Because young Master Ning used too much strength, the fan in his hand shattered and turned into powder. A gentle breeze blew past and scattered the powder. A sinister smile appeared on young Master Ning's angular face. I remember that the Sky Heart Realm Lord is related to my Shinshin school, right? Young Master Ning raised his head and looked at the starry sky. Not long ago, a disciple of my Shinshin school went to the Sky Heart Realm, but we lost contact with him. I thought that he entered some ruins, but now it seems that he might have fallen. The Sky Heart Realm Lord has fallen and been replaced by someone else. Young Master Ning said, there must be a conspiracy behind this. A mere true martial realm Lord dares to go against my Shinshin school? Speaking up to here, young Master Ning looked at the red-haired elder. Go and investigate the residents of the 9 realm lords in the eastern region. Then, investigate their relationship with the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord. Yes, young Master Ning. Soon, the red-haired elder disappeared into the darkness. At this time, young Master Ning slowly stood up and walked under the moonlight. His pitch-black eyes looked into the distance and muttered, Back then, I almost became a transcendent realm lord, but because of that lunatic in the eastern region, my realm fell and I suffered heavy losses. That lunatic's actions had almost destroyed young Master Ning's cultivation path. Fortunately, young Master Ning had a strong backer. With countless resources, he was able to preserve his cultivation as a realm lord. However, it was almost impossible for him to break through to the transcendent realm. Therefore, during every realm lord conference, he would find fault with the 9 great realm lords of the eastern region. This time was no exception. A mere tribulation sovereign dares to replace the Sky Heart Realm Lord's position and participate in the Realm Lord Conference. How arrogant, young Master Ning said sinisterly. Since that's the case, I'll start with you. If you want to blame someone, blame the true martial realm lord. He obviously took you for a fool. After speaking, young Master Ning's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. East Park. This was the residence of the 9 realm lords in the eastern region. Ding, ding, ding. Footsteps could be heard outside the pavilion. Fong Chen didn't turn around. He knew that Realm Lord Wuya had come. Realm Lord Wuya, why did you come so late at night? Fong Chen asked. Realm Lord Skyheart. Realm Lord Wuya glanced at Fong Chen and muttered, I'm here to remind you not to go out these few days. There will be people targeting the Realm Lords in the eastern region, especially you. Oh, Fong Chen was surprised. Although the Heart God sect is located very far away from the world capital, they would always send some world overlords to participate. And every time, they would think of all sorts of methods to humiliate the 9 world overlords of our eastern regions. This time around, you have replaced the position of the Skyheart World Overlord. You will definitely become a thorn in their eyes. Realm Lord Weya spoke. Chapter 3140. There were still a few days before the start of the Sector Lord meeting. All the Sector Lords would come early to observe. Because of the incident at the city gate, many people knew that Sector Lord Longxiang had stood up for the 9 Sector Lords. However, this wasn't enough to cause any ripples in the massive world capital. East Park Restaurant. Today, the restaurant was especially lively. Have you heard? Sector Lord Hei Fong has entered East Park Restaurant. What? Are you sure? Is it really Sector Lord Hei Fong? Many warriors were shocked. Sector Lord Hei Fong was quite famous in the sector capital territory. Of course, there was still a gap between him and Sector Lord Longxiang. However, even so, the arrival of Sector Lord Hei Fong caused the number of warriors in East Park Restaurant to increase. Many martial artists all came because of his reputation, wanting to see just what kind of figure the legendary Realm Lord Hei Fong was. However, how could it be so easy to see Sector Lord Hei Fong? In a separate courtyard of East Park Restaurant, Fong Chun looked through the door at the crowd, not far away. Sector Lord Hei Fong? Fong Chun muttered. Sector Lord Hei Fong is an extremely strong Sector Lord. It's said that he has a void technique. In terms of escaping techniques, even transcendent Sector Lords are inferior. Unknowingly, Zhan Wu Sector Lord appeared behind Fong Chun and explained. Oh! Fong Chun exclaimed softly and secretly remembered the name Realm Lord Hei Fong. However, he didn't care too much. These people are here to visit Sector Lord Hei Fong. However, it is said that Sector Lord Hei Fong's personality is very reclusive. Ordinary people can't see him. Sure enough, just as Zhen Wu's Sector Lord finished speaking, a roar was heard. Immediately after, a majestic power spread out from the courtyard. Many warriors retreated, their faces pale. Bang! A few warriors were thrown out of the courtyard by Sector Lord Hei Fong. Those Sector Lords who were about to cause trouble stopped in their tracks and looked at each other, not daring to go near Sector Lord Hei Fong's courtyard. Sector Lord Hei Fong, Junior Ningzhen, is here to visit. Suddenly, a figure walked out of the crowd with a folding fan in his hand and a smile on his face. Creak! The courtyard door opened and a voice came out. Come in. Young Master Ning nodded and entered the yard. Who is he? How can you enter the courtyard? From the looks of it, he should be acquainted with Realm Lord Hei Fong. Otherwise, with Realm Lord Hei Fong's temper, it would be strange if he didn't kick him out. Many people were curious about young Master Ning's identity, to actually be able to obtain the recognition of Realm Lord Hei Fong. However, someone revealed the secret behind it. I know this person. He's the world overlord of Shinshin School. His name is Ningzhen. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. When they heard the 2 words Ningzhen, everyone's expression changed rapidly. Could he be the legendary world Slayer Ningzhen? That's right, it's him. Instantly, everyone's hearts were in turmoil. Although they weren't too familiar with the name Ningzhen, the title of World Lord Slayer caused their expressions to change. This guy actually came as well. Shinshin School sent him to participate this time. It seems like they want him to amaze everyone in the Realm Lord Conference. The crowd whispered to each other. Ningzhen? Shinshin School? Hearing this, Fong Chen's expression changed, but he didn't show it. Just as everyone was discussing spiritedly, Ningzhen had already walked out of the courtyard. From the time he entered the courtyard to the time he came out, it had only been a few minutes. He's out. Many people shouted. Ningzhen held a folding fan in his hand and walked out slowly with a smile on his face. Obviously, he was very happy to be able to talk to Realm Lord Hei Fong. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw Fong Chun and the Realm Lord of Zhenwu through the void in another courtyard. Realm Lord of Zhenwu? The Realm Lord of the Eastern region? Seeing this, a strange smile appeared on Ningzhen's face. Immediately, under everyone's gaze, he walked to the door of the courtyard where Fong Chun was. Creak! At this moment, the door of the courtyard closed directly. Seeing this, everyone was stunned for a moment and immediately looked in the direction of the courtyard in disbelief. Who lives in this courtyard? Does he want to die? How dare he not give face to Realm Lord Suming? No matter who he is, He's dead for offending Realm Lord Suoming. Oomph. I guess he's a newly promoted Realm Lord. It's his first time participating in the Realm Lord Conference, so he doesn't know the rules. Doesn't he know that it's easy for him to not be able to walk out of the Realm City? Some people were discussing. Shinshin School's Ning Zhen is here to visit. Ning Zhen said. The courtyard was silent. There was no sound. Why? The 9 realm lords of the eastern region don't welcome me, Ning Zhen. Ning Zhen continued to speak. At this moment, everyone knew that the people living in this courtyard were actually the 9 realm lords of the eastern region. I was wondering who it was so. It's a barbarian from a savage land. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Just wait. Realm Lord Soming will definitely teach them a lesson. In the courtyard, the voice of the Realm Lord of Jinwu could be heard. Sorry, however, before the Realm Lord of Jinwu could finish his words, Ning Zhen waved the folding fan in his hand. Suddenly, countless powerful auras instantly burst out and pierced through the door. Bang! The broken door collapsed, and Fang Chun and the Realm Lord of Jinwu appeared in Ning Zhen's line of sight. Ning Zhen looked at Fang Chun with a smile that wasn't a smile. I heard that the Realm Lord of the Eastern Region, Sky Heart Realm, is a minor tribulation realm cultivator. I'm very curious, so I specially came to pay a visit. The Realm Lord of Jinwu's expression changed slightly. As expected, Ning Zhen wanted to use Fang Chun as an example. This person is vicious. Because an expert of the Eastern region once destroyed his path of advancement, this caused him to harbor hatred in his heart. Every time during the Realm Lord Conference, he would think of ways to humiliate the Realm Lords of the Eastern region. The Realm Lord of Jinwu secretly reminded, afraid that Fang Chun would fall into Ning Zhen's trap. Originally, I thought that the new Realm Lord of Sky Heart would be an unparalleled hero, but now it seems that he doesn't live up to his name. Ning Zhen said softly, after everyone knew that the person living in the courtyard was the Realm Lord of the Eastern region. They already understood Ning Zhen's intention. It seemed that his visit to Realm Lord Heifeng was fake. His real purpose was to humiliate and suppress the Realm Lord of the Eastern region. Are you done talking? Fang Chun shrugged and asked indifferently. Ning Zhen frowned and stared at Fang Chun. If you're done, please go back. Don't disturb our cultivation. Fang Chun said, by the way, this door was destroyed by you. Go and explain to the restaurant owner. After speaking, Fang Chun turned and returned to the pavilion. Stop! A junior tribulation supremacy was so arrogant. Ning Zhen's heart was faintly burning with anger. Although the Eastern region has a quota for the Realm Lord Conference, it's not a place where just anyone can participate. Now, as a disciple of the Shinshin School, I suspect that you are not qualified to step into the Realm City. Ning Zhen bared his fangs. So, before I get angry, kneel down and beg for mercy, kowtow, and apologize. Then, get out of the Realm City and destroy your cultivation. Everyone curled their lips. As expected of the Realm Lord, his thoughts were indeed vicious. Some people looked at the Realm Lord of Jinwu and Fang Chun with schadenfreude. Dang, dang, dang. Realm Lord Weya and the others noticed the commotion and walked out one after another, side by side with the Realm Lord of Jinwu. What? You want to bully me with numbers? I, Ning Zhen, have never been afraid. Ning Zhen sneered and walked step by step towards the courtyard. His powerful aura suppressed Fang Chun and the others. Looking at Ning Zhen, who was close by, Fang Chun took a step forward and said, Does the Realm City belong to you? Are you the organizer of the Realm Lord Conference? Ning Zhen didn't speak. If not, then what right do you have to talk to me here? What right do you have to question me? Fang Chun retorted mercilessly. Do you think that your standards are higher than the Realm Lord of Longxiang? Being scolded by Fang Chun like this, Ning Zhen's face completely darkened. He clenched his fists and said coldly, Are you using the Realm Lord of Longxiang to suppress me? If you really have the ability, then prove to everyone that you participated in the Realm Lord Conference with your own strength and not some improper relationship. Idiot. Fang Chun was too lazy to talk to Ning Zhen. You, with a boom, Ning Zhen's aura surged. You're courting death. The dignified Realm Lord was repeatedly humiliated by a junior tribulation supremacy. What kind of humiliation was this? Ning Zhen used his aura to suppress Fang Chun. I originally gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now, I've changed my mind. I'll take your life. Chapter 3141. The grudge between Sector Lord Suo Ming and the 9 Sector Lords of the Eastern region had been going on for a long time. Now that he had finally found an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Boom! World Slayer Ning Zhen closed the fan in his hand with a pa sound. After that, a vast amount of energy was emitted from his body. The surrounding Sector Lords kept retreating, their faces filled with excitement. Although Sector Lord Suo Ming wasn't as strong as Sector Lord He Fong, he was still a powerful Sector Lord. When he attacked, it would naturally be an exciting battle. I wonder how the barbarians from the Eastern region will resist. A mere lesser tribulation supremacy dares to provoke a Sector Lord. What a joke. A Sector Lord's prestige cannot be insulted. This person offended Sector Lord Suo Ming. He will be crippled even if he doesn't die. The true martial Sector Lord and the others wanted to persuade Fang Chun, but the latter shook his head and refused. If he was afraid of the battle today, Ning Zhen would definitely nag endlessly. Moreover, what was a mere Ning Zhen? Die. Ning Zhen opened his palm, and majestic power quickly gathered. He then clenched his fist and punched out. In his opinion, one punch was enough to deal with a complete lesser tribulation supremacy. Rumble. A deafening fist light whizzed out, piercing through the void and quickly arriving in front of Fang Chun. An extremely terrifying power spread out in the void. It was a simple fist radiance, but it caused the world to change. This scene caused the hearts of many Sector Lords to tremble. Sector Lord Suo Ming's strength has increased again. That's right. His physical strength has become even stronger. Everyone discussed, as if they could already see Fang Chen's miserable end. Wong. Sword-shaped runes covered the surface of his skin, and a powerful force surged out, forming a strong defense in front of his body. Dong! At this moment, the powerful fist light bombarded his body. Kacha! When the fist light came into contact with Fang Chen's body, it instantly dissipated, disappearing from the world. As for Fang Chun, he stood there motionlessly, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. What's going on? What happened just now? Is there a hidden expert who helped him block Sector Lord Slayer Life's attack? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can his physical body block Sector Lord Suo Ming's attack? Obviously, the surrounding Sector Lords didn't believe that Fang Chun could block Sector Lord Suo Ming's attack with his physical body defense alone. They discussed and looked at each other. A look of astonishment surfaced on Ning Zhen's face. Soon after, he let out a sinister laugh. Insignificant skill. Just now, there were sword-shaped runes flashing on the surface of Fang Chen's skin. Ning Zhen believed that Fang Chun must have used a Sword Dao talisman to increase his physical defense. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to block his attack. Suo Ming's attack. Suo Ming's times Suo Ming, and Suo is his. Every time he threw a punch, the void would tremble. In the blink of an eye, the dense fish shadows engulfed the entire sky and surrounded Fang Chun. Break! Ning Zhen opened his hands, and the fish shadows in the sky quickly gathered together before exploding with a loud bang. Each of the fish shadows contained an extremely powerful force. Even Ning Zhen himself would not dare to face tens of thousands of fish shadows head-on. Let's see how you're going to deal with this. Ning Zhen floated in midair, looking down at Fang Chun and sneered. Xiao! Just when everyone thought that the battle was about to end, they were shocked to see an illusory figure shuttling through the thousands of fish shadows at high speed. It was as if he had entered a state where there was no one around. How is this possible? At first, they couldn't react. However, soon, someone discovered that the silhouette was Fang Chun. He's shuttling through the void. As someone in the crowd shouted, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. They stared dumbfoundedly at the figure shuttling through the fish shadows with ease, and their hearts were in turmoil. Is he still a junior tribulation supremacy? Fong Chen's action had overturned all the sector lords' understanding of tribulation supremacies. They shook their heads, unable to believe what they were seeing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fong Chen's figure shuttled quickly. Although the fist shadows were powerful, they couldn't touch his body. Whoosh. When he dodged the last fist shadow and appeared in the void, his dark eyes looked coldly at Ning Zhen. Is this your trump card? Sector Lord So Ming is only SOSO. Ning Zhen clenched his fists in anger. He could hear the mockery in Fong Chen's voice. He couldn't stand being mocked by a junior tribulation supremacy. Oomph. Do you think you can block my attack with a special movement technique? Ning Zhen sneered. You're too naive. Although you have great potential, everything is meaningless in front of absolute strength. The gap between our realms can't be made up. Next, I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind blew, and a vast aura emerged from Sector Lord So Ming's body as he walked towards Fong Chen. The latter faced him indifferently, as if he didn't put Sector Lord So Ming in his eyes. Does he have any trump cards? Why is he so fearless and confident? Can he really fight against a Sector Lord? Too strong. With such potential, as long as he reveals it in the Sector Lord Conference, he will definitely attract the attention of many experts. Many people exclaimed in their hearts. It had been many years since they saw a martial artist with such great potential. Enough. Just as Sector Lord So Ming was about to go all out, a dignified voice sounded from another courtyard. This voice was like thunder, exploding in everyone's mind. Immediately, many Sector Lords trembled as they exclaimed in their hearts. Sector Lord Hei Fong. When the voice sounded, the entire world seemed to freeze. Even Ning Zhen's attack came to a halt. Voila! In front of Ning Zhen and Fong Chen, the void flickered, and a black-robed figure suddenly appeared. Settle your personal grudges in the Sector Lord Conference. This is the East Park restaurant. I don't want to see it destroyed. Sector Lord Hei Fong stood with his hands behind his back and said softly. Sector Lord Hei Fong. Ning Zhen opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but was stopped by Sector Lord Hei Fong. Go back. Although Ning Zhen was unwilling, he had to end it here. Sector Lord Hei Fong was much stronger than him, and he had to give him face. Since Sector Lord Hei Fong has said so, I will naturally give you face. Ning Zhen smiled and said goodbye. When Ning Zhen turned around, he glared at Fong Chen fiercely. After Ning Zhen left, the other Sector Lords also left. Very quickly, only Sector Lord Zhen Wu, Fong Chen, and Sector Lord Hei Fong were left in the courtyard. Thank you, Sector Lord Hei Fong, for helping. Fong Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Sector Lord Hei Fong shook his head, his dark eyes staring at Fong Chen, and after a long while he slowly said, Your physical body's defense is very strong. Even if Ning Zhen attacked with his full strength, it would take some time to break through. Plus, your attainments in the Void Dao are also very strong. If it was an all-out battle, Ning Zhen wouldn't be able to defeat you. Sector Lord Hei Fong saw the battle clearly. Originally, he didn't care, but after seeing Fong Chen's Void Dao, he couldn't help but step in. While Fong Chen was conversing with Sector Lord Hei Fong, the other Sector Lords who had left the East Park restaurant were discussing amongst themselves. Although that guy is very strong, exceeding our expectations, he's not on the same level as Sector Lord So Ming. Yeah, if Sector Lord Hei Fong didn't step in, that guy would definitely be heavily injured by Sector Lord So Ming. Just wait, offending Sector Lord So Ming, he won't have a good ending. The world capital was too big, and there were countless fighters. The battle between Fong Chen and Sector Lord So Ming could only be heard in a small area. However, most of the Sector Lords still didn't notice Fong Chen. At night, the East Park restaurant was brightly lit. In the elegant courtyard, Fong Chen and Sector Lord Hei Fong sat on a stone bench. To have such achievements at such a young age, it really makes this old man gasp in amazement. After talking with Fong Chen for a long time, Sector Lord Hei Fong felt that his understanding of the Void Dao had deepened. Also, some of his previous bottlenecks seemed to have been touched. You have a unique understanding of the Void Dao. It's very useful to me. Sector Lord He Fong didn't have any intention of being arrogant in front of Fong Chun, and cupped his fist towards Fong Chun to thank him. Sector Lord He Fong, you don't have to be like this. The martial Dao has no limits. It's easier to move forward by interacting with each other. Fong Chun said humbly. After a short conversation, he had a certain understanding of Sector Lord He Fong. This person's attainments in the Void Dao were extremely high, but hadn't reached a level that surprised him. Ha! Today's conversation with little friend Fong has benefited me greatly. If there's anything in the future, feel free to find me. Towards the end, Sector Lord He Fong stood up and said with a smile. Fong Chen nodded lightly. Looking at Sector Lord He Fong's leaving figure, Fong Chen's face revealed a smile. Sector Lord Suoming, I'll let you live here for a while. Fong Chen clenched his fists and said to himself. Every time he thought of Princess Xin being taken away by Shinshin School, he was extremely angry. He originally planned to find the Shinshin School's Sector Lord at the Sector Lord meeting, but he didn't expect Sector Lord Suoming to deliver himself to his door. The pain that Princess Xin suffered, I want you to pay back 100 times. When Sector Lord Suoming attacked him, Fong Chun had the intention to kill. If it wasn't for Sector Lord He Fong, even if he didn't kill him, he would have heavily injured Sector Lord Suoming. But it didn't matter. There wasn't much time left before the Sector Lord meeting. All grudges would be settled at the Sector Lord meeting. Under the night sky, the stars twinkled. Fong Chun stood with his hands behind his back. The breeze blew past, and his robe swayed. Chapter 3146. The 5 kings of the world capital. From their appearances, they were all old men. However, their names were like thunder in the ears of everyone in the world capital. The Wood King, who was leaning on his walking stick, stepped forward and waved his hand. He said to everyone, "Welcome everyone to my world capital's grand event. The World Lord Conference will now officially begin. This time, there will be many unparalleled major powers who will come to watch. I hope that all of you can do your best and obtain the recognition of these major powers." The Wood King's words instantly ignited the atmosphere. Although they didn't see any major powers, no one doubted the Wood King's words. Because in the past, during every World Overlord Conference, those supreme characters wouldn't appear. They would only appear when they fancied a demon-level genius and wanted to accept them as a disciple. At other times, they would mostly remain hidden in the void. In the following time, the Wood King simply explained the rules of the World Lord Conference. However, when he finished and was about to announce it, the World Capital Lord spoke, only to see a white-haired old man who seemed to be on the verge of death slowly stand up. Instantly, the pressure in the entire area increased, giving off an invisible pressure. This was the pressure of the World Capital Lord. The World Capital Lord waved his hand and stopped the Wood King from speaking. His gaze swept across everyone, and he said, "The purpose of the World Lord Conference is to select outstanding geniuses and nurture them to continue the bloodline of our human race. Now, the World Lord Conference has been held for the 19th time. Before that, the rules of each conference were fixed. Today, in the 20th World Lord Conference, I would like to make a change to this. The World Lord Conference was the grand event of the World Capital. The World Capital Lord had the qualifications to make any decision. Even if he canceled the World Lord Conference, no one would dare to say anything. Now, he was going to change the unchanging rules. This caused the hearts of the people below to be filled with excitement. Change the rules? What does the World Capital Lord mean? By changing the rules, could it be that he wants to give everyone a greater chance? Maybe after changing the rules, we will have a greater chance. Many people had beautiful thoughts. However, when the World Capital Lord said the next sentence, the entire plaza fell silent. This year's Realm Lord Conference will be held within the barrier of the Realm Capital. The Realm City Lord continued. All the Realm Lords who enter the Realm City's barrier are people who agree with the rules. In the barrier, what you need to do is to survive. The boundary of the World Capital was the largest secret realm within the World Capital. For a long time, the World Capital's barrier had been completely controlled by the 5 kings and was not open to the outside world. Rumor had it that a peerless almighty had died in the barrier of the world city, and his inheritance treasure was left inside. There were also rumors that the realm citadel barrier was a battlefield of the battle of the fallen gods in the ancient times. There were countless treasures left behind from the ancient times. In short, no matter which rumor it was, they all spoke of the enormous treasures hidden within the barrier. Many warriors in the world city dreamed of entering the boundary of the world city to cultivate. That was because entering the spirit formation meant that one had taken a step into the transcendence realm. Over the countless years, almost all the sector lords who were sent into the spirit barrier by the world capital lord had become transcendent sector lords. One could only imagine how rich the treasures within the realm capital's barrier were. After a short moment of silence, the plaza was filled with frenzied shouts. Countless people were screaming. Their hearts were filled with excitement, and their bodies were trembling. How extravagant! For the Realm Lord Conference, they actually opened the barrier. The Realm Lord of Zhenwu couldn't help but exclaim, "What is the Realm Capital's barrier?" Fengshen asked. Rumor has it that the Realm Capital's barrier was a battlefield of the battle of the fallen gods in the ancient times. As long as anything was related to the battle of the fallen gods, it would definitely make people go crazy. Indeed, it's extravagant. After hearing the Realm Lord's explanation, Fengshen couldn't help but sigh. In the past, every Realm Lord conference was held in the plaza of the Realm Capital. Many Realm Lords would spar and discuss the Tao. Why would there be such a huge change this time? Looking at the excited crowd, the Realm Capital Lord waved his hand, and the plaza instantly quieted down. Within the Realm Capital's barrier, there are no rules. You can use any method to obtain what you want, the Realm Capital Lord said. But the time is only 100 years. Once the time is up, those who are alive will be teleported out. Those who are dead will forever remain within the Realm Capital's barrier. The Realm Capital Lord's words were undoubtedly telling everyone that they could slaughter as they wished within the Realm Capital's barrier. This was extravagant. After all, within the Realm Capital's barrier, even the 5 Realm Lords couldn't interfere. Even though the 4 Realm Lords were confused, they didn't say anything in the end. The Realm Capital's barrier is very dangerous. Even transcendent Realm Lords can lose their lives if they enter. So don't try your luck. Think carefully. If you want to back out now, it's still not too late. To be able to step into the realm of Realm Lords, one state of mind wouldn't be wrong. Who would be willing to give up after working so hard to this step? The Realm Capital's barrier? I'll slaughter 10,000 demons to conquer it. A thunderous voice came out from the square, which came from Tu Wanma. His personality was like that. He was very flamboyant. Ouyang Luoxue on the side was rather calm. Could it be that the Realm Capital's barrier is being opened because of Ouyang Luoxue? All of a sudden, the crowd began to whisper. Many people realized this. Why did the Realm Capital Lord change the rules when the Ouyang family's beloved daughter came to the Realm Lord meeting? No matter how strong the Realm Capital Lord was, he couldn't be stronger than the Ouyang family, right? It must be like that. As expected of a giant from Dragonfield, she can actually make the Realm Capital Lord change the rules. Looks like Ouyang Luoxue will definitely be able to gain something in the barrier. Tu Wanmo and the others naturally heard the words of the crowd. He looked weirdly at Ouyang Luoxue and found that the latter was very calm, so he didn't say anything. Only Fengshen frowned. No one knew what he was thinking about. A moment later, the Realm Capital Lord asked again, "Is there anyone who wants to back out? If not, I'll open the Realm Capital's barrier right now." No one in the square responded. Good, very good. Although the path of martial arts is difficult, one should have a fearless heart. The Realm Capital Lord smiled. Then he waved his withered hand, and terrifying power surged out of his body. Hoo-hoo-hoo! Between the heavens and the earth, a violent wind blew, and a stone door appeared in the void. Through the stone door, one could sense an ancient aura rushing toward them. The Realm Capital Lord jumped and arrived in front of the stone door. The barrier has been opened. You can all enter. Remember, you only have 100 years. The Realm Capital Lord waved his hand, and the stone door slowly opened. Let's go. Tu Wanmo was the first to charge through the stone door. Behind him were the other geniuses. After the first one, Everyone in the square rushed towards the stone door like a swarm of bees. Let's go too. In the blink of an eye, Ouyang Luoxue and the other experts had already entered the barrier. There were only a few people on the square. The true martial sector lord and the others also passed through the stone door and entered the barrier. However, before Fong Chun entered the stone door, the realm capital lord seemed to smile and nod at him. Hong Long Long. After all the sector lords entered, the stone door closed. City Lord, why are you doing this? City Lord, this was what the four kings of the realm capital called the realm capital lord. For one Ouyang Luoxue, you're opening the greatest treasure of our realm capital? King Mu asked. The other three kings didn't speak, but their faces were filled with confusion. The realm capital lord glanced at them and smiled. The five of us have been together for many years. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Even if the Ouyang family's experts come, I won't submit. Then, this time, the barrier isn't open for Ouyang Luoxue. It's open for someone else. The realm capital lord didn't even fear the Ouyang family. Then who was this person to make the realm capital lord change his mind and open the barrier? The bloodline king candidates are here. What? King Mu and the others exclaimed. And there's more than one. The realm capital lord said. You should know what will happen when the bloodline king candidates meet. After the shock, the four kings nodded. Chapter 31:47. The rules of the realm lord meeting had never changed in hundreds of millions of years. But today, they had changed because of the heir of the bloodline king. The four kings of the realm capital looked at each other. The news that the rules had been changed quickly spread throughout the entire realm capital. All the warriors were discussing why the rules had been changed this time. Could it be that an inheritance treasure had appeared within the boundary? Perhaps this was the arrival of a golden age. Of course, in the hearts of many warriors, they subconsciously placed the reason for changing the rules of the realm lord meeting on Ouyang Luoxue. After all, as the top force of the dragon field, it was also the oldest and strongest orthodoxy. No other force could compare to the Ouyang family's foundation. For countless years, the Ouyang family had been able to dominate the dragon field. This was proof of their status. But as the apple of the Ouyang family's eye, she had countless halos and honors as soon as she made a move. From a young age, Ouyang Luoxue had shown great talent. With the help of the Ouyang family's powerful cultivation resources, Ouyang Luoxue's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. It could be said that Ouyang Luoxue's every action could affect the hearts of many warriors of the dragon field. Ouyang Luoxue, who had always been known for being cold and aloof, had once said that she didn't care about the realm lord meeting at all and wouldn't attend. But this time, she went back on her promise and came to participate in herself. Coincidentally, the realm capital lord had announced the change of the rules and opened the boundary. All these reasons combined caused many people to have many thoughts. But the realm lords didn't know anything about the outside world, because they had already entered the boundary of the realm capital. A terrifying aura filled the air. Around them, a powerful pressure attacked. Thump! Thump! Suddenly, the void tore open and a figure appeared out of thin air. Dong! This figure landed on the ground. Because the force of the dive was too great, the ground caved in and dust flew up. This is the boundary of the realm capital? Fong Chen murmured. He looked around, and his powerful consciousness spread out wildly. Everything within 100 miles was under his control. What a barren place. At a glance, inside the boundary, there were broken walls and ruins. It was as if a great battle had just occurred. The smoke of war seemed to be faintly visible in the air. Wang, sword-shaped runes flickered, and a halo of sword chi enveloped the surface of his skin, resisting the powerful pressure coming from all directions. The pressure here is very strong, and the rule force seems to be everywhere. Fong Chun frowned, his heart trembling. According to legend, the boundary of the world's citadel was one of the battlefields of the Battle of the Fallen Gods in ancient times. Now it seemed that the rumors were most likely true. What happened in the Battle of Gods? Fong Chun murmured. Everyone's expression changed when they talked about the God's Fall battle. However, Although everyone knew how terrifying the Battle of Gods was, they didn't know what had happened back then. The Battle of Gods' Fall was the beginning of the decline of the human race. It was also the sign of the Age of Doom. That period of time was known as the Dark Age by later generations. While Feng Chun was lost in thought, he suddenly saw three figures walking side by side in the distance. The three of them seemed to have noticed Feng Chun as well. They raised their vigilance as they walked. They stared at Feng Chun. In this unfamiliar place, the three of them naturally didn't dare to act rashly when they encountered a human warrior. However, when they sensed that Feng Chun's aura was only at the Junior Tribulation Supremacy realm, a look of greed flashed in their eyes. "Brother, why do you look so unfamiliar?" one of them asked with a smile. Feng Chun was silent. "The three of us are disciples of the Crying Mountain sect." "Brother, are you traveling alone? The boundary of the world citadel is very dangerous. Why don't we travel together? What do you think?" another person asked. Feng Chun shook his head. "Sorry, I like to travel alone." Hearing this, the three of them looked at each other and then formed a triangle, trapping Feng Chun in the middle. "Kid, who are you? How can a puny tribulation supremacy enter the boundary of the world citadel?" However, at this moment, the expression of the realm lord who had spoken earlier suddenly changed, as if he had thought of something. He slapped his head and grinned. "Before entering the boundary of the world citadel, I heard that 9 realm lords had come from the eastern region. One of them isn't a realm lord, but he has the strength of a realm lord. If I'm not wrong, that person should be you." Hearing this, the other two were a little surprised. However, soon after, a cold smile appeared on their faces. After knowing that Feng Chun was the realm lord of the eastern region, they didn't hide the killing intent in their hearts. A mere barbarian from the eastern region dares to participate in the Realm Lord Conference in the World Citadel. What a joke. "Kid, although your strength is comparable to a Realm Lord, in front of the three of us, you're just a piece of trash. If you know what's good for you, obediently hand over the things you have on you, and we can spare your life." The three of them closed in on Feng Chun step by step. Their powerful auras suppressed Feng Chun. Feng Chun slowly raised his head and swept his pitch-black eyes across the three of them. "Sobbing Mountain sect? I think it's just a small sect. Otherwise, I would have heard of it. Kid, you're courting death." The three of them were enraged. This guy in front of them actually dared to look down on the Sobbing Mountain sect. Boom! The three of them attacked at the same time. Their thunderous attacks crazily landed on Feng Chun's body. Too weak. Feng Chun shook his head as if he didn't put the three of them in his eyes. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Feng Chun stood on the ground without moving and allowed the three of them to attack him. After a while, the three of them felt that the energy in their bodies was exhausted and they were panting. One of them raised his head and looked at Feng Chun, his eyes filled with shock. "How is this possible? How can your defense be so strong?" Feng Chun took a step forward and stood with his hands behind his back. A terrifying aura spread out. He looked down on the three of them like a ruler. "The three of you are like ants in my eyes." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he threw out 3 punches in a row. The power of each punch was extremely strong. Seeing this, the three of them turned pale. They wanted to dodge, but they were shocked to find that they couldn't move their bodies. "No!" The three of them screamed miserably as the 3 terrifying punches landed on their bodies. "My senior brother from the Sobbing Mountain sect will not let you go." An angry roar spread through the void and didn't dissipate for a long time. Crack! The 3 of them from the Sobbing Mountain sect were all dead. Feng Chun withdrew his fist and looked calm. He had already seen through this world where the strong preyed on the weak. If you didn't kill others, others would kill you. Therefore, only if your fist was strong enough could you survive in this cruel world. Killing the 3 of them from the Sobbing Mountain sect was just a small interlude for Feng Chun. The most important thing now was to figure out the layout of the boundary of the world city and then look for opportunities. In a dark and gloomy place in the boundary of the world city. Crack! A crisp sound reverberated through the void. Then, a scarlet aura drowned the entire dark and gloomy place. A palpitating power gradually spread out. Countless demonic beasts fell to the ground, and blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A strong wind blew, and a figure slowly walked out from the scarlet aura. He was dressed in a red robe and had a red crown on his head. He looked like a king. His body was filled with a gloomy and terrifying aura. He stood there like a god of death, giving people a very terrifying feeling. The man in the red robe, suddenly raised his head, and a cold light shot out from his eyes. He said eerily, "I didn't expect to meet a candidate for the Bloodline King in the World Lord Conference. How interesting." He vaguely remembered that when he became a candidate, he had received some information. If he wanted to become the only candidate, he had to absorb all the bloodline power of the other candidates. Over the years, I've spent a lot of effort to find a candidate and successfully absorbed the bloodline power in his body. I didn't expect to meet more than one candidate when I passed by the World City. The heavens are on my side. At the same time, in other parts of the barrier, there were also candidates for the Bloodline Monarch. They were also very excited. As long as they could kill the other candidates, they would have a chance to become the strongest candidate. In an instant, a few dark bloodline candidates began to compete. Other than that, the other geniuses were also looking for opportunities. This was the boundary of the World City, and opportunities were everywhere. Of course, there were many dangers. The biggest danger didn't come from the boundary of the World City, but from the human race. A torrential demonic aura permeated the void, and a figure stood above it. Devil Hand Sect Tu Wanma. At this moment, Tu Wanma clenched his fist and gathered a vast amount of demonic aura before punching out. Rumble. Wherever the fist passed, the void was torn apart, and the demonic aura corroded the void. Kacha. All of the demonic beasts that were struck by his fists were annihilated without any resistance. However, Tu Wanma's target wasn't the beasts. It was a sector lord hiding behind the beasts. Dong. When all the beasts were killed by Tu Wanma's fist, the sector lord was exposed in front of Tu Wanma. Tu Wanma, you can't kill me, Before he could finish, he was killed by Tu Wanma's fist. I don't care who you are. If you stop me, Tu Wanma, you must die. Demonic aura surged from Tu Wanma's body. His voice contained an extremely domineering attitude. In this World Lord Conference, I will definitely enter the Transcendence realm and become the strongest World Lord. There were countless geniuses in the World Lord Conference, but Tu Wanma was fearless and focused on the Tao. Dong. Chapter 3148. Within the huge world capital, countless sector lords were busy searching for their own inheritances. After all, there were countless legends about the spirit array in the outside world. Previously, there were people who had walked out of the spirit array and soared to the sky. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone, this was an opportunity that they could not miss. On a mountain peak, a battle was breaking out. A group of men in gray robes were besieging a powerful demonic beast. Die, you bastard! After a while, the battle reached its climax. One of the men in gray robes shouted and stomped his foot. His figure flashed, and he appeared above the head of the demonic beast. At the same time, a black dagger appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it into the head of the demonic beast without hesitation. Roar! The demonic beast roared angrily. However, it could not resist the attack of the dagger. After struggling for a while, its huge body fell on the mountain peak. Phew! Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It's finally dead. That's right. Because of him, several of our junior brothers died. Fortunately, senior brother intervened at the critical moment. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone's eyes fell on the man with the dagger. Cut the body of the demonic beast. The man nodded gently. Then he put away the dagger and stood with his hands behind his back. He turned around and looked into the distance. However, at this moment, his body suddenly shook, and he quickly opened his Sumeru ring. A few tokens in the Sumeru ring suddenly shattered without any warning. This scene caused the man's expression to change. Senior brother, what's wrong? The other disciples noticed that their senior brother's expression was not right and asked hurriedly. Old Seven and the others are dead. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and could not believe it. Old Seven and the others had died not long after they entered the spirit array. Who killed Old Seven and the others? Damn it! How dare he kill the disciples of our Crying Mountain sect? He's courting death. No matter who it is, I will make him pay with his blood for daring to touch the disciples of Crying Mountain sect. Many disciples of Crying Mountain sect were emotional. Don't worry, Old Seven and the others won't die in vain. The gray-robed senior brother said in a deep voice, I've already sensed their approximate location through the tokens on their bodies. Let's go there now and find the murderer. All right, let's avenge Old Seven and the others. Many disciples of the Crying Mountain sect hurriedly left after cutting up the bodies of the demonic beasts. During this time, Fangchen had been walking on the vast wasteland. He could sense the aura of confusion in the air at all times. How big is the barrier? Fangchen couldn't help but sigh. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Looking ahead, a mass grave appeared in the wasteland. In the open space ahead, there were countless skeletons that had undergone the baptism of time. These skeletons contained extremely powerful energy. The surrounding walls were in ruins, as if an earth-shattering battle had once taken place here. As Fang Chan stared at the many skeletons, his mind went into a trance. Then, he saw an unbelievable scene. An image appeared in the sky above the skeletons. In the image, the sky was pitch black, and an intense battle was breaking out. They're too strong, Fang Chen exclaimed. Almost all of the experts in the image had earth-shattering means. They could destroy the heavens and the earth with a raise of their hands. However, halfway through the image, it suddenly disappeared. Then, Fang Chen couldn't see anything. What was that just now? Was it an illusion? Fang Chen's expression changed, and his heart was shaken. Or rather, it wasn't an illusion at all, but something that had really happened here. In short, after experiencing the scene just now, Fang Chen's heart fluctuated greatly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a vast aura suddenly swept over from the distant horizon. When Fang Chen turned his head to look, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared. It was Ouyang Luoxue of the Ouyang family. After seeing her, Fang Chen was also a little stunned. He actually met Ouyang Luoxue here. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and she emitted a cold aura. She looked very cold on the outside. She only glanced at Fang Chen, not taking him seriously at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ouyang Luoxue's delicate figure arrived in front of the mass grave in the blink of an eye. The skeletons here contain an extremely strong corrosive power. Even a transcendent world lord wouldn't dare to face it directly. She seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be talking to Fang Chen. In short, after saying this, Ouyang Luoxue didn't say anything else. She waved her sleeves, and her white palm quickly opened up. A terrifying suction force enveloped the skeletons. Fang Chen could feel a terrifying aura erupting from the skeletons. However, Ouyang Luoxue could perfectly control these skeletons. This is... Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and stared at Ouyang Luoxue's palm. This was because he saw a layer of golden light on her palm. This layer of golden light could actually suppress the majestic power within the skeletons. In an instant, Fang Chen thought of a legend. If he guessed correctly, Ouyang Luoxue should be using the legendary Ouyang family's innate ability. Seal. The Ouyang family's innate ability was the Golden Dragon Seal. Anything in the world could be sealed. It's said that the Ouyang family's innate ability is extremely powerful. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation. Fang Chen understood the Tao of seals very well, so he could see how extraordinary the Golden Dragon Seal was with a single glance. It's extremely mysterious. Even though he had the Heaven Sealing Tablet and was extremely skilled in the Tao of seals, he still couldn't see through the Golden Dragon Seal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as he was in a daze, Ouyang Luoxue's white palms suddenly clenched, and all the skeletons in the mass grave were sucked into her bag. The heavens and the earth regained its calm, and Ouyang Luoxue glanced at Fang Chen before silently leaving. Everyone thought that the Devil Hand Sex 2-1 MO had boundless potential amongst the younger generation of World Lords, and was the most promising amongst the World Lords participating in the World Lord meeting. He was also the first genius to step into the transcendental realm. However, today I saw that Ouyang Luoshue's methods weren't any weaker than Tu Wanmo's. Fong Chun sighed, as expected of the jewel of the Ouyang aristocrat clan. With such an innate ability, even if it was him, he would have to activate the heaven-sealing monument in order to escape. Interesting. The corners of Fong Chen's mouth curled up, and he revealed a faint smile. This kind of World Lore meeting was even more interesting. Only by competing with experts and interacting with geniuses would one be able to improve quickly. At the same time, Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. The stronger one was, the more opportunities one would have to obtain. For example, the majestic power within the skeletons was too strong. If he were to act, he would definitely have to go through a lot of trouble. Although he could eventually suppress the skeletons and subdue them, in terms of efficiency, he would definitely not be as effective as Ouyang Luoshue. I'm still too weak. Fong Chun also knew that his disadvantage was his realm. Currently, his realm was still at the Three Disasters Minor Tribulation Supremacy level. In fact, it was very easy to become a Grand Tribulation Supremacy. However, Fong Chun was very ambitious. He wanted to accumulate enough strength and overcome 9 difficulties at the same time like the Three Disasters. Only then would he have the chance to become a transcendent. After seeing Ouyang Luoshue's methods, Fong Chun was even more determined to become a transcendent in one step. In the following time, Fong Chun continued forward. During this period, he didn't encounter any danger. He walked like this for about 3 days. Finally, Fong Chun met someone. Strictly speaking, it should be an old man with disheveled hair. After seeing the old man, Fong Chun instantly became vigilant. Although the old man looked ordinary, he gave him a strong sense of oppression. Cough, cough. The old man leisurely turned around, holding a pipe in his hand. He took a deep breath and slowly asked, "Where are you from?" Fong Chun was stunned. "I'm from the primordial chaos." "You're lying." The old man put down the pipe in his hand and looked straight at Fong Chun as he said calmly, "I sense the aura of the ancient Saint Chaos on you," the old man continued. Fong Chen's heart trembled, and he turned pale with fright. The old man can actually tell that I'm from the ancient Saint Chaos? What's going on? Senior, may I ask who you are? Fong Chen cupped his fists at the old man and asked respectfully, "Who am I?" The old man looked up at the sky. "It's been too long. I've waited for too long. I've already forgotten who I am." He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be responding to Fong Chun. After a while, the old man calmed down and continued to ask, "How is the ancient Saint Chaos now?" "The chaos of the ancient Saint Chaos has been quelled, and now it has entered a peaceful era. Moreover, powerhouses are emerging in large numbers, and geniuses are rising like a geyser." Fong Chen told him truthfully, "Good, very good. I didn't expect to hear such wonderful news after so many years." Fong Chen noticed the word after in the old man's words. His eyes widened, and his heart became even more complicated. The old man just said that he had been dead for countless years. But why did Fong Chun feel that the old man in front of him was real? Senior, Fong Chen's divine sense spread out and enveloped the old man, but he didn't find anything strange. Hee, the old man grinned. "There's no need to check. With your soul Tao cultivation, it's impossible to find anything. Yes, I'm indeed dead. What you see now, strictly speaking, is not the real me at all." Then why? Fong Chun was even more puzzled. If the old man died, he would definitely be able to sense it. But now he couldn't sense it? "I came from the past and don't belong to the same time and space as you. How can you sense it?" The old man laughed. Fong Chen's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. He came from the past and didn't belong to the same time and space. Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. Since he started cultivating, this was the most magical thing he had encountered. Chapter 3150. Fang Chen naturally did not know that Tu Wanma was chasing after him. Ever since he entered the boundary of the world city, he felt a very powerful aura lurking in the dark, as if it could erupt at any time. He was cautious and vigilant, thinking that the boundary was much more dangerous than the legends said. Especially after meeting that old man, his heart became even heavier. What had happened to the boundary of the world city? Why would an expert who had fallen in the past appear in this space-time? How powerful would it take to come from the past to meet in a certain space-time in the future? All these questions made Fang Chen even more eager to find out. Perhaps, to him, this was an unprecedented challenge, but also a brand new opportunity. He had to seize the opportunity to improve his cultivation and find out the truth. There's a majestic aura approaching. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the immortal scepter, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly transmitted a message to him. Fang Chen's mind shuddered as he raised his head to take a look. To his surprise, he discovered that a vast and mighty force was sweeping across the entire sky, whistling towards him. Oh no! Fang Chen felt the murderous intent in the aura. Without hesitation, his body flashed, and he activated the power of space-time to the extreme, fleeing into the distance. However, the sky was covered by dark clouds, and the entire Earth seemed to have become still. Fang Chen's speed also decreased sharply. Fang Chen was even more shocked and cried out involuntarily. Who on earth wanted to kill him? Bang! Fang Chen, who was traveling through space-time, suddenly felt his body hit a wall, and a powerful force bounced back. He stood up abruptly and looked in front of him vigilantly. At this time, he suddenly realized that there was a figure in front of him, and he did not know when it had appeared. Seeing this figure, Fang Chen was dumbfounded, and his heart was in turmoil. This was because he sensed that the aura of this figure was exactly the same as that of the old man from before. Who are you? Fang Chen asked carefully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The vast aura was majestic and magnificent, surrounding the man. The man raised his head, and his pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen. You are from the ancient Saint Chaos. Fang Chen's heart sank. He could hear the man's hatred for him. All the people from the ancient Saint Chaos should die. With that, he opened his hand, and a vast power whistled out. Oh no! Fang Chen was extremely anxious. The man's strength was too strong, beyond his range of resistance. Crack! He activated his monarch physique and pushed his defense to the limit, but he still couldn't stop the man's attack. Emperor Realm, physical body. When a man discovered Fang Chen's physical body, he was a little surprised. But soon, a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. I can't let you. In the next instant, the man unleashed his full strength. With overwhelming strength, he crushed Fang Chen. What's going on? Why is it that ancient martial art practitioners who have fallen in the past can still exert such a powerful force on me? Fang Chen could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. The man in front of him was the same as the old man he had met before. They both came from a past. It was just that he had met Fang Chen in this space-time. But why could they attack, and with such a powerful attack? Bang! While he was thinking, the Emperor Realm defense was instantly shattered. Fang Chen's body was struck by lightning and almost exploded. Fortunately, he dodged in time and barely escaped. Die! The man didn't seem to have given up. His large hand, which contained immense power, struck toward Fang Chen. Immortal Star Core. Fang Chen gritted his teeth and activated the Immortal Star Core in his body. Powerful Immortal Star power instantly spread out. At the same time, the Immortal Scepter appeared and quickly absorbed the Immortal Star power. Rumble. The Immortal Scepter began to expand. With endless power, it stood in front of Fang Chen and blocked the man's attack. Dang, dang, dang. The man retreated. After stabilizing himself, a ray of golden light shot out from his eyes. Immortal Scepter? You're the successor of the Immortal Emperor? The man cried out involuntarily, and then his anger burned. Ah, God is on my side. I can't believe I met the successor of the Immortal Emperor. The man said eerily, Today I will not only kill you, but also cut off the immortal emperor's legacy. It seemed that the man had a deep hatred for the immortal emperor, and he was venting it all on Fang Chun. Run, the immortal scepter said hurriedly. At the same time, it released a huge amount of immortal star power, enveloping Fang Chun and making him flee. As for its body, it grew in size once again and began to fight fiercely with the man. This place doesn't belong to you, the immortal scepter said in a deep voice. The immortal star power released and wrapped the man. It's just a weapon. If the immortal emperor had it, I would be afraid. But now, while speaking, the man and the immortal scepter fought fiercely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chun didn't know how long he had been running. He was exhausted and even fell into a coma. Whoosh. In a daze, he passed through a bubble-shaped void door and came to a mysterious place. Bang! Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. He fell to the ground and passed out completely. There was an earth-shattering battle in the Boundary City. The mysterious expert from the past was finally forced to retreat by the immortal scepter and disappeared in the void. Therefore, the immortal scepter's whereabouts were unknown. When Tu Wanma came to the battlefield, the battle had already come to an end. What kind of battle happened here? Tu Wanma's expression changed. He looked solemn. The ground was broken. It must have been a battle between transcendents. The Boundary City is getting more and more mysterious, Tu Wanma said in a deep voice. He didn't stay here for too long. He continued to chase after his enemy. In the distant horizon, on a mountain peak. Whoosh! Suddenly, an old man appeared out of thin air. If Fang Chun was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the expert from the ancient Saint Chaotic world that he had met earlier. The old man stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the distant sky. It was the place where the immortal scepter and the mysterious expert fought. After a long while, a helpless look appeared on his face. What will come eventually. It's just a pity for this little guy. The old man sighed. After so many years, I finally met a little guy from the ancient Saint Chaotic world with outstanding potential. Who would have thought that he would be hunted down just because he met me? When the old man said this, a cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he seemed to have made a decision. It seems that it's time to go there. Then, the old man's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. On the other side of the Boundary City, a red-robed man with a hooked nose held a long sword in his hand. His face was full of disdain. Humph, pretending to be mysterious. The red-robed man flicked his wrist, and the long sword shot out. A bright sword light fell from the sky and slashed forward with the power to split mountains. When the black figure in front of him came into contact with the powerful sword light, his body split into two and dodged the attack. I said that your attack can't threaten me. The black figure's figure reformed again and stood with his hands behind his back. Who exactly are you? The red-robed man's face finally became serious. Does it matter who I am? The black figure smiled strangely. You want to get the inheritance treasure and dominate the world. I also want something. Why don't we work together? What do you want? The red-robed man asked cautiously. The black figure shrugged. You will know what I want in the future. As for you, if I'm not wrong, you should be one of the candidates for the Bloodline King. You are not the only candidate to enter the Boundary City this time. Only by killing all of them and absorbing their bloodline power can you become the only candidate. Is that right? Hearing this, the red-robed man was shocked and stared at the black figure with wide eyes. How do you know? The candidates for the Bloodline King. This was a secret. How do you know? The black-robed man laughed. The Bloodline King? I know him too well. Unfortunately, he didn't finish, which made the red-robed man even more confused. You may be strong, but I have many ways to deal with you. Why should I work with you? Clearly, the red-robed man couldn't see through the black figure and didn't want to work with him. The black figure looked up at the red-robed man. The world citadel's enchantment has changed. There are many people like me. Even if you can escape from me, what if you meet others? The black shadow asked. The enchantment is much more dangerous than you think. Every time the Boundary City changes, it means the arrival of a golden age. This time, we old fellows have all appeared in this space-time in order to fulfill the wishes of the past. If you don't work with me, you will die. However, No matter what the black figure said, the red-robed man didn't agree to work with him. If I don't work with you, I can still get everything I want. The red-robed man suspected that the black figure was after his bloodline power. Haha, you think you're smart. The black figure looked up and laughed, his face full of mockery. You think you're strong, but you don't know that in the eyes of us old guys, you are nothing. The black figure sighed. You have already died once. What is there to be afraid of? Do you know where I come from? The black figure said in a low voice. The red-robed man was silent. I come from the past. The black figure's next words completely stunned the red-robed man. I have already died in the past. Due to certain reasons, I met you in this time and space. The black figure said, This is your opportunity. Do you want to give it up? Without my help, how would you have been able to get past those old fellows? The red-robed man's head exploded. He shook his head hard. You died in the past, but you can come to this time and space. This was extremely shocking. The red-robed man couldn't accept it.